Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the fanfiction guy. Back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Deku Becomes Sarcastic Vigilante? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku was having a really shitty day. The type of shitty that no amount of coffee or katsudon could save. The type of shitty not even 15 hours of sleep would erase. And that meant that it was really F-I-N-G. Shitty. Someone had outright spat on him on his way to school. Another person had tripped him right as he was about to enter the classroom, making his entrance extra embarrassing and undignified. Then there was also the usual insults and whispered threats. It was always fun to receive those. And right now, he was on his way home, it was pouring down and he didn't have an umbrella. So naturally, he was soaked to the bone. Great. Not to mention that he thought taking a shortcut from his school was a good idea because he wouldn't bump into Kaken and his gang, and now he was walking down a pretty shady road. Most of the stores also had boards up instead of windows, probably because of robbery or something. The street was littered with trash from people who didn't have the energy to walk a few feet to use a trash can. Izuku didn't mind it too much. No one really knew him here, so he probably wouldn't be disturbed unless somebody decided he was worth taking the time to kill. Wouldn't make much sense though, since he apparently, according to Kaken, was worthless in every way a person could be. That was fine, he guessed. Being worthless just meant that nobody depended on him for shit, and he was mostly just left alone. Except when people thought it was funny to pick on him, and unfortunately Izuku couldn't risk getting back at them. It would be satisfying as hell, but not worth it. He had to remind himself that a bunch of times every day, and honestly, he was getting sick of it. Maybe he should just drop out of school and get his own thing going. It's not like he could get a job from having an actual education, since hiring someone quirkless was considered the same as hiring someone blind or deaf. Izuku had the last laugh though. Even now he chuckled a bit to himself thinking about it. "Hey kid," he heard someone on his right say, before he was pulled into a damp alley and grabbed by the neck. "What are you doing here?" the man said mildly. He was pretty tall but skinny and he had dark hair and sharp teeth, so he kinda resembled a vampire. This guy should totally try cosplaying. Izuku smiled and was about to give him a sassy reply when the guy lost his patience. "I asked you a question," he snarled, and then his teeth grew and his hair seemed longer. The nails at his throat also became longer and sharper. "How interesting." "Let me guess," Izuku said, "transformation type quirk that rapidly increases keratin." The villain blinked. "Cares what now?" Izuku rolled his eyes. "Keratin," he said slowly, "hair, nails." The villain looked as confused as ever, so Izuku decided to throw him a bone. "It's a protein that found in your vertebrates, but you probably wouldn't know what that is if you're trying to rob a 15-year-old. It took the villain a bit of time to catch up with the insult, but when he did he bared his teeth in a snarl. "You little dash." He was about to probably bite him, rip out his throat or something else fun, but Izuku didn't want to wait around for that, so he just grabbed the villain's wrist. The villain flinched away and fell on his butt, which wasn't very hygienic since someone most likely had said there recently, just going by smell. He looked up at Izuku with wide eyes. He smiled down at the villain, brandishing long canines. There was a reason he sometimes took these routes after all, and that expression, that shocked and fearful expression, was what he lived for. Good to see the villains desperate for once. If they like to take victims, then they should consider the possibility that someone more powerful would make them their victim, and that's what Izuku did. It was a kind of hobby for him, if you would. Since he had given up the dream of becoming a hero years ago. That goal had been lost when he realized just who he was. Entering the hero scene was off the table, not like he wanted to become a hero anymore anyways. Heroes were overrated, most of them just became heroes for the fame and money, not to mention power. It was all very corrupt to be honest, and he was content with this. This was fun. Playing the little defenseless quirkless kid, the perfect bait, just for him to bite back. Izuku laughed. This never gets old. Izuku might not be quirkless as people thought, but the truth was so much worse. Chapter text. Izuku had always known that society was F-ed. Of course people weren't created equal and all, some got stronger quirks than others and some got quirks that was just ridiculous to look at, like the guy from his class that could pop his eyeballs out of his sockets. Izuku would actually rather be quirkless. If he had to have freaky eyes to be accepted, then he would rather not. Honestly, some quirks were downright useless when push came to shove. And they bullied him for being quirkless? This world really was it. Currently, he was on his way to school, and despite everything he was in a good mood. He briefly thought back to the guy yesterday. After he had stolen his quirk, he had knocked the guy out and taken his memories of the encounter, a very convenient quirk he had stolen a few months ago. He had then headed home, after he got rid of the quirk to a passing pedestrian. He had to appear quirkless after all. He chuckled to himself when he thought about how the guy would react to realizing he had a second quirk. He would probably just assume that it was a late quirk manifestation, but his expression would definitely be golden. The shittiness from yesterday had mostly disappeared after he had fallen into bed after getting home and not shown sign of life for over 10 hours. The weather was also nice. The trees' branches were overflowing with pink blossoms, the sky was blue and the sun was shining. Hard to be in a bad mood, but not impossible, and Kaken was probably about to help prove that when he made it to the bloody school. So you could understand why he stopped to spectate when he saw a gigantic rat on the train tracks. It was like a very big rat. Obviously transformation quirk, he probably wasn't that size usually. The change would probably be triggered by distress or something, like a defense mechanism. Death Arms was the first hero on site. He caught a big metal beam that the villain had pushed onto the street. Then Backdraft was there and made a perimeter. Izuku thought as he turned towards the fight. Could be fun. Izuku approached the crowd of people gathered behind Backdraft and overheard two men talking. But man, turning into a monster's an amazing quirk. The other guy turned to him. What did he do? He stole someone's bag and went out of control when he was cornered. So I was right, Izuku thought smugly. A quirk like that and he's a bag snatcher? The other man replied, sounding unimpressed. Indeed, he could have probably joined a gang or something. Muscle like that was probably not something you'd come across every day, and no doubt people would be interested. He heard another guy apologizing into his phone because he couldn't make it to work in time because of the rat. Then a group of girls at the front of the crowd began squealing, announcing the Wood Hero's presence. Kamui went straight at the rat guy, who screamed at him to get away. The bloody big idiot probably hadn't seen this coming when he'd woken up this morning. SCKS for him. Just when the wood guy was about to launch his chain prison attack, a gigantic lady with purple horns kicked the villain right off the tracks, and Kamui was left standing there awkwardly. A new hero, huh? Izuku perked up. He had made it a habit to make profiles of every hero out there and had filled a lot of notebooks with that knowledge. Empty Lady's quirk was powerful but also clumsy. She couldn't use it while in big crowds, and even then she might be too big to be able to corner a villain properly if that villain was fast. She was probably best at fighting bigger opponents like the rat guy, but the damage caused to the surroundings could be severe. A pleasure to make your butt-quaintance, the big lady said, winking. Izuku cringed and turned around, having seen enough. He walked the rest of the way to Aldra Junior High in relative peace, but as he entered the school that peace was broken. So much bloody noise. And some even stared at him as he passed. He just gave them deadpan looks and moved on. First class was homeroom. The teacher came waltzing in with a stack of papers, his blonde hair combed back to show off his receding hairline. He smiled wide and greeted the class on his way to the podium. Since you're all third years, he started, it's time for you to think seriously about your future. I'll pass out handouts for your future plans now, but... He picked up the papers from the podium dramatically and smirked. You're all... He threw the handouts behind him. Pretty much planning to go to the hero course, right? The class exploded, and by exploded he meant they all started showing off their quirks, half of which were not at all suited for hero work if he were to be honest. What are long fingers, detachable eyeballs and a very thick neck gonna do against a villain? Izuku rolled his eyes and crossed his arms. These bloody idiots. Teach. Kaken started. Don't lump us all in the same group. I'm not gonna be stuck at the bottom with the rest of these rejects. As the rest of the class started protesting, Izuku tried to hide his laughter in his sleeve. The teacher didn't comment on Kaken's trashy attitude, just looked down at his board. Oh, if I remember correctly, you want to go to UA High, right, Bakugo? The class erupted in whispers. U.A? That national school? It was in the top 0.2% this year, you know. Their acceptance rate's always really low, too. That's exactly why you guys are just extras. Kaken said loudly and jumped up on his desk. The next half-minute was filled with his narcissistic rambling. Izuku just sat back and looked at the others stare at him with a mix of awe, jealousy, and irritation. The teacher eventually got Kaken to sit back down and went on with the class. Izuku spent the rest of the time staring blankly out the window. He had already chosen a good enough high school that focused on nerdy subjects, a place perfect for him really. He could learn to do code and learn a lot in the scientific subjects so he could become an engineer. Or he could at least get his degree. Getting a job on the other hand, while pretending to be quirkless was a whole other problem for future Izuku. He sat through the rest of the day, bored out of his mind, but then the bell rung after the last class and Kaken came over with 2 of his extras. So, he asked, looking down his nose at Izuku. Have you found a place that is willing to take in someone as useless as you? Izuku tilted his head back, still seated, and lifted a brow. Yeah, your point. Kaken shrugged. I was just thinking how you'd get anybody to accept your application. Shouldn't it be marked with a big red, useless, on it? Izuku sighed. Yeah, you know you're right, he said as he stood and picked up his bag. I'll make sure to write, Bakugo Katsuki says I'm useless and you should totally listen to him because he's the loudest in any room on the front page. Izuku gave them a wave. I'll leave first, so have a great rest of your day. He didn't even care to stick around, just left and went on his merry way. Stupid BS, he grumbled to himself as he exited through the front gates. Now Izuku was just on his way home minding his own bloody business when a villain tried taking over his body. It was daytime so Izuku tried to run but the nasty sewer villain grabbed him and stuffed some of his sewer body in Izuku's mouth. In his mouth. It was beyond disgusting and Izuku couldn't bloody well breathe. The villain was saying something but Izuku couldn't hear it because of the rushing in his ears. Great, Izuku thought, either I take his quirk or I die. But if he took the villain's quirk somebody could have noticed and then Izuku would be in big trouble. Just when Izuku was about to say F it, somebody with a ridiculous hairstyle jumped out of the sewer. It's alright now, young man. The guy boomed and Izuku felt mortified. Hanji All Might had come to save him. How embarrassing. But now he could just play the victim and not lift a finger. At least that was something. I am here. The poster boy took his time to yell instead of getting on with it. Izuku rolled his eyes. Yeah, All Might, we know you are pretty hard to miss, you know. Izuku's vision blurred as All Might finally got a move on. He was about to pass out, in front of the number 1. Great. Then All Might literally blasted the sewer villain and Izuku for that matter. Izuku landed on the road and closed his eyes. Then he felt something big pat his cheek. Hey. He dashed. Izuku opened his eyes and glared at Almighty. Could you maybe not? Oh good. Almighty boomed and straightened. Glad you're okay. Why did this guy always sound so overenergetic? Izuku sighed and sat up. Guess that was part of the number 1 job. Sorry about getting you caught up in my villain fighting, he said with a smile. Izuku gave him a deadpan look. Yeah, you better be sorry. I don't usually make mistakes like this. You probably do, you arrogant fool. But I was in high spirits on my day off in a new place. Why should I care? He then laughed. But you were a big help. Thanks. I wasn't, that was the point. I captured him safely. You call that safe? Izuku didn't react like a normal person, and by a normal person he meant the type that would scream and demand an autograph or something. Izuku just got to his feet and listened to All Might's chatter. Well, I need to take this guy to the police, he said when Izuku just stood there. See you again on the other side of the screen. How pretentious could this guy be? Really? Izuku said as sarcastically as possible, but his sarcasm went completely unnoticed. But the daft number 1. Pros are constantly fighting enemies and time, he said as he stretched. And time, huh? That was interesting. Izuku already knew of All Might's fight with All for One 5 years ago and knew that the hero had sustained a lot of damage. Could All Might be dying? Doesn't look like it. Then he wouldn't be able to use his quirk, so perhaps he is losing the ability to handle his own quirk. Maybe him running out of time has something to do with his quirk. Him losing his quirk was much more credible. His quirk probably had a time limit now. It was an interesting theory that Izuku may or may not look into in the future if he got bored. Well then, All Might jumped into the sky, but annoyingly enough Izuku could still hear him when he said, "I'm counting on your continued support." Izuku rolled his eyes again. "You'll have to look elsewhere for that." Izuku shrugged and went on his merry way again. Save the world with a fearless smile? You're right. Now what he hadn't expected was meeting the bloody sewer villain again, and seeing that it had taken Kaken. Was All Might really that incompetent at his job so that he accidentally released the villain again? Death Arms was there with 2 other heroes already, trying to punch a liquid villain, which one could imagine would be a great success. "Don't come near me," the villain yelled threateningly, surrounded by fire. When had that happened? Kaken tried pulling himself from the villain. "I won't let sewage like this swallow me. You little dash." First of all, the villain wasn't little, and second, the massive explosions he set off did nothing at all. Great job, Kaken. It looked like the villain became stronger when he took over someone with a strong quirk and with Kaken's explosive temper. Then Me Lady showed up, but as Izuku had predicted, she didn't work well with small spaces. Kamui rescued Kaken's 2 followers and some other civilians who were too close to the villain. The heroes were scrambling, not knowing what to do. Izuku pulled out his phone and took a pic of Kaken, who was literally in the villain's face. This was hilarious. He had to mask his laughter, a coughing in his shirt. Kaken was probably suffocating like Izuku had been, but he would probably be out of there soon enough, if the heroes would just do their bloody job. But they weren't. Oh, for F's sake. Now he felt bad for laughing. Maybe he could just play it off as being stupid if he went to help. Just looking at it made him want to GG. The fact that All Might hadn't showed up yet proved that Izuku had been right, again. It really was a curse being this smart. So that meant no help from there, and Kaken was still in the villain while the heroes just watched helplessly. Kaken screamed. Izuku put down his bag, pulled out a standard black mask that covered his face from his nose, just in case the villain got any ideas, and ran through the crowd. "Idiot, stop!" Death Arms yelled, but Izuku ignored him. Izuku grabbed a half-burnt crate filled with some half-burnt fruit and threw it at the villain, before the villain could recover Izuku through some other random stuff he found. He jumped on top of the villain and grabbed Kaken. The villain might be liquid, but Kaken wasn't. Izuku smirked when he had successfully pulled Kaken out before the villain could attack him more with Kaken's quirk. "Why are you here?" Kaken yelled. Izuku just glared at him. "To save your sorry butt." He then pushed Kaken off the villain with a bit too much strength than a skinny quirkless kid should have. Whatever. He saw Kaken's eyes widen as he fell, but fortunately Death Arms caught him. Izuku leaned down. "Listen here, you stinky sheet. Put me down and get the F out of here, or I'm gonna make sure you regret being born." He pulled down his mask and smiled at the villain, his thumb right over one of the villain's eyes. "Got it?" The villain nodded and detached himself from Izuku. He used the villain's teeth as a ramp to jump and landed on his feet. The villain retreated quickly into the sewer and was gone. Izuku looked behind him at the stunned crowd and heroes. Kaken was sitting on the ground glaring at everything and everyone like they had personally wronged him. He rolled his eyes and went to grab his bag when Death Arms and Kamui Woods blocked his path. "I'm not sure what I just saw, but that definitely looked like vigilantism," Kamui said. "Yes, we'll have to take you in, kid," Death Arms agreed. "What is vigilantism?" Izuku asked. "What is the definition?" The heroes looked confused, but Kamui still answered. "Using your quirk illegally to fight villains?" He said it like he was unsure. Izuku shrugged. "I'm quirkless, so technically I haven't done anything to break the law." Oh god, their expressions made it 100% worth it. Izuku pulled out his phone and took a quick selfie with the dumbfounded heroes and slipped away before they could say anything else. Katsuki was said. He was so mad that he didn't know what to do. Deku had saved him. Of all people, he had run right up to the sludge villain with an expression that Katsuki had never seen him wear, and pulled him out of there while the heroes just watched. It was infuriating. And then he just left like it was nothing. A few heroes and reporters had gathered around Katsuki and were praising him for being a weakling. A weakling who got himself captured and used by a villain. "Do you know the student who pulled you out?" a reporter asked, a camera shoved up to his face. Katsuki snapped, he's just a useless nobody. He practically growled and stood up. He had to find Deku and tell him right. He didn't owe these extras anything. One of the heroes, the skinny one with the beak, even had the audacity to say that he wanted Katsuki as his sidekick. Yeah, like I'm gonna be anyone's sidekick. Bloody extra didn't know what he was talking about. Katsuki hadn't been saved, he hadn't needed Deku to step in at all. He had been fine without his help. Deku was wrong. Deku wasn't better than Katsuki, Katsuki was the best, he had always been the best, and Deku had always been Deku. It didn't matter that he had suddenly changed attitude a few years ago, he was still useless. This was probably an elaborate joke the universe was playing on him. Deku couldn't be better than him, just because he had helped him out didn't mean he was better. Deku is looking down at you. He thinks he's better. You're weak. Even a quirkless kid is stronger than you. No. Katsuki shook his head violently. That wasn't right. Katsuki was strong. He was strong enough to help himself. Deku just didn't know it. When he finally caught up with the nerd, he was out of breath. Deku, he yelled as he ran the last distance. The other teen turned to him, his turquoise hair ruffled as it always was. He gave Katsuki an unimpressed one-over and pet a brow at him, as if to ask what he wanted. Katsuki caught his breath and gritted his teeth, rage simmering under his skin. I never asked you for help, he yelled, looking down at his clenched fists. And you didn't help me, he looked up again, got it? I was fine by myself, you're a dash. Are you sure about that? Deku interrupted. He looked slightly bemused, which angered Katsuki further. Who did Deku think he was? You looked like you needed help though, didn't you? Deku wore a thoughtful look. That villain was choking you, using you, you're right that you didn't ask for my help, but you got it, so shut up and be grateful. Deku glared at him and Katsuki didn't know what to say. He was so angry he was shaking. Don't look down on me, he yelled at Deku, you dim nerd. Deku just shrugged and started walking again. Whatever you say, Kaken, hope to see you never. He gave Katsuki a wave over his shoulder, and Katsuki didn't know what to do. So instead of doing something stupid like punching Deku, he turned around and cursed Deku all the way home. So let me get this straight, Tsukachi said as he pinched the bridge of his nose. You're saying an allegedly quirkless kid saved the hostage from the slug villain while you heroes were standing by uselessly? Kamui rubbed his neck awkwardly. Well, yeah, that's what we're saying. And that same kid slipped through your fingers before you got a name? Death Arms nodded solemnly, while Kamui just said, afraid so. Tsukachi sighed. Can you at least give a description of him? Maybe he goes to the same school as the victim, or else we'll just have to ask, was it Bakugo Katsuki? If he knows him. The two heroes nodded. He had light blue-greenish hair, Death Arms started. More like turquoise, Kamui added. Death Arms nodded. Yeah, and he had green eyes, I think they were darker than his hair at least. Anything else? Tsukachi asked. Well, he was fast, Kamui offered, like really fast and generally just agile. If he hadn't said he was agile, I would have thought he had some kind of enhancing quirk. He could definitely jump higher than the average teenager. Interesting, Tsukachi thought, but why hadn't the kid stayed around? Normally this sort of thing was open and shut in a couple of minutes, and if he really was quirkless? Are we sure that he wasn't just lying? He might have a quirk he's hiding. Death Arms shrugged. Maybe, but I don't think that is the case. It just seemed like he was a strong kid. Tsukachi nodded. I'll see if I can figure out his identity anyway, and check the files for any quirk. He then looked at the heroes and nodded to them. You can go now. Kamui stretched and sighed. Great, it's been a really long day. Death Arms patted him on the back. You'll get used to it in no time, good work. The two heroes took off and Tsukachi was left to search. First he checked out the school where the Bakugo kid goes to, Aldra Junior High. And as if the gods had listened to his prayers for sleep, the answer was ridiculously simple. Because when he looked over the students in that class there was only one boy with turquoise hair, Midoriya Izuku. He didn't really look like much, but Tsukachi knew that appearances could deceive. Still hard to imagine that this skinny kid who was glaring at the camera had charged at a villain. Tsukachi ran his name in the database and came up with his file. As the heroes had said, he was marked as quirkless. In that case, he technically hadn't committed a crime and they couldn't charge him with anything. It wasn't often that you saw someone exploit that loophole though. But he had to give the kid credit, he was brave to do what he did. When Izuku finally made it home, he was ready to just fall into bed for hours. Being around people really drained him. "Izuku, is that you?" his mom called. Izuku trudged to the living room with the same energy of a dead battery. "Hey Mom," he said as he poked his head in. His mom was sitting on the couch, a blanket around her with a book. She smiled lovingly when she saw Izuku. "Hi honey, are you hungry? I'll make some food in a bit." Izuku nodded. "Great Mom, I'll just go lie down for a bit." His mom just smiled and said that she'd call him when the food was ready. She was probably silently judging him for acting like an 80-year-old but was nice enough to not comment. "That's what I would have done though," Izuku thought to himself as he dragged himself to his room, threw his bag on the floor and fell into bed. Izuku groaned into his pillow. He really didn't like being awake. Having his eyes open all the time seemed like so much work right now. He decided to doze for a bit, but he must have fallen asleep for real, since he first woke up when his mother shook him gently. He woke with a start, sat straight up and knocked his head against Inko's face. "Ow!" He plopped back down on his bed. His mother stood above him, rubbing her forehead. "Good morning to you," she said with laughter in her voice. "Food is almost ready." Izuku nodded. "All right, I'll be out." His mom left and he used the next minutes to try to motivate himself to get up. Then he heard a knock at the door, and his mom yelled to him if he could get it. Izuku groaned and got up. He opened the door, thinking it would be their neighbor looking for their cat again, but instead it was a tall man with white hair and yellow eyes that gave Izuku pause. The man was looking at him critically and Izuku smiled sheepishly. "Hey Dad." The man took in a deep calming breath. "What the F dash, child?" he asked, sounding as done as Izuku on a Monday morning. Hisashi shouldn't have been surprised when he had seen the news footage. To be honest, he had expected something like this, but not quite so soon. He had told Izuku to be careful about how he acted. He knew it was unfair of him to ask his son to conceal his quirk, but he couldn't afford to be found, and if Izuku's quirk came to light, people would begin to question where it had come from. He had prepared in case Izuku made a mistake and revealed his quirk, but he hadn't been expecting what he had seen. In the video, he had seen his son run right up to a villain and rescue his classmate. Izuku hadn't even used his quirk, but he definitely didn't act quirkless. To everyone else, it would seem like he either had a quirk to fall back on or like he was insanely stupid. Hisashi had even dropped his fifth coffee of the day on the floor, his favorite mug shattering into pieces, and he had continued to stare dumbly at his son. Something like this would probably get people talking in the underbelly of society, and if word made it to the biggest villain of their time, dear old dad, Hisashi thought bitterly, then Izuku would be in danger. "Are you kidding me?" he had yelled, his voice echoing in his bunker as the hastily taken video played on repeat. It had already gone viral and there were threads of comments where people wondered who the kid was. Unfortunately, that kid was his. Tough luck, the time had come earlier than he would have liked, but there was nothing he could do about it. He would have to go back to Mizutofu and talk to Inko. Hopefully she wouldn't be completely opposed to what Hisashi had in mind. He took out his work phone and messaged his broker that he wouldn't be able to take any more jobs for a while. He then grabbed his keys and hauled butt back home. Him and Izuku were definitely overdue on some father-son time. "I know what you might think, Izuku said, raising his hands in an attempt at placating the very annoyed man who was his father. "But I didn't use my quirk." His dad sighed. "I bloody well know that, Izuku. I saw the DMN footage." Izuku gulped. "It was recorded?" Hisashi looked really annoyed as he flicked Izuku's forehead. "Yeah, it was, and even though you didn't use your quirk, you used your training." Izuku smiled apologetically. "I know it was stupid, but Kaken was choking and apparently All Might is a weakling and the heroes weren't doing anything." He protested to no avail. His father didn't look any more convinced. "Izuku!" His mom called from the kitchen. "Who is at the door?" He saw his father perk up at his mother's voice and tried not to snicker. The small sound that he made didn't escape his father anyways. He shot a weak glare at his son. "We'll talk later, but after dinner go pack some stuff. It's time to complete your training." Izuku shrugged as his dad passed by him and closed the door. He followed Hisashi to the kitchen. Inko was standing with her back to them, humming to herself. It never got old to see the loving expression on his father's otherwise hardened face when he saw Inko. It seemed that the man had a soft spot his mother. Izuku punched him lightly and gestured at his mother. Hisashi nodded and cleared his throat. Inko? It truly was a shame that they couldn't be together more often, Izuku thought as they locked eyes. Inko beamed and ran into his father's arms. Hisashi! What a lovely surprise! When did you come back to Japan? Hisashi was smiling, Inko was smiling. It was way too loving and caring to Izuku's taste, but it was still nice that his parents loved each other. They really looked like opposites though, his mother with her colorful hair and his father with his colorless hair. Not to mention that Inko looked just as happy and optimistic as Hisashi looked angry and irritated. I just came back a few hours ago, but I had some business to take care of before coming here. Business that probably had nothing at all to do with the sludge stuck to the soles of his shoes, Izuku thought smugly. His father had probably gone to have a word with a certain sewer villain. Well, sit down, eat. Inko said pleasantly as she rushed them to the dinner table. Hisashi sat down at the head of the table that usually just stood empty while Inko grabbed some more cutlery and tableware. Izuku sat down a bit awkwardly. When are you gonna tell her then? He asked. Hisashi groaned. I have no bloody idea. She seems really happy. So how am I gonna tell her? His father said in despair. Izuku chuckled. His father was unnaturally soft for a person in his line of work. Well, it's not like I'm going to be gone forever, Izuku said with a shrug. His dad looked at him as if to say, well obviously but that doesn't matter, and buried his head in his hands. A bit dramatic, not gonna lie. Good thing I don't have someone I love like that. His mother came over with the last pan, this one containing rice, and Izuku finally realized that it was katsudon. It was like all his worries and troubles were washed away as his mouth flooded with salvia. Yes, he thought as he filled his plate and began digging in. He was too preoccupied with choking himself on the food that he didn't at first realize when his father began talking. Best that I teach him to defend himself properly, just in case? His mom looked a bit troubled and she was fidgeting. Hisashi looked like it hurt him a bit to say it, big softer really. Izuku also didn't want to leave his mother alone, but if it meant getting out of school for a while then say less. You always knew the risk, Inko. If all for one learns about Izuku and he isn't able to fight then, he let the last bit hang in the air. It will only be for a couple of months, Hisashi continued. I'll protect him until he can protect himself, I promise. Inko laid her hand on her husband's. I know you will, honey, and I think it's a good idea. More importantly though, she said and turned to Izuku. What the hell were you doing? She didn't yell, but she didn't need to yell. She sounded pretty mad without having to raise her voice. Oh boy, I'm an idiot. Izuku thought to himself, shrinking back in his chair. I know it was stupid, he admitted, but I can't bloody well do anything about it now, can I? His parents looked at him like they were ready to off themselves, but he just smiled innocently and stood up. I'll just go pack, he said as he backed out of the room. Going by how tough last time had been, these next couple of months were probably gonna be shitty as hell, since it was most likely gonna be harder. By a lot probably. My life, and that's why you don't rescue angry blondes. Deku didn't come to school the next day, he didn't come to school for the week either, and it annoyed the hell out of Katsuki. Where was that diamond nerd? Did he think that he was better than all the other extras? That he didn't need an education? Did he think he was better than Katsuki? Some of the extras were saying that maybe he had killed himself or something, which Katsuki found absurd. Deku never gave up, that was something he had learned back when they were kids. The nerd was as persistent as he was annoying, and he couldn't imagine Deku ever doing something like killing himself. Katsuki took his feet off the table and grabbed his bag. He was gonna find that nerd and figure out what was going on. He trudged up to the teacher's desk. Oi, where's Deku? He asked, a bit less aggressively than he would to others. The man might be an idiot, but he was still Katsuki's teacher, sensei, whatever. The man looked up at him and gave a friendly smile. Bakugo! Are you doing all right? Do you need anything? Katsuki huffed. Do you know where Deku is? He said again, growing impatient. Oh, Izuku? The teacher frowned. I think he dropped out. What? He dropped out. He half yelled, "Why'd he go do that?" The teacher shrugged. "I have none in the slightest. Was there anything else you needed help with?" Katsuki practically growled at him and stormed off. Did that nerd really think that he could do that? Katsuki decided that he was going to get to the bottom of this, find the nerd and demand that he tell Katsuki what the hell he was thinking. He ditched the extras who always followed him around, saying he had something to do, and then he trudged all the way over to Deku's house or apartment, whatever. Katsuki reminded himself to act with some semblance of politeness, since Inko was friends with the hag, before he knocked. "I'm coming," somebody called from inside, as Katsuki heard steps and then the nerd's mother opened the door. "Oh Katsuki! What a nice surprise. If you're here for Izuku then dash." Katsuki pet his head. "Where is he anyway?" he interrupted. "He hasn't been to school for a week." Inko looked surprised for a second, then she smiled sadly. "Oh, he's gone to live with his father in America, for a bit. He'll probably be back in time to start high school." Katsuki was left gaping. America, some months later. "Why are we doing this again?" Izuku complained, as he tried to keep up with his father. It had gotten easier, as he had been steadily building up muscle for some time now, but it's still essy. His father turned his head to look at him fondly from the rocky perch he stood on. "It's good practice, Izuku, and these daily walks clear the head from a day inside." Izuku scoffed. "Walks? Are you kidding me? Are you really calling a 5-mile-long trek through the mountains a walk?" At that point he wanted to murder his father. Committing patricide, or whatever it's called, sounded really appealing then. He had literally fallen off a cliff on one of their walks, and gotten chased by a bear and broken a rib and so on and so on. These walks were a never-ending story of misery. It took hours and they did it every bloody day, after an already full day of training indoors. They scaled cliffs and dug their way through snow and mud. Father-son time, as Hisashi liked to call it, was Izuku's favorite time of the day. Izuku slipped and fell headfirst into the snow. Or maybe not. "It is a walk, Izuku," his father called above the wind, "and if your mom asks, it was definitely 100% safe." Izuku laughed. "Yeah, no, I'm gonna tell her you tried to kill me, see if you survive that, old man." Hisashi huffed a cloud of flames. "Your mother is a very kind and gentle woman, Izuku. She wouldn't hurt me." An uncertain look overtook his face. "Well, she probably wouldn't kill me, at least." "Well, we're almost back anyway," he then said and picked up the pace. Izuku groaned, but his father ignored him. "I'm pretty sure your almost doesn't match my almost," he called. "And how does this even bloody help? Do you really think All for One is gonna threaten me with long walks in the wilderness?" Hisashi sighed. "Going by my childhood, then it's possible. You never know with that man, and I have to prepare you for everything." "Why prepare me for everything? Why train me like a bloody super soldier if potentially I'll not get to use those skills?" It didn't make sense. I could go all my life without All for One having an inkling about it. All for One would probably keep doing what he was doing for long after my death without even knowing I had existed. That was a depressing thought, since his grandfather was in the visual state of a mushed potato, or so he had heard. Live and die without doing anything. What kind of life was that? Always looking over your shoulder for an enemy who didn't even know he existed. Izuku dragged himself the rest of the way to the compound. The first time he had done this, he had marveled at the view and the sheer size and beauty of their surroundings. Made them seem like insignificant ants, but who cared anyways? Not Izuku. He just wanted to fall into bed and eat some of those rotten beans that seemed to be the only thing in abundance at the compound. He shed all his outer layers as soon as he got inside and hung them up to dry on the racks. "You hungry?" his father asked as Izuku passed him. Izuku shrugged. "Yeah, whatever," he said, waving his hand. "Your cooking is shit though." "I don't think heating instant ramen can be considered cooking," Hisashi pointed out helpfully. "That just proves my point further." Izuku shot back and slammed his bedroom door and fell into bed, asleep before he even touched the pillow. This was really becoming a habit for him. Not that he got much rest since his dad woke him up about 20 minutes later. And by woke him up, he means he got kicked off the bed by his loving father. Izuku groaned. The floor was really cold. "Was that necessary?" he asked and looked up. Hisashi handed him a bowl. "I had my hands full," he used as an excuse. Izuku glared at him. The father figure really fits you, you know, he said sarcastically. Hisashi narrowed his eyes at his son, slurping some noodles into his mouth. I didn't really have the best example to follow, you know, having the number one villain as your dad wasn't exactly what one would call an ordinary childhood. Yeah, Izuku said, drawing out the word, sure, then started digging in. After a while of them just eating, Izuku thinking and Hisashi not thinking at all, Izuku figured that he would ask the question he had been itching to ask. So, he started, swiping the back of his hand over his mouth. Dad, I've been meaning to ask. What was your mother's quirk? Hisashi swallowed a mouthful of noodles and soup, looking thoughtful. I think it was a weak healing quirk or something, I can't really remember. Who did you get the fire-breathing quirk from then? Hisashi paused his search for the noodles who were probably waiting in the bottom of the bowl. I was actually born quirkless, Hisashi confessed. The fire-breathing quirk belonged to one of my father's associates, but then the dragon, as he called himself, did something that All for One didn't like, so he gave the quirk of one of the most dangerous criminals in the underground to his quirkless son. Okay, wow, that was interesting. Izuku was left speechless. What did you even say to that? I'm sorry? A lot of people had told him sorry while thinking he was quirkless. He decided to just say, okay then. Izuku still wanted to know what had happened between his father and grandfather and how his father had ended up a bloody mercenary, but that could wait to another day, since all they really had out here was time to train and beans to eat. And snow, of course, there was an abundance of that. Izuku and Hisashi had made a bet. To motivate him, or whatever, the bet was that they would stop trekking through the mountains daily when Izuku beat Hisashi in close combat. With no weapons, he had to get his father knocked down. To be honest, it didn't go all that well in the beginning. It was mostly just him getting his butt handed to him. But then he got a few punches in and then he got his father on the defensive. It was satisfying getting better and closer to his goal, but in the meantime he was stuck with the extra calming exercise, as his father put it. Sorry to say, but it wasn't very calming to get dragged down the mountain in an avalanche, trying not to get killed. His dad sure had some weird opinions on what was fun to do. But fine, he would go along with what the old goat wanted. That description was actually fairly accurate since his father literally had yellow eyes and white hair, or at least that was what Izuku thought. But as he said, he was getting stronger and taller. Apparently he had hit his growth spurt in the mountains. His dad seemed to become less of a looming figure as the months passed, and the goal to beat him didn't seem so unreachable anymore. In the meantime, they had fallen into a routine of training while also getting closer. They had never known each other that well, since Hisashi hadn't been there for most of his childhood and just being constantly busy. He didn't really hold it against Hisashi though. He could understand how it would be complicated to settle down with a family while constantly being on the run. So Izuku didn't mind getting to know him. His father was actually okay. He was a very collected and hardworking person, but he didn't take anything too serious, which was the best about him. Izuku really detested people who made a big deal out of small technicalities. They almost had the same humor. His father's were just sometimes a bit cringe and outdated, but that was just a given. The man does spend most of his time in a bunker on the top of a mountain. But despite what he sometimes said, Hisashi really cared for him and his mother for that matter. He had a picture of her on his desk and probably more in his room. Izuku wouldn't be surprised at least. Just the fact that he had taken off work for this long to train Izuku was downright touching when you took into consideration how big of a workaholic he is. All this training, of course, was what led to his most recent success. Because on day 247, yes, Izuku has counted the days, even made tallies on his wall like if he were in prison because why not? He finally knocked his father to the floor. It was so bloody satisfying to see the shock in his eyes when he hit the mat hard, and then the pride in his eyes after he had processed that Izuku had just flipped him. Izuku laughed breathlessly. "Take that, Dad," he said and stuck out his tongue. Hisashi chuckled and got to his feet. "You finally got me, problem child," he said and ruffled Izuku's hair. "You bet I did. No more bloody walks." Hisashi got a sad look in his eyes. "You won the bet fair and square, so I'll give you that, but can I convince you to go to the top of the mountain with me one last time? It can be in celebration that you never have to do it again." Izuku was sitting on the ground panting and victorious. He nodded to his father. "Yes, sure, but just this once. This is not becoming a tradition." The sun was slowly setting as they trekked up the mountain for, supposedly, the last time. His steps felt lighter than they had ever before, and for once he fully enjoyed the walk. He could navigate much better now, so he didn't slip and fall. His thighs didn't even ache by the time they reached the top. The wind was cold up here and it whipped around them, but Izuku didn't mind it. He sat down on a rocky outcrop and looked down the way they had come. It really was beautiful. The mountain was thousands of feet and at the foot lay a big glittering lake. His father sat down next to him with a sigh. It really is something, huh? Izuku clicked his tongue. You should take mom here sometime. Hisashi smiled. Yeah, she'd like that. His father then turned to Izuku. I think your training is coming to an end. You are almost as good as me now. Izuku frowned and looked away, the wind tearing long strands of his hair out from the knot he had it in. It had grown a lot since he had come here and he hadn't bothered to cut it. And he sure as hell wasn't letting his father within a feet of him with a pair of scissors. Yeah, no way. This was so I could defend myself if he finds me, wasn't it? He asked and saw his father nod from the corner of his eye. But what if he wasn't a threat anymore? Izuku continued, not looking at his father. We could be a family, you wouldn't have to live on this mountain. He voiced the thought that had plagued him for weeks. No years. I'm sure All Might will defeat him eventually. His father said. Izuku shook his head. I don't think he can. All Might's quirk has a time limit now. Hisashi turned to him with a shocked expression and Izuku continued. The sludge villain attacked me first in a very secluded area. All Might showed up and captured him, but the idiot must have accidentally let the villain go, but he didn't show up to correct his mistake. Time limit, Hisashi mumbled. In that case he must have sustained some real damage during his last fight with All for One. It is entirely possible. I mean, All for One isn't the #1 villain for anything. Izuku nodded. Yeah, he was a bit nervous to pose his next question, but it had to be said. What if I destroyed All for One? To be honest, it was more of a statement than a question. He had thought about it a lot since he'd come to this mountain. Hisashi grabbed his shoulders in a tight grip. Izuku, no, you can't. Izuku shrugged off his grip angrily. I can, that's the bloody point. There's no one better than me for this. Hisashi glared at him. He practically growled in frustration. That's not your rotting job. Let the bloody heroes deal with the villain. Do you want to be with mom or not? Izuku snapped. It's only gonna happen if All for One is out of the picture and you know it. Fighting him is what I've trained for. I can do it. Hisashi sighed. I know you're strong. You've been keeping me on my toes for days already. Not to mention you have the quirk for it. But I don't want you to do it. Your mom would kill me. His voice was losing the conviction. He knew Izuku was right. When I return to Mizudafu, take mom here. You can't honestly think I'll let you face him alone, his father said pointedly. I do. You'll protect mom, and I'll take down All for One. If you don't, I won't be able to focus solely on him. I'll worry for mom too. His father looked pained, like he had been looking for a reason that proved that it was a bad idea but had come up with nothing. After a few long moments he sighed and nodded slowly. Yeah, okay, fine, but then I have some more things I have to show you. He smiled sharply at Izuku, and Izuku saw, maybe for the first time, the side of him that was the vicious mercenary Citron. Izuku looked out at the setting sun and smiled. Now he just needed to figure out how the hell he was going to kill the #1 villain. But that was a problem for later. After they had returned to the compound, the real training had begun. It was much more intense and exhausting, but in the end it was worth it. His father sped through teaching him how to use a gun, wield knives in close range and long range, and use a bow staff. He did have a strong quirk, but the wise words his father had bestowed upon him, "It would be bloody stupid to only rely on your quirk, you idiot," were right. He also had to collect some quirks before he could properly use it. Not to mention he had to learn how to use the quirks. Some of the quirks he had stolen before had come to him naturally, but some others had him returning it as fast as he could. Yeah, I'm talking about you, guy with scaly skin quirk that had made me itch for days. He knew that, morally or ethically, stealing quirks were a bad thing, but then again, there were some people who just shouldn't have quirks. He would have to find some villains to take from, and if he had to he could maybe borrow quirks. Izuku shook his head at himself. Yeah, right, like anyone would willingly give up their quirk. That's fine, he knew no one would be lining up to help him, But whatever, then he just had to roam the streets at night like he used to and hope to catch a villain in the act. Hopefully someone with a useful quirk. He knew that when he began collecting quirks there were probably going to be more than a few people who picked up on it. All for one's enemies and allies. That was going to be fun, he thought. So to put it simply, the sheet he was planning was dangerous and a bit suicidal. He would be surrounded by potential enemies until he had defeated all for one. But as the optimist he was, he tried to look at the bright side of things. Surprise, there isn't one. But it was good to be back. He had gotten pretty tired of his father's company and the stillness. He definitely liked the activity and noise of the city better. It had been over a month since their talk on the mountain, and Izuku had just arrived at his new base of operations. Hisashi had picked up his mom and they had shared a heartfelt, "Hello, I haven't seen you for months, goodbye, you will have to wait longer, but you have this albino of a husband to keep you company." It was really something that brought tears to one's eyes, except Izuku, who had perfected his poker intimidating face. He had to show a strong front and all that. But as he said, he had arrived at his base of operations, a medium-sized apartment with 2 rooms, bathroom, kitchen and dining living room. He was probably going to use the extra room as a armory or something since it would be a real bother to have a roommate. There was also a terrace which was nice. He had grown accustomed to fresh air and a constant breeze through the cold-as-hell compound, so of course the first thing he did was open the doors. He unpacked all his stuff, which consisted of a lot of weapons, multiple suits. His was a basic no-sleeve top with a turtleneck, cargo pants and a long jacket with dark green lining and a hood, all black and covered in flexible armor, that all made him look positively emo, which he didn't mind. The whole point was so he could blend in with the night. There were 2 holsters for guns that were hidden under the jacket, and the pants had multiple places for knives and other useful stuff like smoke bombs. He also had some leather holsters for his forearms that kinda looked like what knights would wear in old movies. His were just leather and black, of course. Now all that was left was for him to start, and what better time than the present? He had unpacked, his system was up and running, and he had even eaten. Given it was just instant ramen he had brought from the compound, but it did its job. He pulled on his outfit, that he really didn't know what to call, since he wasn't a hero or a villain or a vigilante for that matter. He didn't really know how to categorize himself, and it really didn't matter. He was a vigilante because he stopped some villains, but he could also be seen as a villain because he stole quirks. It was all very confusing, to be honest. So after mulling it over, all the way outside and onto the road, he decided he could just call it his work clothes. But that didn't make sense either because Izuku shook his head violently. It didn't bloody matter. Focus, Izuku. He perched on the corner of a building and looked over the city. The moon was high on the sky, its light almost suffocated by dark clouds. No stars were seen, probably because of light pollution. The city's lights were like gemstones in every color imaginable, from signs, traffic lights and windows. There was so much activity compared to in the mountains, so much life. He breathed it in as he crouched there. All he had to do now was wait. Apparently he didn't have to wait for too long, since about 5 minutes later he heard a scream. Izuku sprang into action and moved over the rooftops in the direction it had come from. When he met gaps that he couldn't clear by himself, he used a grappling hook. He would have to find a quirk that could help him with that later. A few villains were running through the streets and they had taken a hostage. Yeah, that was a big no-no. Izuku jumped from the roof and landed right in front of them. He pulled out his 2 guns and aimed. The tranquilizer bullets took the first one out easily. The hostage ran away crying from the now sleeping villain. The other villains noticed this and veered back, 2 hiding behind a car, and the last one dragged the guy Izuku had already knocked unconscious into an alley. Those 2 can wait. Izuku smiled and cracked his knuckles. One of the guys behind the car tried attacking him with gusts of air, which was wholly ineffective. If that quirk was a bit stronger, it could be really effective. The other guy was actually a girl and had a mutation quirk like most villains and was probably better at close combat. The discrimination against people with mutation quirks were actually really bad, and Izuku could understand why so many of them turned to villainy. Her hair seemed to be made of iron rods or something like that. Right now they were standing, so she kinda looked like a hedgehog. Izuku put his guns away and ran at them, using the car they were hiding behind as a ramp to jump over them. He turned in the air and hit ground right in front of the 2 stunned villains. The guy then blasted him away with a much stronger air manipulation quirk, and Izuku slammed into and through a storefront. Had he held out on him? The audacity! He stood up and righted the mannequin he had knocked down, though the dress sat a bit crooked now. He brushed off the shattered glass on him, apologized to the stricken store owner, and walked out the way he had come. The two villains had joined the other twin in the alley, and there were some late-night spectators now. He ignored them and pursued. "Is that a hero?" someone in the crowd asked loudly. Izuku just heard someone say no before he was out of earshot. He caught up with the villains and kicked the one with the weird hair to the ground. The others turned around, deciding that fighting would be easier than escaping. 3-on-1? How unfortunate for them. Izuku grinned and ducked as the guy with a metal helmet mask thingy lunged at him. "You know, I won't be taking that quirk either," he thought. Then he was blasted back by 5 small projectiles that had apparently come from the guy's fingers. Yeez, he couldn't seem to catch a break. He grabbed the guy's wrist and threw him to the ground and knocked him out. He then zeroed in on the guy with the quirk he wanted and charged. The guy had taken over the job of carrying their friend but dropped the other guy when Izuku approached and tried running. Izuku shot him in the foot and saw him drop. He touched his hand to the guy's exposed throat and took his quirk. Izuku would probably have better use of it, anyways. He then left the villains, not caring whether they were arrested or if they just picked themselves up and crawled back into the hole they had come from. Izuku found his way back to one of the streets, this one near abandoned. He was about to get back to the roof when he came to a stop in an alley where a mugging was happening. A guy encased in shadows was threatening another guy who looked panicked. But when the mugger demanded the guy's money, he sounded almost desperate. Maybe I should try being non-violent with this one. Izuku approached, his footsteps not sounding at all, a trick Hisashi had learned him, and came to a stop beside the mugger. He cleared his throat and the guy flinched away from him. He was wearing a mask like he had back with the sludge villain, and his hood was up so they couldn't see his face. "Hi," he greeted. "Care if I join your little gathering?" "Sitting on the roof looking for villains would be such a drag," he said, whining the last word. The mugger looked at him stupidly. "Huh?" The mugger was practically wearing rags, his clothes were worn and threadbare, not to mention all the holes. He was probably living on the street, Izuku thought. The other guy was wearing expensive flashy brands, his entire outfit just screamed wealthy, to the point where Izuku thought that it was kinda his own fault for going around in this kind of neighborhood looking like that. And no, Izuku definitely wouldn't think the same if it was RPE, instead of a mugging. That would be one of the only times one shouldn't take what he said as sarcasm. Izuku rolled his eyes and looked at the guy getting mugged, who also looked very confused. "Wow, you guys are so boring." The mugger wasn't fighting him at all. The shadows twirling around him had actually died down a bit. "Get out of here," Izuku told the other guy and pointed at the mugger. "I need a word with this one." The guy nodded and ran out of the alley. "Okay then," Izuku said and leaned against the brick wall, crossing his arms. "So what's your quirk?" The mugger looked young, but he had gray hair and bags under his eyes that could rival Hisashi's. He looked like he was 17 or maybe 16, basically just a kid, but then again, Izuku was just a kid too if you thought about it. The guy gritted his teeth. That guy was using his money carelessly in a bar a street from here. He didn't need them. "That's not what I asked." The guy looked a bit embarrassed then. "My quirk is Shadow Storm, all right?" he said angrily. "Now PS is off." Izuku hummed. "Is it just shadows or do they do anything?" The guy looked ready to slap Izuku, but he was standing between the guy and the exit, and Izuku was obviously bigger. "It's just shadows, okay?" "Shadows and a boatload of nightmares." Izuku regarded the guy. He was skinny, too skinny, and he looked like he could fall over at any moment. "You said he didn't need it," Izuku said. "Does that mean you do?" The guy flinched and took a step back. He looked at Izuku suspiciously, then let out a frustrated sound. "Yes, I do, okay? Now will you let me leave?" He started walking, but Izuku held his hand out. "What if we made a deal?" he said. Mugger guy tensed. "I don't do that anymore, so if Izuku sighed. This guy was clearly not thinking the same thing as he was. "You said you got nightmares from your quirk, yes?" The guy looked confused again. "Yes," he said, sounding uncertain. "Then how about you sell me your quirk?" "I mean, the least I could do was help him out a bit for taking his quirk." "What?" Izuku shrugged. You heard me. How would that even work? None of your business, but it would, and you can either get paid or get robbed for it. The guy gulped and began retreating. So I would be quirkless? He said, sounding panicked. Izuku just stared at him. Yeah. The guy seemed to think about it, and after some long moments he seemed to calm down. How much? How much do you need? 100,000 yen. They stared at each other, and Izuku cracked a smile that the guy couldn't see. Fine then, he said, and approached the guy who despite all his talk was shaking pretty bad. It's okay, Izuku soothed as he touched the guy's shoulder. The guy's eyes fluttered shut and he went limp. Izuku held him up. This way it was at least a little fair. He knew villains didn't become villains for nothing. After all, this guy didn't even seem like he had liked threatening another person. He carried the guy to the roof and left him for a bit while he went to get the money. He then left the guy with 500,000 yen and a note where he had written, "Get on your feet." It wasn't like Izuku lacked money. He was literally funded by an international hitman, so he didn't see the harm in helping this guy a bit. Who knows? He might even do something more with his life than mugging people now. Hopefully he would get some new clothes at least, and a job wouldn't hurt either, but what he used the money for was ultimately up to him. Maybe he would find the same guy in an alley again next week trying to mug someone else. Or maybe he wouldn't. You never knew. Izuku found a bunch of other villains that night and several more nights after that. He only found a few useful quirks, but at least he was making progress. After all, he would need a full arsenal if he was going to take on dear old granddad. Tsukachi sat stunned while he was being briefed on a new vigilante that had popped up sometime last week. Did you just say that some of the villains left at the scenes were missing their quirks? He asked numbly. The officer nodded. Yes. But no mutant-type quirks has been stolen. We don't know exactly how or why, but we have gotten some descriptions of the vigilante. They all say that he's tall, around 6 feet, some say 6 feet 1. He apparently wears a long coat with the hood always drawn and a black mask that covers half his face. Witnesses to the takedown say that he's really fast and agile, but that there was no sign of a emitter or transformation quirk. So it is a possibility that he has a mutation quirk that enhances his performance or something like that. She sighed deeply. Some journalists have already picked up on it and are calling him the thief or the devil's apprentice, she scoffed, then lifted a brow at the file. I mean, they both kind of fit since he steals quirks somehow or at least makes the host unable to use them, and there's that urban legend from a few decades ago. The officer closed the rapport and frowned when she looked at Tsukachi. Are you all right, sir? You look a bit pale. You would too if you knew that that urban legend is no legend at all, he thought as he nodded. Yeah, I'm fine, just a slight headache. You're dismissed. The officer bowed slightly and went back to her own work. Tsukachi turned back to his desk and tried to calm himself. He looked up the thief on a few forums until he found a shakily taken video. No, that was definitely not all for one. That guy, if he was even still alive, would be much too damaged to move like that. The figure in the video was surrounded by a black smoke that might be one of his quirks and was moving insanely fast. Tsukachi couldn't even see how the thief had knocked the villains unconscious when he slowed the footage down. It might not be all for one, but this was still very bad. A younger all for one with insane skills and more than a few quirks. Christ, that is not someone you wanted to be facing in the field. But that was what heroes were for, Tsukachi reminded himself, for these kinds of guys. He scrolled a bit through some of the comments and a discussion caught his attention. Anonymous Noddle 123. Don't know why everybody out here criticizing the thief so much. I mean, he's making the city safer. So why are you all complaining? He's a hero if you ask me. H3off3r433. At Anonymous Noddle 123, he's literally stealing quirks. They might be villains, but it's still not right. That's something a villain would do, not a vigilante. Anonymous Noddle 123. At H3off3r434, who cares? They're villains. The only thing they do is cause trouble. H3off3r433. At Anonymous Noddle 123, it's not ethically correct. Just because they're villains doesn't give the thief the right to cripple them. Anonymous Noddle 123. At H3off3r43, I smell quirkless discrimination. The discussion went on, with the other trying to defend himself. Tsukachi sighed. Of course this guy would raise debate. This discussion was a perfect example on the two views there were of him. One side thinking that the villains having no quirks to wreak havoc with was a good thing and the other side being wholly convinced that it was inhumane. Tsukachi could see their point. He himself would probably lose a lot of his value if he didn't have his quirk. It was a sad but true fact that one had to have a quirk for a lot of things in life. Some jobs people were actually required to have a quirk that could help them in their work. That was part of the reason anyone with a water or fish-related quirk most likely would end up working at the docks. Same goes for analyzing or intelligence quirks, those would most likely secure an important position. Tsukachi scrolled on. Some people were discussing what his quirk could be and how the hell he affected the villains as he did. Some said that it was probably just temporary and people were freaking out for nothing. At least it wasn't all for one, and at least it was only villains. That had been the reason it had taken this long for anybody to pick up on it. But the media had apparently still been quicker than the police force. Embarrassing really. Some saw him as a villain but some saw him as a vigilante, a hero even. But that didn't change the fact that they had to deal with this as fast as possible with the least media coverage as possible. Tsukachi had to contact Yagi. Izuku was getting tired of being watched. He had noticed the man with the purple blazer a long time ago, but it seemed that the guy was hesitant to actually approach. It hadn't taken long for the guy to track him down. Izuku was impressed, if he was being honest. The sun had gone down hours ago and he was sitting on the edge of a building, his legs dangling over the edge, watching the city. The purple blazer guy had come up about half an hour ago but just stood at the door like he had any chance of making a quick escape if things went south. He had been smoking all this time, one cigarette after the other, and if they were going to wait until he finished the whole pack they would be there all night and Izuku had things to do. So, Izuku called, "What do you want now that you've tracked me down?" He heard the guy scoff and the sound of him approaching. Right to the point, eh? Izuku turned his head a bit to get a better look at the guy. Gray hair, missing front tooth, white dress shirt, glasses with a round frame and a constant cigarette. His father had told him that he should look out for the broker, that he would probably try to hire him for something. His father had said to refuse no matter what, but Izuku figured that it would be easier to find all for one if he had some contacts that were villains. If he had acted more villain-like than a vigilante would, it was for this purpose exactly. It wasn't that hard, Jiren said. The thief only comes out a few hours after dark and you usually start the night around this area. The thief? Is that what they were calling him? I mean, they're not technically wrong. When Izuku didn't say anything, Jiren chuckled. There's a big job coming up with some new players that are calling themselves the League of Villains. Izuku remained silent. I mean, it's a good pay, Jiren continued. How many people are they hiring? He asked. Jiren scoffed. As many as they can apparently. They plan to attack a hero school. Izuku looked at him with narrowed eyes. New players, you say? I'm a new player myself, so how do you know I won't snitch? The broker puffed his cigarette and smirked. No one trusts no one these days. Rightly so, Izuku commented. But if they're hiring so many people they must have some wealthy backers, he said, trying to gather information. Yeah, apparently the guy is a big player or something, the point being that he's loaded and willing to hire any muscle out there. Izuku hummed, a big player, huh? If he was insanely lucky this guy would be all for one. But he didn't really think that that could be the case. It wouldn't hurt to take a look around though. I want to meet them, the leader of this League of Villains. Can that be arranged? He tried imitating the voice his dad used when Izuku had eaten all the Pocky that Hisashi was only able to get once a month. It seemed like it worked since Jiren nodded almost immediately. Yeah, sure, I can pull some strings I suppose, he said while rubbing the back of his neck. Izuku smiled behind his mask. He slipped out a piece of paper from a pocket in his jacket and in one smooth movement he was standing right in front of Jiren who instinctively took a step back. Izuku held out the small piece of paper and Jiren took it, looking only slightly confused. Call or text me on this number when you've set a place and time. Jiren nodded. Yes, of course. Izuku patted him on the shoulder as he walked past. Get home safe, Jiren. He heard the sound of the man shuffling his feet, which probably meant that he was looking at Izuku's back wondering how he had gotten his name. Yagi was excited. The entrance exam was coming up and he could finally get a look at the potential first years he was going to teach. He had already been in Japan for almost a year, Scouting for a successor, Mirai's student Mirio seemed like a good choice, but Yagi wanted to make sure that the quirk was passed on to the right person, so he had visited Mirai's agency and talked with Mirio a few times and had only gotten good expressions. The young man was definitely up to the task of being the new symbol, just going by his goal to save 1 million people. Yagi would pass on the flames soon, when they went back to school, so he could use his last year learning how to utilize one for all. Mirio already had a quirk that he had honed to perfection with the help of Mirai, but when added super strength to that, he could truly be a worthy symbol. Yagi sighed. It was about time he joined the other heroes in fighting crime, but only for a few hours. His time limit had gotten shorter and shorter ever since his fight with One for All, and that meant that even when he became a teacher, he only had 1 class a day. Which was perfectly fine, but Yagi was still frustrated that he couldn't do more. He was about to get up and put on his hero costume when the doorbell rang. He frowned. He was not expecting anyone. He walked to the door where the screen for the actual front door downstairs was showing that it was Tsukachi. Yagi sighed, relieved that he didn't have to use any of the precious time in his muscle form to receive a house call. He opened the door for him and waited as he climbed the stairs. "Tsukachi! What a nice surprise," he said, a little less enthusiastic as he would have in his muscle form, but a lot more genuine. Tsukachi smiled, dark circles under his eyes showing that he probably hadn't had any sleep. "Hello, Yagi. I'm afraid it isn't pleasant things that bring me." Yagi frowned. "In that case, I'll make some coffee." Tsukachi sat down at the dining table as Yagi brewed some of the strongest coffee he had. He sat down and passed a cup to the detective. "What is it then?" Tsukachi sighed deeply and buried his head in his hands. Yagi waited patiently for his friend to be ready to say whatever he came to say. "There's a new vigilante on the streets," he said into his hands and then looked up at Yagi. He took a sip of his coffee before he continued, "And some of the villains he has taken down has lost their quirks while fighting him." Yagi coughed up some blood at that. "What?" Tsukachi nodded solemnly. "I have deduced that it isn't all for one, but it must be someone with his quirk or a variation of his quirk." "How is this possible?" "That's what I was coming to ask you," Tsukachi answered, sounding even more tired. "The vigilante has only targeted villains so far, but he must have some relation to All for One." Yagi nodded. "We have to find this vigilante then, and if he truly is against villains, then maybe he'll tell us if he knows whether or not All for One actually perished during our fight 5 years ago." Tsukachi nodded. "I think we'll need to get some underground heroes on this as well, since the vigilante only shows at night and we should like to keep this out of the media. He also has tremendous skill besides his quirk." Yagi nodded, but then tensed when he realized who was the most prominent underground hero, though only because of his teaching position at UA. Yagi felt dread wash over him. "We'll need a racer on this, won't we?" Tsukachi nodded. "That would be the wisest choice because of his quirk, so I would say yes." Yagi groaned. "Then how do you propose we get him to help?" Tsukachi shrugged. "He's a hero, he'll do his job." Yagi couldn't argue with that. Even if someone he greatly disliked, like Yagi, asked him to help take down a villain, he would probably do it anyways because he was a hero. That was what Yagi hoped for at least. Izuku was baking cupcakes when he got the text. An unknown number had sent an address and a time just like Izuku had asked for. Jiren had worked relatively fast considering that it was only yesterday they had met on the roof of that building. The text said to come that same day at 9 p.m., which was fine for him. It wasn't like he was doing much, he could go out after the meeting. As Jiren had said, he did tend to start the night in that particular area, so he would have to break that habit. If a bloody broker could find him this easily, it wasn't looking good. Consistency is dangerous, Izuku, it makes you easy to find. That was one of the first bloody things the old man had told him. For God's sake, maybe he should listen. And then there was the problem of him starting school soon, which was pretty bothersome, since he wouldn't be able to sleep till 3 p.m. any longer. But that was fine, he decided he could always take longer naps in the afternoon. "Yeah, I'm a total grandpa, I know." He would figure it out when that time came, but until then he was happy with his long nights of walking around, scouting for quirks, and his big brunch in the afternoon. It would probably be smartest for him to arrive in his vigilante work outfit. Izuku groaned. "Okay, fine. I look more like an assassin from Assassin's Creed than anything else." And yes, it was Hisashi's interest in pre-quirk games that had also made him addicted to playing Minecraft. That guy was bound to have some interesting hobbies considering he lived in permanent isolation, and now it had rubbed off on me. Now that Izuku thought about it, wasn't all for one from that time PRD? Oh god, he had picked up a habit from his father who probably picked it up from his father as well. He didn't really mind though. Pre-quirk era games were more fun because they didn't all revolve around heroes fighting villains. Izuku rolled his eyes. The creators really didn't have any imagination nowadays. Izuku looked up the location as he waited for the cupcakes to be fully baked. It was in a shady area of town, which he had already expected it would be. He didn't really know if villains stayed in shabby places because they were all broke or just because of the aesthetic. These guys had no excuse since their funder was, as Jiren had said, loaded. But fine, whatever, they could do what they wanted to, Izuku wouldn't judge. Areas like that was actually pretty practical to live in because one could just blend in. Places like that were always overpopulated and cramped. The only downside was that it was a predictable choice. Izuku took out the cupcakes from the oven. The whole apartment already smelled like vanilla and burnt sugar. He took them out of the molds to cool. He would have to make the frosting in a bit soon, but it was best to wait until they had cooled down. Izuku sighed and took out his phone. He would have to leave in about an hour if he was going to make it in time. He left the cupcakes and went to put on his gear. That was a better way of phrasing it, he decided. For years ago, Hisashi looked down at the small child that was his son. He didn't look much like him, which was probably for the best. The only thing he had gotten from Hisashi was the slight lightening from his mother's hair and the curse of his family's quirk. Hisashi crouched down. Izuku, before we left you said you wanted to be a hero, right? He asked the boy softly. The little boy tightened his tiny fists and shook his head, an unhappy expression on his freckled face. It had gotten better in the months since the incident, but his bright smile still hadn't returned, and the unhappy, sad, miserable expression was mostly what Hisashi saw. Hisashi frowned. Why not, Zuku? Izuku's eyes filled with tears. I can't be a hero. People won't like being saved by me. Hisashi picked up the small boy and held him against his chest. What do you mean? Izuku sniffled. I have a villain quirk. Hisashi's face softened. No, no, no. Izuku, your quirk is what you make it. If you use it for evil, then yes, you'll have a villain's quirk. But if you use it for good... Izuku looked at him with wide green eyes, hope flashing in and out, there and then gone. His gaze hardened, a too hard expression for an 11-year-old. Izuku shook his head again. This time he wasn't tearful. No, even if I am good, other people will think things of me. It's better to stay quirkless. Hisashi's heart ached. His son had already decided to keep his quirk a secret and, to be honest, Hisashi also thought that would be for the best. He had told Izuku earlier about the dangers of people knowing what his quirk was, but he hadn't anticipated this. If Izuku wanted a quirk, he could just pick one and say that was his quirk. Hell, Hisashi would have even given him his own quirk so that it would have been more believable. But Izuku had flat out refused that. You could always just pick up a minor quirk and call it yours, just to make life easier. You know how it is for quirkless people, Hisashi offered. Izuku shook his head. No, taking other people's quirks is wrong. I don't like my quirk. Hisashi took Izuku's hand, not knowing what to say, and they started walking again. This would at least make Inko worry less about the boy, but it still made Hisashi sad to see his son's dream crushed. It's probably for the best, he kept telling himself. Sometimes Izuku loved his quirk. It just made life so much easier. Yesterday, he had been out grocery shopping when he had seen a guy change the color of his eyes when he was standing in line to pay. Izuku had been intrigued and had taken the quirk from him to test it out himself. The guy hadn't even noticed, which meant changing his eye color was probably just something he did to pass the time. It was kind of ridiculous that he didn't know he was practicing a muscle he didn't have anymore. Because the line was long, he figured that he had time and went to the cosmetics section to get a mirror. He had changed his bright green eyes to black and purple and even blue. He was on his way back to return the quirk when he realized that if he was ever caught in a close-range battle with a pro, then his eyes would be a big giveaway. So he kept the quirk despite his better judgment. It was practical to have, but in hindsight that had been the first civilian he had taken a quirk from, a person who wasn't bothering anybody or stealing. The guilt wasn't that bad because changing your eye color probably wasn't something that was a required skill for any job this guy would be having. But anyways, that quirk was pretty useful right now. He was walking towards the meetup at a leisurely pace, looking at the buildings on either side of the road as he slowly ate his cupcake. Yes, he was eating a cupcake on the way to his meeting with a new villain group, because who would think a guy eating a cupcake was evil? No, evil things sucked blood and devoured dreams. There was no way someone could see a guy with a vintage anime hoodie that was covering the upper part of his suit thingy, and a bag slung over his shoulder, filled with knives and a mask, eating a cupcake with rainbow sprinkles and think, holy hell, that's a villain. Yeah, no, Izuku wasn't buying that. So anyways, he was getting closer to the meetup place and was now surrounded on both sides by ratty-looking houses. It all looked like it was long overdue for a renovation, and maybe also an exorcist. It was pretty dark already, only the moon and the dim streetlights were lit out here and none of their light reached too far. So when Izuku started using Shadow Storm, it wasn't even noticeable at first. He had practiced with this quirk particularly because it was useful to conceal himself in and for being dramatic too. But the guy he had gotten it from had been right about the nightmares. Izuku hadn't ever had a lot of nightmares, but it seemed like there appeared constantly now. He dreamt of his parents being killed, he dreamt of becoming a SLV to another will, and he dreamt of Kaken bleeding out at Izuku's feet. He had started sleeping less because of them and a bunch of others. He couldn't even comfort himself by finding the people he dreamt of losing. Yes, Kaken had buried him, or at least tried to, but Izuku didn't judge him too much for that. They had known each other for all their lives, and Kaken having a phase in middle school would not stop Izuku caring about him. It wouldn't stop Izuku laughing if he ever saw Kaken being choked by a villain either. They had a weird relationship to say the least. Kaken was all what Izuku had wanted to be before he had gotten his quirk, or more like Kaken's goals. Izuku had wanted to be a hero, he admits it, but it had always seemed more attainable for Kaken, which was fine. Like he had realized many years ago, people weren't created equal. He knew his parents were safe because no one would expect to ever find them there. That bloody cold as mountain in the middle of nowhere. So yeah, nightmares sucked apparently, but he dealt with it, or at least Coffee dealt with it. As the darkness spread wider around him, he almost faded into it. He was just a part of the darkness now, two green eyes the only thing that could be seen. He crouched beside a wall, pulled off his hoodie and stuffed it in his bag after taking out all the knives and slipping them into the hidden holsters in his suit. He put on his mask as the last thing. He hadn't brought his jacket with his because the length of it would show, no matter how big a hoodie he used, and it was too big to fit in the bag. He left the bag on the roof of the house, floating it up there with the weak telekinesis quirk he'd stolen a few nights ago. It reminded him a bit of his mother, so he liked it. He was still getting the hang of it and almost dropped the bag a few times. He went to the door of the supposed meetup place and checked the time. 9:00 p.m. Perfect timing. He pounded on the door, like the polite guest he was, and before the door opened he made one last change. This seemed fitting. He smiled under his mask. Tamura had gotten impatient as they waited for their guest, Kurojiri could tell. He had gotten up from the game he had been playing on the old console Sensei had given him more than 10 minutes ago and had been pacing ever since, scratching his neck while he muttered to himself. Kurojiri just watched as he continued to dry off the glass he had already been doing for 5 minutes now. In the beginning he could have played it off as being thorough, but now it was just ridiculous. He put down the glass and clutched the towel. He glanced at the clock, it was 9 now, the guy Jiren had told them about would be here soon. Who does he even think he is? Tamura continued his low rant. He's just some NPC who thinks he can interfere with my quest. Holy hell, maybe I shouldn't let Sensei give Tamura any more pre-quirk games. Shigaraki Tamura, Kurojiri said, getting the young man's attention. If the rumors are true, then he could be a valuable ally. Tamura went back to scratching at his neck, though more insistently this time. Then someone knocked on the door. Well, knocked would be an understatement. Tamura stopped his scratching to glare at the door. Kurojiri sighed and went to let in their guest. If the rumors were true, then this would be a very interesting person indeed. When he opened the door, it was two blood-red eyes that were staring back at him. Kurojiri would have gasped if he could. Instead he just moved aside to let in the thief, staring dumbly at him. The guy seemed to drag in the shadows with him. Black smoke swirled around his feet and spread out on the floor, but it didn't seem to do any harm. He was wearing simple army-style clothes, cargo pants, a sleeveless black turtleneck, fingerless gloves, and a mask. Not to mention it looked like he was armed to the teeth. The most defining thing about him, though, was his hair and eyes. He had blue-greenish hair with some white showing in some places, and his eyes were red. It was odd how much he looked like Tamura, minus the hands, of course. Tamura had placed said hand over his face while Kurogiri was opening the door and were now staring back at the thief. "I take it you're the League?" The newcomer spoke for the first time. Tamura narrowed his eyes at him. "What is it to you?" he asked, drumming his fingers on the bar. "Please don't disintegrate the bar. Please don't disintegrate the bar." Kurogiri repeated again and again in his mind like a prayer. That countertop was straight up gorgeous. It was polished wood and Kurogiri had kept it spotless and stain-free. The thief pet his head to the side. "I heard you're going to attack a hero school. I wanted to know why." He sat down at the bar carelessly. Either he didn't know what Tamura's quirk was or else he knew and didn't care. "I want to kill All Might," Tamura said as if it was obvious. "He sees me off." Kurogiri saw the thief roll his eyes. "I think he sees every villain off. But what is your goal?" Tamura scoffed. "I just want to destroy the things I hate." "Does there need to be a goal? I just want to show the world that their heroes aren't what they cut them out to be. They don't save everyone. Why do people keep thinking that heroes are going to save them?" Tamura scratched at his neck. The thief was actually nodding along to what Tamura had said. "I see." He leaned his elbows on the bar. "I get what you mean. So you want to destabilize the public's faith in heroes?" Tamura actually looked a bit shocked for a second, but then he seemed to shake it off. He nodded. "Yes, precisely." "And you want to do that by killing All Might?" the thief continued. Tamura nodded. The thief hummed, "I don't think that will work." Kurogiri knew Tamura was frowning under the hand. "Why?" he asked, sounding annoyed. Patience had never been Tamura's strong side. All Might is the most loved hero on the planet. If he dies, he'll become a martyr. His death will overshadow anything you had wanted to say. "I'm not saying you shouldn't kill him, I'm saying you should wait." "Wait?" Tamura muttered to himself. "Wait and do what?" The thief shrugged. "Find some pro-heroes who shouldn't be heroes. Take Endeavor for example. Whenever he fights there's a bunch of property damage. I'm sure you could dig some dirt up about him." There was a long silence. Tamura seemed to be considering him. He narrowed his eyes. "Who are you even?" he asked the thief. "People call you a vigilante, people call you a villain, but what are you? What are your goals?" The thief looked away from Tamura. "I want to destroy the things I hate too," he said, sounding like he had just realized that himself. Shigaraki didn't know what to think of this particular NPC. His first instinct was to like him, because he agreed with him and even gave Shigaraki advice on his plan. But there was something about him that annoyed Shigaraki. This guy was an unknown player that had all to suddenly entered the game, and Sensei had even asked him to keep an eye on the guy. They had all heard the rumors, and if they were true, then this guy was the one who was rattling the underground. Villain activity had dropped recently because everyone was scared that this guy would come and steal their quirks. It was mostly just small-time villains who believed that, though. There was also something uncertain about him. Shigaraki didn't know how to categorize him. Was he a rogue? A villain? A self-proclaimed hero? Shigaraki decided to straight up ask him. "People call you a vigilante, people call you a villain, but what are you? What are your goals?" he said, phrasing it like the guy had earlier. "I want to destroy the things I hate too." Now Shigaraki really looked at him. This guy was no normal NPC, he was something else. Okay, fine, Kurogiri had said that he could be an ally, and this was the first person with questionable morality that had come to see them that Shigaraki actually liked. All the others were bitter and annoying. He reached up, took off the hand stuck to his face and put it on the counter. The guy looked at him and narrowed his eyes suspiciously. "Let's help each other then," Shigaraki said. The guy seemed to think about it, and then he reached his hand up and took off his mask. Izuku had never expected to make nice with the League of FING villains, but Shigaraki, as he introduced himself, seemed like fine enough company. He could admit that he was pretty lonely. He hadn't talked to anybody besides the people he stole quirks from, and that was mostly just insults thrown back and forth. That was fine, he guessed. It wasn't like he would expect them to be cool about him stealing their quirks. He didn't want to steal either of Shigaraki's or Kurogiri's quirks, because first of all, he pretty much had quirks for all types of things now, and second, Shigi ashed almost anything and everything, and that would be bloody inconvenient. He didn't know why that guy didn't wear gloves, but whatever, and Kurogiri was literally covered in his quirk, however that worked. Anyways, after that first meeting, he found himself at the bar a few times more, and then it became a regular thing. Apparently Shigi also liked video games, because when they got talking about things other than their plans for FING over society, they realized that they both used the majority of their spare time gaming. It was fun to have someone to do it with, since he had just been one player NG since he left the mountain. And Shigaraki was actually pretty fun to game with since he got frustrated all the time and hated when he lost. Now he noticed another controller disintegrate in Shigaraki's hands, when Izuku won the game they had been playing again. Shigaraki glared at the floor where the dust that had been the controller was, and then he glared at Izuku. "Why are you so DMN? Good?" Shigaraki asked him in an annoyed tone. Izuku shrugged. "I spent many months training this, so of course I would be good at it. Okay, I wasn't exactly training to beat a villain in games, but that had been one of the only things to do at the mountain." Shigaraki grunted. "You're lucky I like you, or else you'd be Ash right now." "Sore loser," Izuku mumbled, just loud enough for Shigi to hear. Shigaraki scowled and wiped his hands on the couch. Izuku clicked his tongue. "You know, some gloves would do you good. I'm sure the local gaming store is running out of stock with how many controllers you ash." "I like ashing things. But yes, it is inconvenient at times," he said, scratching at his neck. He really should stop do that. He already had a lot of scars that seemed like they had come from him doing just that, and the guy was also in desperate need of a chapstick. Izuku shrugged. "Do whatever," he said, and stood up. "I gotta be somewhere." He started towards the door, grabbing his thief coat, but then Shigaraki called after him. "Wait." Izuku's hand hesitated on the doorknob. He turned to see Shigaraki looking at him. "The first time you said you came here because of our plans to attack UA, we have altered our plans so that we're going to show that the heroes, in this case All Might, can't save his own students, but do you plan to help?" Izuku looked away from the piercing red eyes that matched his own. He had decided to have red eyes around the villains, since his grandfather apparently had that color eyes, and when he was out as the thief his eyes were black. He only had his own eyes at home. "I'm working on it," Izuku said. "I heard about a guy who can help me with my plans, but I haven't met him yet." Shigi nodded. "Just be quick about it. They start in school in a few days and we plan to attack after we've gotten a hold of their schedule." He nodded to the villain and then left the bar. He was going to meet Jiren about the guy who could split people into two. If he could get him to copy him, then his plan would work perfectly. Jiren had an office a train ride from here where they were going to meet. He was going to ask about the guy he had been looking for, and hopefully Jiren could help. Izuku sighed and started walking. It would be a long night. Shoyuta sat perched on a rooftop, glaring out at the bright lights of the city. "I have not had enough coffee for this sheet," he grumbled internally. He had been happily living for a while now, not teaching, sleeping a lot, and patrolling. The first day of school was in 2 days, and now he had another thing to worry about. All Might, of all people, had approached him about a week ago and told him about a new vigilante. Shoyuta didn't mind the vigilantes that much. They were almost like underground heroes. They just got a bit more attention because what they did was technically illegal. But as long as they saved people, it was the same to Shoyuta. He wouldn't arrest someone for saving an innocent person. But apparently this wasn't the usual kind of vigilante. This one had a quirk that made All Might nervous. All Might, the pillar of society, the symbol of peace. Yeah, hard to imagine. The blonde idiot had asked him to look for the guy and if he could find out who he was. So here I am, 1 am at night, speculating how the thief was able to have an even more fed sleep schedule than Shoyuta himself. It was impressive, really. Shoyuta sighed. He hadn't gotten any sleep for the past several days. He had gotten a couple of hours here and there, but he was still constantly exhausted. He had been looking for this vigilante every night, but it felt like they were running in circles around each other or something. He would hear a commotion and would go check it out, but when he got there it would mostly just be an unconscious villain lying on the street, the shadow of a person disappearing behind a corner. The thief probably knew that they were trying to find him. But Shoyuta would find him and then he would get to the bottom of this. Something was looming in the near future and Shoyuta didn't like it. A dark cloud had been cast over the city. It wasn't because of villain activity, oddly enough. No, villain activity had decreased rapidly in the last couple of days. It was like they were gathering together for something and that something wouldn't be good. That was what worried Shoyuta. That was why he had to find the thief and get that worried look off the face of the man who should be the strongest. He didn't like the guy, but it unnerved him that he was nervous about a vigilante. The thief had only attacked villains so far, but that could always change. So Shoyuta was out here every night, the guy slipping through his fingers every time he got close. Jiren hadn't really thought he would hear from the thief again. He had figured that it was a one-time thing, Jiren introducing him to the League. He had a feeling that both the League and the thief would be mayor players in the future, so he thought it would be beneficial for him if he got on both of their good sides. He had been finding recruits for the League for a while now. He didn't really think that the thief would be a recruit, but they could probably have a mutually beneficial relationship. Jiren hadn't expected for the thief to contact him, but a week or so after the guy had met the League, Jiren got a text. It was from the number the hooded guy had given him. It was simple, just a few words. "We need to meet." Jiren had gotten such a text many times from more obviously aggressive people, but something about the thief was different. He had agreed to the meeting, and had met him in an alley a few hours later. Jiren was nothing if not good at customer service. It had been raining at the time. Jiren had stood under his umbrella, the rain pounding down. The thief had suddenly dropped down right in front of him, startling the hell out of him. He had spoken quietly, but Jiren had heard his silky voice clearly through the rain. The guy stood stupidly still while Jiren was shifting from foot to foot, puffing on his cigarette. "Yes," Jiren answered after the guy had stopped talking, his breath clouded in front of him, because, yes, it was that cold and the thief just had to insist meeting outside in the rain. "I know the guy. Calls himself twice." The thief was silent, so Jiren went on, "I'm guessing that you want to meet him too?" The thief nodded, and Jiren sighed. "You do know that the heroes are on to you, right?" The thief had nodded. That's the whole point of this. Jiren didn't know what he meant, but it wasn't his job to know or understand villains. He just had to help them with various things and then get paid. And that's how he ended up with a fiddling twice who kept contradicting himself. "This is the worst idea ever." "No, it's great. He's probably a great guy. He'll definitely kill me." Jean had his hands on either side of his head clawing at his mask. Believe it or not, he was at his best while wearing the mask. Jiren shook his head slightly. "He won't kill you if he needs you for something, or at least I hope so." Jiren had been thinking that Jean could be a valuable recruit for the League. He sighed internally. "The League this, the League that, is that really all you think about?" Jiren checked his watch. The thief was late. He should have been here 7 minutes ago. And with every minute Jean got more nervous and Jiren more irritated. This guy had no respect for other people's timetables. None at all. Izuku picked the lock to the building Jiren had told him to go to. He wanted to scout the surroundings before he got caught in some annoying situation. Izuku wasn't too worried about the broker double-crossing him since he was connected to the League now. Better safe than sorry though, he thought to himself. The lock clicked when Izuku finally got it open. Picking locks wasn't what he excelled at, but he managed. He opened the door, careful not to make a sound, like he did back when he snuck out of his room at night to get snacks without his mom noticing. The good old days. Izuku shook off the nostalgia and proceeded to enter the warehouse as quietly as possible, which was pretty quiet if he did say so himself. There were a bunch of stocked crates all around and he could see the office from where he was, but the people in it probably couldn't see him. He crept closer, keeping to the shadows. The outfit he was wearing was also pretty dark, so he blended in well. As he approached, he saw through the windows of the office that there were only 2 people inside, Jiren and who he assumed to be this twice guy. The warehouse was otherwise empty. He made sure to check. Apparently the eye-changing quirk also meant that he could also see infrared light, which was kinda weird but really helpful. He had just been practicing the quirk, and then suddenly he was looking at a red and yellow person. He had also been able to see his neighbors next door when he looked around. Now Izuku sighed and began approaching the office. It was really late and he had taken down a few villains on the way here. Not anyone with useful quirks, so he didn't really know why he had bothered. When he opened the door, Jiren's eyes were already trained on him, but the other guy turned around with a gasp, looking like he both wanted to run away and run at him. Is this him? Izuku asked Jiren, who nodded. Izuku turned to twice with a smile the man couldn't see. Nice to meet you, Jin Babaigawara. I need your help with something. A few nights later, Shoyuta finally met the thief. He had been running around all night, stopping robberies and such, when he had come across a dark alley where a man was fighting a group of 3. Shoyuta was about to go help him when the fight made him hesitate. The guy wasn't on the defensive, it was him who was attacking the group. Smoke was twirling around them as they all moved around in the fight. Shoyuta looked on and realized who exactly this was. After knocking down the last person, the thief wiped his hands on the front of his jacket. He was wearing dark gloves that he tugged off and tucked into a pocket. He hadn't seen Shoyuta yet, and he wasn't about to make himself known to the thief. He watched as the guy crouched down next to one of the guys he had been fighting. He touched the tips of his fingers to the guy's chest, and a small but bright light spread through his fingers up his hand and arm like veins. Shoyuta took a step back, so he really did take something. Just like All Might had said. Shoyuta activated his quirk, just in case. The thief tensed and looked straight at Shoyuta. He couldn't see anything other than the thief's dark eyes and some hair peeking out from the hood of the coat. What a pain, the thief said. Thought I had done a pretty good job of avoiding you. The thief's voice was a bit low and smooth, but most of all, threatening. A voice that wasn't to be taken lightly. Shoyuta frowned. You knew I was trying to find you? The thief shrugged. It's pretty effing obvious, not gonna lie. You haven't exactly been subtle. He narrowed his eyes at Shoyuta. But now that you've found me, what do you want? Shoyuta had to remind himself that he was a competent hero and this was just a vigilante. A rogue one at that, but he was still just a vigilante. Shoyuta glared at him and readied his capture weapon. I want to take you in, and then his capture weapon latched out and wrapped around the space where the thief had been standing. Shoyuta aimed at where the thief had moved to. The thief evaded easily, seemingly effortlessly. You know, that just won't do, the thief said, having not even broken a sweat during the previous fight and the current one. Shoyuta gritted his teeth. I don't care if you're a vigilante or a villain who just conveniently doesn't like other villains. You're coming with me. The thief laughed. Coming with you? You'll have to try harder then. And that's what Shoyuta did, and it seemed like the thief became more serious too, which was a bit satisfying. Shoyuta kept his quirk on, but the teach thief apparently didn't need a quirk or weapons to fight on equal grounds with a hero. Shoyuta was fighting with his usual fighting style, but the thief seemed to know his every move and countered easily, while raining down blows on Shuta's arms, and he also got in a few hits to Shuta's head, which disoriented him a bit. The thief, however, did not relent or let him recover. Then Shoyuta, by some miracle, got his scarf wrapped around the thief's arm and was about to take him down, but the thief just pulled out a knife from nowhere and slashed it into pieces. He then grabbed the scarf and pulled Shoyuta in close to knee him in the stomach. Shoyuta grunted. That was one of his moves. Had the thief figured him out so easily that he could use Shuta's own weapon against him? The thief then threw him to the ground and planted his boot on Shuta's chest. Just about everything ached by now. The thief was precise and unwavering in his attacks, and Shoyuta could feel the warm feeling of blood along his hairline. I gotta say, the thief started. You might be one of my favorite heroes. I'm flattered, Shoyuta gritted out. As he tried to move, roll, or something, just get up and then he would figure out the rest. But as it seemed, the thief was strong as well and pinned him down while pressing down on his ribcage. The thief chuckled, you should be, and then everything went dark. About a week before, somewhere in Mizudafu. When is dinner ready? He yelled as he washed his hair, the residue from the green dye going down the drain. His hair had become whiter and whiter recently, so he had decided that if he was going to make this work, he would have to look the part. Back to green it was. It had been that color when he was small, but after his quirk had manifested it had just become more and more pale. It had been turquoise for a while, but that was mostly gone by now. Are you talking about the pizza? Came the reply a few seconds later. Izuku sighed. Yes. The freaking store-bought frozen pizza I told you to heat up. He heard some shuffling from the kitchen and then the sound of the oven opening and closing. He rolled his eyes. I guess my clone is also a chronic procrastinator. Tough luck really. Izuku grabbed a towel from behind him and started drying his hair. Annoyingly enough, the towel also turned green because of the dye. What a mess. He didn't bother drying his hair all the way and left it as it was, dripping only a little now. When he walked back into the living room, he saw himself, or the clone of himself, lying half down on the sofa, playing a game that sounded suspiciously like Pac-Man on his phone. Izuku glared at him when he registered the burnt smell of pizza gone wrong. For F's sake, I know I'm not the best at cooking, but this is ridiculous. Other Izuku snorted from the sofa, but then groaned, it can't be completely ruined, it's only been in for like a minute. He jumped up from the sofa and followed Izuku into the kitchen. They both hesitated when they saw the microwave. It's, other Izuku began. Smoking, Izuku concluded and rubbed at his eyes. Instant noodles? Other Izuku asked. Izuku sighed internally and resigned himself to never eating anything but the floury paste and boiled water with spice mix in. The world just seemed to be against him at the moment, and he knew he was being dramatic, but he really didn't care and he really did want to sleep. His stomach grumbled after food as they stared at their ruined pizza. How the F? Did you even ruin a pizza in less than a minute? That was just unbelievably unlucky. Instant noodles, he agreed. The police department had set up a vigilante watch that officially consisted of 2 people, Tsukachi and Sansa Tamakawa, but All Might, Eraserhead and Sir Night Eye were also involved. They had monitored all known vigilantes. A few more had actually popped up recently, but their focus was the thief. It was 6 in the morning, but Tsukachi had gotten a call from All Might who said Aizawa had run into the thief and was injured. He met All Might in the hallway outside of Aizawa's hospital room. He wasn't in his muscle form and was pacing while looking nervously at the door. Any news? Tsukachi asked as he approached. Yagi almost looked relieved to see him. He just woke up and the nurses are doing a check. It isn't that bad. He has a concussion, a broken rib and some bruises. Tsukachi nodded. Did he get a glimpse of the thief's face or just anything? Yagi looked back at the door. I haven't talked to him yet, but the guy who brought him in is over there. He pointed to a tall guy with broccoli green hair who was talking to a nurse. His brows were furrowed and he looked troubled and concerned. Tsukachi nodded to Yagi and went over to the guy. Hello, he said, interrupting the conversation him and the nurse were having. The guy's eyes widened when he saw him and he took a small step back. Hi. I heard you were the one to bring in Eraserhead. Could you tell me where you found him and what you were doing there? The guy gulped. I found him in an alley close to X Station. He was unconscious and was showing clear signs of fighting and then he then smiled a bit awkwardly while rubbing the back of his neck. I realized it was Eraserhead. I'm a bit of a fan of his, and took him to the hospital. Tsukachi nodded. And why were you there at close to 5 in the morning? He hesitated and dropped his hand. I'm a, vigilante? Daylight vigilante to be exact, and I was just on my way out. Oh, wait, now that he thought about it, this guy looked exactly like one of the new vigilantes out. He usually left villains cuffed with zip ties but mostly unharmed. The media had picked up on him pretty quickly but hadn't picked a name for him yet. Tsukachi did a double take. You just admitted to a police officer that you're a vigilante? The guy smiled like he was making a joke. Yes, but you can't arrest me. Tsukachi gave his a deadpan stare. And why can't I arrest you? He had only realized now that the guy wasn't that old. He was relatively tall, but he wasn't completely grown yet. Tsukachi would guess that he was 18, maybe 17. Well, the guy grinned, I'm not a valid vigilante because I don't have a quirk. Tsukachi registered that what he said was true, before he realized exactly what he had said. You're what? Shoyuta could hear boots pounding against the ground. He didn't register it or think much of it. He was floating in the place between unconsciousness and consciousness. He could hear a voice but not what it said. He tried to open his eyes but everything was blurry. He could see some colors in the darkness. A silhouette? Was that a person? He tried blinking to clear his mind, but it felt like he was moving in slow motion. He couldn't stop his eyes from falling closed again and drifting off. When Shoyuta woke up, his head was pounding. He groaned, brightness from above hurting his eyes. Shut off the rotting lights, he half yelled. He heard what he assumed to be a nurse making a startled sound, since a patient suddenly started yelling out of nowhere and rushed to turn off the lights. When the lights were off, he tried opening his eyes. The nurse was standing by the side of his bed, looking partly concerned and annoyed. People probably yell at her a lot, he thought. Oh well, she could get in line. He didn't need to ask about what had happened. He already knew. The pain in his head and side had told him pretty much of his state. The thief had gotten the better of him. Shoyuta scowled and plopped back down on the bed. The only upside to this was that he could probably skip work for a day or two, which he intended to sleep through. Over the years he had become accustomed to sleeping in crowded and noisy places. He had once taken out his sleeping bag at the hero ranking ceremony and had heard for it ever since. So Shoyuta easily dozed as the nurses moved around him with their charts. He had tried this many times, so he knew he didn't need to be conscious for this part. Some 30 minutes later, a few people walked into his room. He didn't want to talk to them, so he just pretended to be asleep. The people came to a stop a few feet from his bed, and Shoyuta could almost hear the awkwardness from how they were shuffling their feet and clearing their throats. Didn't they say he was awake? He heard the distinct voice of Skinny All Might say. Shoyuta heard the other one sigh. Yes, they did, and if he's not awake we'll probably have to use this tall glass of cold water to rouse him. Shoyuta opened his eyes a little and glared at Tsukachi, who just smiled like he hadn't just threatened a pro-hero. He offered the glass to Shoyuta, which he took, as he realized just how dry his throat was. You won't even leave me alone when I'm injured? He asked irritably. Tsukachi shook his head. We need to know if you learned something from your fight with the thief. Shoyuta snorted. I learned that he's demon tough and very skilled. He then took a big gulp of the water. You didn't see his face? Any features? Something that could help identifying him. Tsukachi pressed further. Shoyuta gave him a deadpan stare. He wears a mask, but I can say his eyes are dark, blue, green, brown, whatever, they just look dark. And, Shoyuta hesitated as he thought back. I think his hair was blonde, white maybe? It just looked pale, but that doesn't really help either. Anyways, what I can say is that the next time we confront him we need to be a bit more than just one, since he can obviously dash. He gestured at the bandages he was covered in. Handle that. All Might looked unnerved, which annoyed Shoyuta. He was the bloody number one. Just because this guy had gotten the better of Shoyuta didn't mean he could take down the symbol of peace. Hopefully. Shuta's scowl deepened. Stop looking so dim and defeated, he isn't invincible. The others didn't say anything to that, so Shoyuta just sighed and let it pass. How did I even get here? He asked the two. Tsukachi's brows furrowed. A vigilante brought you in dash. Shudo sat up a bit straighter. And no, it wasn't the thief. He has already proven himself to be quite smart. It was one of the new vigilantes, the one with the green hair who fights with a bow's staff. Shoyuta racked his brain for the guy's face. He could remember that he had heard of him, but not much more. Did you arrest him then? That is your job after all. Shoyuta rolled his eyes. This vigilante was actually one of the good ones. He didn't use excessive force or anything, just took down villains quickly and with as little violence as possible. Tsukachi shook his head. Kind of hard to arrest a quirkless guy when the law literally says that a vigilante is someone who uses his quirk illegally to fight villains. Oh well, if it works, it works. Where is he now? He asked. Yagi shook his head. He just left, said something about villains rising with the sun. 2 days later, in the underbelly of the city, Izuku kicked open the door to Jiren's warehouse when he finally made it to the rotting place. It was to DM early in the morning to be alive, which was bloody irritating. Why the hell did school also take place from 8 a.m. in the bloody morning? Almost all the people who were gathered inside turned to look as he stepped through the door, yawning. He could see Shigaraki and Kurojiri standing in the office and trudged over, the villains giving him a wide berth. They probably all knew who he was by now. He had built himself quite the reputation, which was simultaneously annoying and convenient. He glared at a few people who dared to stand too close with his blood-red eyes. It was fun seeing them regret their life choices. He was wearing his usual long coat, knives strapped everywhere he could. He had dropped the guns since he didn't really need them that much, and it was more fun to use a knife anyways. He didn't need the grappling hook since he had snatched a levitating quirk some time ago. He finally made it to the office and threw open the door. Yes, he had walked several miles to get here, but a stretch where you were surrounded on every side by lowlives were much more unnerving than just being some tired-looking teenager walking around on the street. Shigaraki, Kurogyri and Jiren turned to him, Shigaraki with a raised brow and Jiren with his usual smirk and cigarette. "Are we gonna do this or what?" Izuku asked chapter text. As the villains prepared to attack, the other Izuku was sitting on a random roof with his legs dangling off the edge. His plan was to stay as far away from UA as possible and take down some villains. He had made this second persona so that he wouldn't be suspected of being the thief, and thanks to Jin he could be both at the same time. He hadn't taken Jin's quirk because of his decision to stay far away from quirks that were harmful to the user, and he really didn't want to end up with a split personality. He had made that decision after taking, or rather buying, that shadow quirk. It was useful, yes, but he wasn't the biggest fan of seeing people he cared about die in his dreams. But he still had to live with himself, like literally, and the other Izuku was just as sassy and annoying as himself, which made the argument about who was doing the dishes that much more drawn out. And his bloody clone had even left him to take Eraserhead to the hospital after roughing him up. What the f? Did he look like an errand boy? He should clean up his own mess. Wait, they were both Izuku, so technically he did. Izuku sighed, shaking his head, thinking about this was just confusing him. He stood up and pocketed his bow staff. It wasn't really his weapon of choice, but at least he didn't seem too threatening with it. It was also the type of staff that could retract in on itself, so it was easy to have a few on him, in case he lost any of them during a fight. The sun was rising steadily as he jumped from roof to roof on his pursuit of crime. "You should look in the mirror," the annoying voice that belonged to himself said. Izuku laughed breathlessly. It wasn't like he was against the heroes. He just had things to do, and if some heroes or laws stood in the way, then that was that. In the end, what he did would be for their gain. A world without All for One, didn't that sound nice? All Might would probably agree with me, he mused. Yeah, the idiot would probably be glad that it wasn't his problem anymore. Izuku changed direction as he heard a startled scream a couple of streets over. He pulled out a bow staff and extended it as he hit ground. Someone gasped to his right, he flashed them a smile, and then he charged. The villains didn't see him coming and one went down like a rock. It was a well-practiced move that Hisahi had knocked into him, literally. Delivered into unconsciousness with the smallest amount of damage, the victim didn't even feel it. It was the most useful thing his father had taught him, and he used it several times every day now that he was being a good little law-abiding vigilante. Izuku swiped the feet of the other one and the guy tripped. "You know, it's pretty rude to rob someone this close to dawn." The guy glared at him. He had spiky black hair and orangish eyes. "Would it be better if we did it at night, you a-hole?" Izuku frowned. "You really are rude." The guy suddenly grabbed Izuku's ankle and then he electrocuted him. Izuku dropped like a sack of potatoes and spasmed on the ground until the guy let go of him. The grade a-hole stood up and went to help his partner in crime. Izuku groaned. "Oh, you really Essie," he said breathlessly. It hurt like, everywhere. He could still feel it, but he got up and while the guy was preoccupied with his partner, Izuku tackled him. He sighed. It was kind of annoying that even if he did find a nice quirk, he couldn't snatch it since that would ruin the whole point of walking around as a smiling, optimistic idiot. He was just about to zip-tie their hands and leave them for the pros when he felt something wrap around his chest. He got a weird sort of déjà vu before he heard a gruff voice say, "You're coming with me," and was just about to turn around and cut the bloody bonds of him, but then he did turn around. And he saw who it was. Shoyuta had been on his way to work when he had noticed the commotion. The problem children had to go rescue training today, so they were taking a bus to the USJ. He had planned to be there at least 5 minutes before class, but when he spotted the new vigilante taking down 2 villains who were carrying some bags of what Shoyuta assumed was money. This was the guy the detective had said had brought him to the hospital. He matched the picture in his file perfectly. Lean but with obvious muscle, green hair the same color as broccoli, just more vibrant. He wore a pair of dark green cargo pants with big pockets, a matching turtleneck with no sleeves and a white bumper jacket over it. He had on some white gloves and a pair of red high tops. He took the villains down easily, but then he went down as well, and Shoyuta saw the villain who was still conscious run over to his partner. He must have hit the vigilante with his quirk. But the vigilante quickly recovered and tackled the villain to the ground again. Shoyuta didn't wait, he lashed out with his capture weapon and caught the vigilante. "You're coming with me," Shoyuta said. The guy who only looked to be a teenager tensed, but then he looked behind him and saw Shoyuta. His eyes widened and he dropped the hand he had raised to fight or whatever ill-advised thing he had intended. Shoyuta was definitely late now. The teacher was late. Katsuki wore a permanent scowl as the substitute teacher led them to the bus. He had told them to change into their costumes and had said the teacher would be with them as soon as possible. Katsuki had scoffed at that. Wasn't this supposed to be the top school in the country? The world? That was why Katsuki was there anyways. But all that talk about being committed to being heroes and training seemed a bit hypocritical, if the guy himself couldn't bother to make it on time. Now they were waiting at the school's parking lot. The other extras were talking amongst themselves. They had tried talking to Katsuki, but he had just glared at them until they went away. He wasn't here for friends, he had never needed friends. He used to have some extras following him around, but they didn't really know him. The only person who had truly been his friend was off who knows where. Katsuki had thought he would run into him around the time school started when the loser was on his way to the loser school he had gotten into, but no. It annoyed Katsuki beyond measure. Did Deku really think he could just disappear? The next time Katsuki saw him, he would blow up the DMN nerd. The substitute teacher was stuttering as some of the extras interrogated him about their teacher and the trip in general. Katsuki rolled his eyes. "Look, you even let the villains get away," a voice protested from around a corner. The voice was oddly familiar, but Katsuki couldn't place it. He recognized the tired voice of their homeroom teacher answer curtly. "I'm really not supposed to be here." The other voice protested again. "Seriously, this is a bad idea." The class turned to look as their teacher appeared after turning a corner. With him was a person with something that looked like a hero suit but more casual. He had green hair and freckles, and Katsuki froze. "Deku!" He almost hadn't recognized the nerd. He had grown taller in the time they hadn't seen each other, and he no longer looked like the wind would knock him down. It looked like Katsuki was still taller, but the nerd had really changed a lot. Hearing his name, Deku turned his head and beamed when he saw Katsuki. "Kaken!" And then he was being assaulted by the nerd. Katsuki shoved him off. "What the hell are you doing here?" he yelled at the nerd. Deku smiled and rubbed the back of his neck. "Long story." "Kaken," some of the extras mumbled, and Katsuki turned to glare at them. "Bakugo, do you know this kid?" his teacher asked, sounding tired. Katsuki scoffed. "We went to school together." He was just gonna leave it at that, but the Deku added, "And we were best friends." "Bakugo has friends?" Dunce's face said incredulously. "He's not my friend." Deku pouted. "You're hurting my feelings, Kaken." He put a hand over his heart. "We've known each other since we were kids." Katsuki bristled. "Shut up, Deku." He turned to his teacher. "Sensei, what is he doing here?" Aizawa sighed. "I'm bringing him in for questioning, but because I have to teach this class he's coming along." "Huh." The teacher nodded. "So you don't know your best friend is a vigilante then?" Katsuki was about to explode when he registered what Aizawa had said. He turned to Deku. "You're a vigilante?" Izuku cringed at the sheer volume of Kaken's voice. The constant headache of being in the blonde's presence was something he hadn't missed. Besides how impractical it was for him to be here, he couldn't afford making Eraserhead suspicious, and maybe he could make the heroes trust him if he fought against some of the villains. He wasn't going to interfere with Shigi's plan. He couldn't actually, not without blowing his cover. The only thing he had to do was act like he didn't have a quirk and just fight with his fists. That seemed easy enough. Before he could answer Kaken's question with a deadpan "yes," Eraserhead interrupted. "Enough, get on the bus, we're late." Izuku was honestly surprised that he hadn't been blown up yet. Some guy with blue hair and glasses chopped through the air with his arms and tried to get everyone on the bus. Izuku frowned. This guy was too much of a try-hard for his taste, but he got the noisy class on the bus. Izuku tried staying behind, but he just got pushed onto the bus by the pro and ended up sitting at the end of one of the two rows that faced each other in the first half of the bus. Kaken was sitting in the other end, which was fortunate since he didn't want to be within touching distance of Kaken while he looked like that. The raven-haired girl next to him was a bloody miracle for looking like he didn't even bother her. Izuku liked her, he decided. She also seemed to have a sound or music-related quirk since she used her ears as earphones. That was actually pretty cool. There was a lot of different quirks in this class, it seemed. Next to him sat a green-haired girl with some type of frog mutation, and next to her a guy with bright red hair. "Are you really a vigilante, Deku?" a girl with brown hair in a pink and black suit asked him. He shrugged. "That depends on how you look at it, I guess. Oh, and my name isn't Deku." The girl looked puzzled. "But that's what Bakugo called you?" Izuku smiled. "Yeah, well, Kaken loves nicknaming people. My name's Izuku, but you can call me Deku if you'd like. I think it's funny." The girl nodded. "Why aren't you trying to be a hero, though?" the guy with red hair asked. "If you went to school with Bakugo, then you should be our age, but I didn't see you at the exam." He could see Kaken roll his eyes at them. Izuku shrugged again. "I can't be a hero," he said simply. "Why, Deku-chan?" the green-haired girl asked him. Kaken spared him the trouble of answering himself. "Because he's quirkless, you idiots," he said. They all turned to look at him and he shrugged. It looked like half of this conversation was just him shrugging. It is what it is. Then the guy with yellow hair and a lightning theme to his costume cleared his throat. "How do you fight villains without a quirk?" Izuku grinned sharply. "I don't need a quirk. I bet I could take down any of you without even using my staff." It was a provocative statement and he knew he would get at least one challenger. They all seemed to take him in again, to truly size up if they would be able to take him on, even with the help of a quirk. Izuku knew he had packed on some muscle and he could be an intimidating figure, judging on the villains he had faced in the past. The guy with the red hair grinned, like he'd love to try. A few others also seemed up to the challenge. The guy with the half-red and half-white colored hair, that Izuku had assumed to be a child of endeavors, was still sleeping in the back. Kaken, on the other hand, simply sprang to his feet. "Do you want to fight, Deku?" Izuku smirked. "I'd love to fight you, Kaken." The blonde looked just about to pounce, even though they were still in a bus, but then his kidnapper announced loudly, "We're here, stop messing around." He then glared at Izuku, who smiled his sweetest smile. They all got off the bus, with Izuku having half a mind to just make a run for it. He knew what would happen when they went inside, and he hadn't had breakfast yet. And he would probably also be attending this questioning Eraser had mentioned earlier. Fan-tastic. He groaned internally but trudged along, joining the crowd of students who were starstruck by the presence of 13. Izuku had made it his business to know each and every active hero in the area so that he knew how to fight them best, and he seriously hadn't figured out a strategy for 13 yet. But that was just because you didn't need one. A pro tip would just be to avoid being SCKD into their finger. That was a good start at least. If he had had his guns, he would shoot them. If they figured out he was the thief, it wasn't likely, but still, then he would probably have to fight them all, which would SCK. The whole reason he was here was to not get the pros on his back. "Oh, I love 13, the girl in pink and black exclaimed. Almost all the bloody students were saying something like that in odd voices, with the exception of Kaken, who was still sending glares at Izuku, and half-white half-red guy who just looked tired, and the purple-haired guy who looked even more tired. Izuku had to cough into his sleeve to hide his laughter. Hero students were the best. Their blind adoration of someone who was a bloody pro was hilarious. DMN, he had tried not to get political, but seriously, the hero system was effed up. He had nothing against the people, it was just the system in general. He sobered a bit when he thought of Shigaraki and the plan for the USJ. They were on their way in now, after they had all shouted, very loudly, how much they were looking forward to work with 13. "Yeah, we get it." When they had made it inside, 13 presented the different disaster zones. Unforeseen simulation joint, huh? So that was what the USJ stood for? Izuku had thought it would be something like useless sheet joint or something the like, but the other thing worked too. His kidnapper walked over to the hero with his hands in his pockets. 13, where is All Might? He was supposed to meet us here. Yeah, about that. His worse half had set up a bunch of obstacles for the number one so that he would use most of the time he had fighting petty crime. 13 said something that they couldn't hear, holding up a few fingers. Izuku guessed that they were telling Eraser of All Might's delay. He nodded, looking even more tired, and stepped to the side. 13 spread their arms. Let's see. Before we begin, let me say one thing, or two or three. Can they decide? Or 4, 5, 6, 7. Guess not. They then held up a hand. Everyone. I'm sure you are aware of my quirk, black hole. I can SCK up anything and turn it to dust. Yeah, that's what you just did with my will to live. Izuku tuned the next part out. What was it with heroes and explaining their quirks in a lot of unnecessary details? When he had met Shigaraki for the first time, the guy had literally said, I disintegrate sheet. Like, what is up with all this? Quirks are dangerous, they can kill, blah blah blah. You know, sheet. After a sheet ton of time, they were finally done with the stupid speech. That is all. Thank you for listening. I didn't. Then class all began clapping, which Eraserhead interrupted. All right then, first dash. Then the lights went out, and one of Kurogiri's warp gates opened up in front of the fountain. Shigaraki went through as the first, covered in more of his hands. He had really dressed up for this, huh? Then came the other Izuku, followed by a lot of villains. Izuku saw himself spot himself and waved discreetly. The other Izuku face-palmed and then shook his head. 13. Protect the students. Eraser said. Ouch, I feel excluded. Is this like the entrance exam where the lessons already started? The guy with spiky red hair asked. Eraser pulled on his goggles. Don't move. Those are villains. All the hero students tensed up, looking scared as hell. What villains? The redhead said incredulously. No way, there's no way they could get into a hero school. Well, obviously they did. Teacher, what about the trespasser sensors? The girl with the ponytail said. We have them, of course, but did they only appear here or around the whole school? This was the first time half white half red spoke up. Either way, if the sensors are not responding, that means they have someone with a quirk that can do that. These guys could only think inside the box. It had to be a quirk. Of course it was a quirk. No, it couldn't at all be, because Izuku had great hacking skills. But still, this guy was observant. An isolated area separated from the main campus during a time when a class is supposed to be here. They might be fools, but they're not dumb. Thanks. The surprise attack was carefully planned. You think? I spent so much time planning with Shiggy, I swear. With some sort of goal in mind. That's usually what people have when they do something, like I bought flour the other day with the goal of baking brownies. 13. Start the evacuation, Eraser said. Try calling the school. It won't work, Izuku mused in his mind. These villains even had something to counteract the sensors. It's possible someone with radio wave-type powers is interfering. Good guess, but no. Kaminari, you try contacting the school with your quirk too, he said to Sparky Boy. You can't fight the villains alone, Sensei, Kaken said, stepping forward. Eraser glared at him. You stay put, he nodded to 13, and I'm a hero. Fighting villains is what I do. Oh right, I'm supposed to be a vigilante, I fight villains too. Guess I'll get to fight some villains today after all, Izuku said as he stretched, receiving a lot of incredulous looks from the hero students. He saluted Eraserhead and took off towards the villains. See you down there, Eraser, he yelled over his shoulder. As long as he only fought minor recruits, it should be okay. He just needed to look like an ally for the heroes and not blow his own cover, and if the other Izuku got unmasked, then everything would go to shit. Katsuki watched with gritted teeth as the idiot launched himself at the villains, Aizawa-sensei on his heels. He wanted to join them, he wanted to fight. How did Deku think he could go up against that many? Even with the help of a pro, they would be at a disadvantage. The Katsuki saw him fight and understood. This wasn't the Deku from over 10 months ago, this was someone highly trained. He moved through the air like an acrobat. The villains he came into contact with went down. Sensei was right beside him, erasing quirks and using his capture weapon to immobilize them. Deku was taking down villains just as fast as a pro, if not faster. What the F dash? He mumbled to himself. What had happened to the Deku he had known, and who was this? Katsuki narrowed his eyes at the fight. Sensei had said to evacuate, but Katsuki could definitely help. Should he listen and get to safety or go down there and cover the idiot's back? His fingers tingled with the impulse to blow something up. Hurry up and take shelter, came the voice of their class representative. Katsuki glared at him. Shut up, Four Eyes. He then went after his class in 13. With each step he wanted to go back. Deku is quirkless. You can do more than him. Go help for F's sake, you usul. Then another one of those black portals opened up right in front of them. I won't let you, it said. Nice to meet you, we are the League of Villains. What a stupid but name for a group of stupid but people. It may be presumptuous of us, but we have invited ourselves into the home of the heroes, UA High School, in order to bring about the downfall of All Might's legacy. Well now, what was this misty extra saying? All Might's legacy? Yeah, that is pretty presumptuous of you, B.S.D. Katsuki clenched his fists. The warp guy seemed to spread his arms. Whatever, Katsuki heard enough. He nudged Shitty Hair and charged at the villain, leveling a big explosion right in the misty fucker's face with Shitty Hair right by his side. He grinned as the smoke cleared. Take that, you be. Beside him, Shitty Hair said exactly what he was thinking. Did you consider that you'd get beaten by us before you did it? Oh dear, that's dangerous, came the villain's voice. That's right, even if you are students, you are excellent golden eggs. Did he just call us eggs? The hell dash? No. Katsuki looked back at 13 who had opened up access to one of their fingers. Move away, you two. But they didn't get to move or do anything before they were all encased in darkness. Next thing he knew, he was in a ratty-looking room in what he assumed to be the collapse zone. Shitty Hair was there and a bunch of villains had them surrounded. Katsuki grinned, too bad for them. Ida had gotten Ochako, Ashido, Siro, Sato and Shoji out of the dark dome the villain had encased their classmates in quickly. Now they stood as the only ones left, looking down at the chaos that the USJ had become. The warp gate villain still separated them from the exit. 13 stood the closest to him, protecting the students. Class rep. Ida straightened. I entrust this duty to you. Run to the school and tell them about what is happening here. The alarms are not sounding and our phones don't have signal. The alarm system is based on infrared rays. Even though Eraserhead is erasing people's quirks left and right, they are still not working, which means they must have someone with an interference quirk who hid right when they arrived. It would be faster for you to run than for us to find that person. Ochako nodded to what they were saying. It made perfect sense. Ida was the fastest of them here, and if he went they could probably get some backup soon. But it would be a disgrace as class rep to leave everyone behind dash. Go, emergency exit. Sato said, going into a battle stance. If you can get outside, there are alarms. That's why these guys are only doing this inside, right? C walked up beside him. As long as you go outside they won't follow you. Blow away this fog with your legs. Use your quirk in order to save others. Ochako smiled encouraging at Ida. I can totally support you like I did in the cafeteria. She shook her head, determined. I will. Please, class rep. Ida nodded to himself. He seemed to have decided as well. Even if you have no other choice, are there really idiots who talk about their plans in front of the enemy? The purple-black mist guy bellowed. Ochako cringed. Yeah, that was perhaps not the smartest. 13 raised their hand. We did it because it didn't matter if we're found out. They then shouted the name of their move, Black Hole, and proceeded to SCK up the purple mist. Ida ran at the door, but another purple gate popped up right in front of him that he didn't have time to evade. But then Shoji grabbed the warp gate to clear the way. Ida ran faster and disappeared through a Ida-shaped hole in the door. The villain then disappeared and reappeared down by the waterfall where he had originally appeared. Ashido leaned in to whisper something to Ochako with a sly smile. This is probably a bad time, but I have to vent and Hagakure isn't here, so can we just talk about how hot that Deku guy is? Ochako turned positively red at that. She had noticed, of course. She would have been blind not to. Deku was pretty cool. He was their age but just seemed much more, not mature but like he was already out there fighting crime. And by the looks of it he was also pretty good at it. He moved really fast down where him and Aizawa-sensei were fighting. And just the fact that he could hold his own while being quirkless was really impressive. He was probably more skilled than most pros were. Denki was running from this super tall and buff guy who was trying to kill him. The guy swung his fist at him but Denki dodged it. Scary. Seriously, did you see that just now? I saw the river Styx, seriously. What the heck is up with these guys? What's going on? He knew he was rambling, but could you blame him? They were surrounded by a bunch of freaky-looking people who were most definitely trying to kill them. Worry about that later, Jir said, clutching the sword Momo had made her tightly. Right now we need to figure out how we'll get away from all these people. Denki made a quick scan of the crowd. There was a guy with a chicken head, a blue guy with 4 arms, a lady with a scythe and another chicken guy. They were dead meat. Then give me a weapon too, he said, knowing he sounded more than a little panicked. Jair was also taking in their opponents, a crease showing between her eyebrows. You're the electric guy, aren't you? Hurry up and take care of them. Denki clenched his teeth. She had literally been there during combat training. You saw during the combat training, didn't you? We were paired up. I can only cover myself with electricity. He held up a hand and made some electricity crackle in his palm. I can discharge electricity, but it's not like I can control it. I'll hit you too. The withering look that Jair sent him then made him a bit defensive. It's like, he's same as Todoroki. Even if we wanted to call for help, there's interference jamming the signal. He tapped his earpiece. Listen, you two. Right now you can't count on me. It hurt to say it, but it was the bitter truth. I'm counting on you. Jair glared at him. You're the guy, aren't you? Stop whining. He was about to protest that he was not in fact whining and merely stating a fact when the big butt helmet guy tried hitting him again. He dodged and took a few quick steps back. Then I'll use you as a human stun gun, he heard Jair yell behind him right before she kicked him straight into the villain. Denki looked up. Oh, it's actually working. The guy had electricity running through him which made him unable to fight at the same time. Denki smiled. I'm strong, he gave them a thumbs up. You two can count on me. Jair looked at him like he was the dumbest thing to ever walk the earth. You're too happy-go-lucky. Denki didn't take it personally. Then Jair dodged a villain and used her speakers to blast him off. The guy incidentally punched Denki right in the face and got electrocuted too. Mom caught a villain with a net that also touched the now many people who were being affected by Denki's quirk. Both of you should take this more seriously, she yelled. Sorry, Jair said. I thought it was a good idea at the time. She used the speakers to momentarily incapacitate the villains near her. Kaminari, you should have requested something to help you aim in your costume order. I hadn't thought about that, he grumbled to himself. A villain jumped out from the cliff above her, a small axe in each hand. Denki yelled for her to look out, but before the villain touched the ground, something really fast and green collided with him. They both crashed to the ground and one of them grunted. Sheet. The other guy, Bakugo's vigilante friend, stood up, brushing dust off his shirt. He looked back at Denki and the other two and smiled. Hey there. Then a giant white sheet burst from Yairosa's back and landed over her and Jair. She lifted up the sheet so that they could see her face. It's an insulation sheet 100 millimeters thick, Kaminari. Oh sweet, the vigilante said. Take it away, Electro Dude, and then he jumped underneath the sheet. Denki grinned. In that case, I can be really strong. He set his power off with like a crazy charge and then he fried the villains and himself. Izuku had been going around through some of the zones, helping out a few students here and there, but he didn't think he could prolong this anymore. All the students seemed to be managing now and he needed to follow the plan that he had come up with in about the time it took him to get down to the villains. As soon as the screaming stopped, he lifted up the sheet and peeked out. I think it's safe now. He looked back at the two girls and whipped his head back around when he realized that one of their suits had broken. He took off his jacket and held it out behind his back. It's okay, the girl with the ponytail said. I can just make a new one. Oh right, the creator quirk. That was actually pretty cool. All right then, he said, a bit awkwardly and stepped out from under the sheet. He looked over at the blonde-haired guy who seemed to have lost more than one brain cell. Izuku frowned. Could this guy really only use all his strength if he turned into a complete moron after? That's bloody inconvenient. He then looked over to the main square where Eraser was taking on way too many villains, but he was actually handling it. Every villain he set his red eyes on got taken down. Izuku was honestly impressed. Eraser's fighting style and quirk wasn't really the best for this situation. He couldn't go against a group that large for long and he seemed to be tiring out. Then Shigi ran at him, grabbed his scarf and got punched in the stomach. Izuku frowned, but then Eraser's hair fell down and he saw that Shigi was gripping the hero's elbow. Shigi leaned in close to say something and then he was disintegrating him, or at least his elbow. Christ, that looked nasty. Izuku cringed, but that's gotta hurt. A villain literally sprouted from the earth beside Izuku, but he just kicked the guy in the face enough times for him to pass out again. Eraser retreated, but then a bunch of villains came at him from every direction. Izuku sighed. Your teacher doesn't seem to be doing so well, he remarked. He heard the two hero hopefuls gasp behind him. He gritted his teeth. Shigi was going to be so set at him for this. Izuku took off sprinting towards them, arriving just in time to hear Shigi fangirl ANG over Eraser. You're so cool, Izuku rolled his eyes. Eraser was already his favorite hero, Shigi could bugger off. The other Izuku was standing with his hands in his pockets looking bored, not participating in the fight. Shigi seemed to pause. By the way, hero, I'm not the last boss. Then and only then did Eraser notice the gigantic Nomu that was standing directly behind him. Just before the Nomu would grab Eraser, Izuku pushed him away. Which was, well, not exactly smart since now he was the one who got smashed against the ground. Well, if Izuku screamed as the Nomu broke his FANG arm. He knew he wasn't getting any special treatment since they couldn't afford for the Nomu to go easy on him. That would be too suspicious. But still, this was painful. He panted into the dirt as his arm was forced at an angle that definitely wasn't natural. Okay, think Izuku, you have to get out of this by yourself. He could feel blood gathering at his temple and sliding down his face. The Nomu was directly above him and had a good grip on his arms. He couldn't expect any help from Eraser since the guy looked worse than Izuku felt. The Nomu noticed him looking, grabbed his hair and smashed his face into the ground. Izuku clenched his fists. If he used his quirk then this Nomu would be done for, and he was tempted to do it but that would just ruin their plan completely. Izuku tried blinking the dirt out of his eyes. You know what? This chapter text. The last thing Izuku had expected when he had walked through Kurojire's warp gate was to see his clone standing with the hero students. It made him change his plans a bit. The heroes had already seen his face, so if they saw him, the thief, they would know. That's why he didn't fight, why he just stood and watched as the fight went on. Izuku hadn't lied back when he had fought Eraser, he was really one of his favorites. Eraserhead didn't fight for glory or for power, he was one of the real heroes. But then the green-haired Izuku came out of nowhere and pushed the bloody hero away. Izuku sighed inwardly, here we go. Izuku had already realized that he had somewhat of a hero complex. He had wanted to be a hero for a long time. That was until he had gotten his quirk, of course, and that had happened. Izuku pushed the reminder out of his head as soon as it came to the surface and focused back on his revenge. Izuku smiled. Yes, revenge was always such a nice thing to think about when you had to lift your spirits. If only his clone would stop being such a bloody moron. But then he saw as the other Izuku got his arm broken, Izuku cringed at that, and thought back to the conversation he had had with Jean. The clone can only take so much damage before it dissolves. The guy had worn a paper bag over his head, but Izuku could still see the movement of him shaking his head. My twice can take anything on, they're invincible. Jiren had sent him a look that said, just go with it, and Izuku had nodded. I'll stay away from trouble then. This was it, the clone was going to dissolve and their plan would be for nothing. They couldn't make another clone, that was for sure. Izuku couldn't just show up as a vigilante again after bloody dissolving. But it didn't happen. The other Izuku kept screaming and thrashing but he did not dissolve. Well shit, I guess I'm the clone. Shoyuda had seen it coming when the thief had walked out of the warp gate right alongside the hand guy. If a vigilante was cornered by a hero they would usually try to make an escape, but the thief had fought. That was the thing that made up Shuda's mind. The thief was dangerous and he had to be stopped. The vigilante teen whose name was apparently Izuku jumped into the fight before Shoyuda could do anything. Shoyuda grumbled a curse into his scarf and pulled up his goggles and then he went to join him. There were villains everywhere and Shoyuda didn't have time to do anything other than take down one after one. But the villains he fought just kept getting up again and again. It was an endless fight that he couldn't win. He just hoped that the students had escaped and that they had contacted some backup. But for now Shoyuta just tried to keep up with the amounts of villains coming at him from everywhere. Shoyuta was tiring fast, but he forced himself to keep going, to keep fighting. The more villains he knocked out, the less would get to his students. This was too early for them to fight for themselves. They had only started school less than a week ago. Shoyuta wrapped up the last two in his capture weapon and knocked them to the ground. He looked up and saw that the hand guy was running straight at him. Shoyuta stood up, and as he ran, he sent his capture weapon after the guy. The hand guy caught it, his other hand stretched out towards Shuta's face. Though at the last second Shoyuta dodged and drove his elbow into the skinny guy's stomach. But then he caught Shuta's elbow and Shuta's quirk turned off. Ding, he cursed to himself. This was really bad timing. It's hard to see because you keep moving around, the villain said from above him, but there's an instant when your hair falls. Sheet, he noticed. That's when you've finished an action. The fabric that the villain's was touching slowly crumbled beneath his fingers, and the space in between has gotten shorter and shorter. Don't push yourself, Eraserhead. Now it was his skin that was crumbling. Shuta's arm shook with the pain, and he knew that he had to get away or his arm would be done for. Shoyuta lashed out with his other arm, pushed the villain back and retreated. His elbow was literally crumbling, the effect of that guy's quirk. A villain came up behind him and he dodged the attack. Then he was suddenly surrounded. The guys were mainly people he'd already fought. But now one of his arms were practically useless. The blue-haired villain stood up, taunting Shoyuta with the truth. Yes, he knew that this fight wasn't in his favor. Sweat was literally dripping from his forehead and back at this point. Shoyuta gritted his teeth. He captured a villain in his capture weapon and used them as a shield as another villain attacked. He then punched that villain in the face and kicked another. The main villain spread his arms out, telling him how cool he was. Shoyuta got déjà vu from his fight with the thief. Should he be worried that villains liked him? By the way, hero, I'm not the last boss. Shoyuta felt a presence at his back and looked over his shoulder. There was a big black creature with a beak filled of sharp teeth. Its brain was visible and the eyes were crazed. The creature lifted its arm to grab Shoyuta, but then he got pushed away, landing several feet away. Instinctively, he retreated further back before a scream forced his attention away from the pain in his arm. It was the vigilante. The boy, Shoyuta guessed that he was around the age of his students since he and Bakugo had apparently gone to school together, was stuck in the creature's big hand, blood flowing from his arm and onto the ground. Shoyuta stared, completely shell-shocked at what he was seeing. Had that kid really pushed him away? This kid was taking what he would have received. Shoyuta stumbled to his feet, grasping his numb arm. The vigilante looked up and caught Shuta's eye. He was bleeding from his temples and nose, and his face was also covered in a lot of smaller scrapes and cuts. But then the Nomu forced the vigilante's head into the dirt again. Shoyuta was about to go help whatever way he could, but then he felt something wrap around his stomach and pull him further back. The vigilante disappeared from his eyesight as he got dragged behind a big rock. He blinked dumbly at his two students for a second before realization hit him. They hadn't made it out. The vigilante, no, Izuku, screamed again from behind them. Shoyuta gritted his teeth. He had to help. Then there was an animalistic screech and the sound of skittering gravel. Shoyuta whipped his head around to look at where he had just been. His eyes widened. The vigilante had somehow pulled out another one of his bow staffs, though Shoyuta distinctly remembered confiscating the one he had had on him, and had gotten out from under the creature. He was standing, bow staff in the hand that wasn't covered in his own blood, with gritted teeth formed in an ugly smile. The creature hadn't moved to capture him again, and the hand villain and the thief stood a bit to the side, discussing something. The hand villain was scratching at his neck with both hands. The vigilante ran away, but he was limping, moving too slowly. Shoyuta ran out and grasped his side. The vigilante hissed, so Shoyuta tried supporting him without hurting him. "Ah, don't go get all soft on me, Eraser," the vigilante gritted out. "Shut up, kid," Shoyuta grumbled back. Izuku had used one of his more subtle quirks, a strength quirk, and had kicked the Nomu and then rolled out from underneath it, the bones in his right arm cracking as he tore himself free. Pain flared up his arm and his shoulder, making him hiss. He dashed away from the Nomu, towards a wide-eyed Eraser. The hero went to him and threw Izuku's good arm over his shoulder. Izuku looked back to see that Kurogiri had appeared beside the other Izuku and Shigi, who had begun scratching at his neck with both hands. It seemed like something had went wrong anyways. Besides the Nomu getting a hold of him and breaking his arm, of course, Izuku thought bitterly. Eraser led him back behind a rock where the girl with the frog mutation quirk and the guy, who had sat in the very back of the bus, with eye bags that rivaled his teacher, were crouching. "Well, isn't this a nice little gathering?" he said, crouching down beside them. The purple-haired guy gave him an unimpressed look, and the girl just tilted her head. "Karo." Izuku wiped the blood away from under his nose with the back of his hand. His whole body felt like utter shit, and he hadn't found a bloody healing quirk yet, so he was stuck with these inconvenient injuries. Then there was a crash from the entrance to the USJ, and All Might came waltzing in. Izuku looked at where Shigi was standing with the Nomu and other Izuku. This was why they had brought the Nomu. It was their backup plan in case All Might showed up anyways. Izuku had made sure to set up as many pre-scheduled robberies and other crimes to slow him down, but he wasn't the number one for nothing. But even though he had made it here in time, his time must have almost run out by now. Perhaps the Nomu could even win, but Izuku wasn't counting on it. As All Might walked in with a smile that looked more grim than reassuring, in fact it wasn't even a smile, so off-brand TBH, the hero hopeful smiled and called his name. Izuku's vision swam as he tried coming up with a strategy. He could still fight. "You're seconds away from passing out, you idiot," the annoying voice in his head told him. Izuku shook his head, but that just made him more dizzy. He had to brace his arm against the rock to stabilize himself. Well, stable was a strong word for his state right now. Izuku sat down against the rock with a sigh and closed his eyes. The pain was everywhere. He hadn't ever felt something like this. He felt so heavy that he imagined that he could fall right through the earth. Something grasped his shoulders and shook him gently. "Hey, don't pass out, oh Eraser. Hey." Izuku opened his eyes slightly and saw the concerned face of the underground hero right in front of him. The edges of his sight was blurry though. "I might have a concussion," he noted numbly to himself. "Ah, what a pain," he said with a sigh. He rubbed his face with one hand, dried blood coming off from the touch of his fingers. He looked down at the source of the most painful wound. The bone was sticking out from his arm, which looked really gross. He hadn't felt it before, not really. It must have been because of the adrenaline or something, but he couldn't remember it hurting this much when he was still under the Nomu. Izuku looked back where All Might was fighting the Nomu. As expected, he thought dimly, All Might just kept punching it. And again. And again. And again. Shigi had told him about the Nomu. It had shock absorption and a bunch of other nifty things that made it almost indestructible. What All Might was doing was basically trying to open a door that swung outwards by pulling until the door would hopefully come off its hinges. Then suddenly there was a big crash and a cloud of dust that blocked the fight from their eyesight. Izuku closed his eyes, until suddenly he heard Kurogiri's voice. "I do not want blood and guts overflowing within me, but I would be happy to take in someone as great as you. Laying it on a bit thick there, aren't we?" The fight with the Nomu was a distraction, a last resort. And when Izuku sought Shigi and the other Izuku out, they were already gone. All Might tried to tear himself from the Nom's grasp and out of Kurogiri's warp gate, but to no avail. Izuku gritted his teeth, for F's sake. Then Kacchan was there, blasting Kurogiri with his explosions, and simultaneously ice was spreading along the ground covering the Nomu. All Might got loose, but there was a wound in his side. Then the red head with the spiky hair jumped in to join the fight. "Damn it, I didn't get to show off," he yelled. "Well shit, these kids are stronger than we thought, Shigaraki. Fighting them in the long run will be hard. Good luck to you." And then Izuku passed the It wasn't long after they had joined the fight that the villains made a break for it and other heroes started showing up. Katsuki looked around. He had tried looking for Deku while fighting the villains but hadn't seen him anywhere. Where was that diamond nerd? Then he spotted Aizawa-sensei, frog face and eye bags gathered by a boulder where someone else was sitting covered in blood. Katsuki's eyes widened. "Oh, Deku," he yelled as he ran over. The three others looked up at him, but he didn't spare them a glance. What the F dash? Deku was covered in blood, his own blood by the looks of it, and his arm looked like a FING horror show. Katsuki kneeled down beside him, surveying his wounds. And holy shit, there were many. Why don't we become heroes together, Kachin? The nerd had been so small back then, but his smile was the biggest thing in the world. A smile that had disappeared around the time everyone else got their quirks. Katsuki had smiled back at him. I'll be a much better hero than you, Izuku. Just you wait and see. Katsuki shook his head to clear his thoughts. Recovery girl, he yelled. We need recovery girl over here, right now. Katsuki looked around for her, but she was still up on the platform, too far. Katsuki slid one arm under Deku's knees and another one behind his back, careful not to touch his arm, and then he lifted Deku off the ground and ran over the plaza with him. Shitty nerd, he mumbled, what the f has happened to you? It was more like a snarl than a question. His classmates stared at him as he ran with Deku in his arms, or maybe it was Deku they were staring at. Katsuki didn't care either way. His thoughts couldn't catch up with the racing of his heart as he basically flew up the stairs. When Recovery Girl saw him, she immediately made her way over. Katsuki put down Deku as gently as he could and watched as Recovery Girl did her job. Is he okay, Baku bro? Shitty Hair asked from behind him. The idiot had probably followed him up here. I don't know, Katsuki growled back, not taking his eyes off Deku. There was blood everywhere, it stained his clothes, caked on his skin. What had happened since he disappeared? How had he ended up as a vigilante? Why had he given up on his dream? What had happened all those years ago to kill the Izuku he had known? I don't know. Tsukachi had arrived at the scene with a bunch of other police officers after the attack had ended. Yagi's class was gathered outside, and after Tsukachi had accounted for all of them, he told them to return to their classroom. The questioning would come later. The girl in the green outfit stepped forward. Detective, what about the vigilante? Tsukachi looked over at where the ambulance had been a few minutes ago. The blonde boy was still standing there, looking in the direction it had gone with a scowl. He turned back to the class. The nurses said that he was stable, he's going to be fine. That seemed to lift the class's spirits a bit. They also asked about 13 and All Might, who were also okay, and then he sent them back to their classroom. Tsukachi turned to his colleague. Sansa, I also have some business in the nurse's office. I'll leave the rest to you. Sansa saluted with a yes sir, and went back to work. Tsukachi told the principal that they would do a thorough investigation of the whole school, and then he left for the nurse's office. There he found Yagi and Recovery Girl. Yagi was lying down, back supported by a few pillows, looking out of the window. Hey Yagi, he said, getting the man's attention. Sorry to cut to the chase, but can you give me some details about the villains? All Might sighed. I don't know what to tell you, he said in an almost defeated tone. That creature, whatever it was just as strong. No, that creature was stronger than me. Tsukachi's eyes widened. If it wasn't for my students, then I probably wouldn't have one. Yagi looked him straight in the eye. I need a successor, I need to pass it on, or else one for all will die with me. Tsukachi blinked. You haven't given it to that third year yet? Yagi shook his head. I will soon. I've become weaker. There's no guarantee that I'll survive my next fight, and with the thief still out there. His expression hardened. The symbol needs to live on. Tsukachi nodded. You also deserve to take a break after all this time. Yagi took on a softer expression. How are the students? A few hours after Izuku had woken up, he was taken to the police station, his left arm in a sling. His whole body ached, but he could handle it. Pain was just pain after all. The officer who had gone to get him from the hospital offered him some tea, to which Izuku asked for coffee instead, and then he led him to an interrogation room. Izuku had never been interrogated before, but he wasn't as nervous as he thought he would be. He sat alone in the room for a while, making faces at the two-way mirror out of boredom after consuming his cup of coffee within the first half-minute. I'm bored, Izuku complained loudly to whoever could hear him. This was honestly kind of rude. He had almost just woken up at the hospital. Granted, it was the day after the USJ attack, but still. It wasn't exactly abnormal for him to sleep for over 20 hours at a time. His record was actually 34 solid hours. Izuku yawned and laid his head on his folded arms. He rested on the metal table. I'm so gonna miss school because of this. Well, he had already missed the first, the second, and every other day since that at his new school. He had debated actually showing up just to see the teacher's reaction. No matter how nice his new teacher was, the guy or girl or whatever would definitely be said. Izuku smiled to himself. That's what he would do tomorrow, he decided. He couldn't do much vigilante work with a broken arm anyways. Then finally, the door to the room opened and a guy with short dark hair, that looked familiar, came in with a notepad. Alright, Midoriya, I just have a few questions before we continue. Izuku arched a brow at him. Can I get some more coffee then? The first one didn't last very long. The man smiled a friendly smile as he sat down. We'll get you some more coffee after this. Now, I'm Detective Tsukachi and I'd like to inform you that my quirk is a truth-telling quirk, so I would recommend not lying. Izuku leaned back in his chair. Have we met before? I feel like we've met before. Okay, he was being a bit rude, but give him some slack, life FANGSE for him right now. The detective nodded. Yes, I asked you some questions when you brought an Eraserhead, but then you ran off when I turned my back. Izuku cringed. Now that was a blunt way to put it. Okay then, Izuku mumbled. Now, you said you were quirkless? Yes, I did in fact imply that by speaking, I was pronounced quirkless at 4, that is also true. I first got my quirk when I was 7 despite the toe joints. How did you learn to fight? My father. And where is your father now? Probably on some mountain somewhere, Izuku replied with a smile. Tsukachi narrowed his eyes at him. Okay then, what about your mother? I imagine she's the same place my father is, as far as I know. Tsukachi looked down at his papers, like he was about to give up on life. Now, your mother is Midoriya Izuku, correct? Izuku nodded. But there are no records of your father. That makes sense, Izuku commented. And how is that? Izuku shrugged. The guy loves privacy. I mean, have you seen where he lives? Tsukachi leaned forward. Who is your father, Midoriya? Izuku grinned. A dangerous man. He then winked at the detective. Tsukachi sighed. Everything you've said so far has been true, but you are being very vague. Midoriya, tell me, why are you a vigilante? Izuku clicked his tongue. Why are you a police officer? Why is All Might a hero? I have my own reasons for doing what I'm doing. Thank you for answering. That was all we need to know for now. The detective got up from his seat and left the room. Izuku groaned. They were probably gonna put him in a foster home or something, and his plans wouldn't run as smoothly if he had to hide his research from 2 guardians. That would SCK, and it would take so FING long, and his mother would probably not want to stay at the mountain forever. Izuku leaned back in his chair to the point where he felt like he might fall off and looked at the ceiling until he heard the door open again. He looked down to see Eraser standing with a cup of, what Izuku hoped to be, coffee with UA's rodent principles sitting in his scarf. Like Izuku, one of his arms were in a sling. Izuku sat up somewhat straight as Eraser sat down. Didn't expect to see you here. Eraser looked like he had only slept 2 hours during the last 2 days and his glare was weak at best. Zip it, problem child, we come with a proposal. Izuku frowned. A what now? For what exactly? The rodent perked up with a big smile. He jumped out of Eraser's scarf and landed on the table. We want you to come to UA. Izuku blinked at them dumbly. What? To get things straight, Eraserhead continued, you won't exactly be a student, you'll just live at UA grounds so that we can monitor you. Since you don't have a guardian and you're underage, we've gotten special permission to take you in. Izuku blinked at them. What? He didn't think he had heard them properly. Eraser sighed. You heard right, problem child, as bad as an idea I think it is, someone needs to make sure you don't get yourself killed before you've reached the legal drinking age. God forbid, Izuku murmured sarcastically. Eraser sent him an annoyed look, and the only ones who would be able to handle you is us. Izuku glared at him. No bloody way was he going to live at a bloody hero school. That would be even more bothersome than a foster family. Izuku shook his head. Yeah, no way that's gonna happen. The rodent beamed. Here's the thing, you don't have a choice. For years ago, her baby had lost his smile and it broke Inko's heart. It was a few weeks after Hisashi had left, but the grief still hadn't gone away. The grief of him leaving and the grief of losing her baby. Izuku had stopped smiling, and with every day he retracted further into himself. Every night after he had gone to sleep, Inko sat on couch and sobbed. She tried to be strong for him but didn't know how. Their life had been torn apart so suddenly and without warning. It hurt It hurt so much and Inko didn't know how to help her baby. Izuku had stopped playing with the other kids. Katsuki had even been by a few times to ask if he was okay and if he could see him. But every time Inko had to turn him away and every time Katsuki lost a bit of the hope in his eyes. He couldn't know what had happened, so he didn't understand why his best friends suddenly stopped talking to him. In the beginning, Inko had thought it wouldn't last for long. She had even told Izuku it would be good for him to be around his friends, but she was met with silence. Izuku didn't talk much anymore and Inko didn't know what to do. Her baby was too young for this. He shouldn't have to feel this. He shouldn't have already known what it was like to lose. He was still a child. He was her child and she couldn't help him. She didn't know how to help him. She didn't even know how to help herself. But for now, they took one day at a time and tried to bear it. Their absence was taking a heavy toll, but they would get through this. One day at a time. So, yeah, when they asked where he lived, where he kept his stuff, he gave him his old address, the place where he had grown up. It wasn't like he could actually go get his stuff from his apartment. That would be unbelievably stupid and would most likely result in him being found out. But now he was stuck with a bunch of t-shirts and long-sleeved shirts with the dumbest sheet written on them. What in the hell had they been thinking when buying a shirt with the word dress shirt written on it? And a t-shirt with the word sheets on it? What the hell? And that's what he had to wear until he could get away from UA. Eraser had escorted him to get his stuff and had kept a watchful eye on him constantly. On the way there, Izuku had jokingly said, "I'm guessing I'm not allowed to bring my weapons?" To which the hero had just shaken his head. This guy was literally the driest Izuku had ever met. Izuku shrugged. The guy just hadn't warmed up to him yet, but he would eventually. In spite of all his other plans, he had just made it his life mission to endear himself to the insomniac. They were dropped off at the front gates by the police officer who had been lucky enough to get the job of driving them around like a less-than-nice chauffeur. Izuku shouldered his backpack of mostly just clothing and then also a few notebooks and pencils. He hadn't written a lot of quirk analysis the past year because of training and his plans and all that, but since he had a good reason, being monitored by some top heroes including the smartest rodent on the planet, to not really do anything for a while, he figured why not? Then there was also the fact that he was going to be staying at a hero school as a supposedly quirkless teen, so he could gather some information instead. As it was right now, Izuku didn't know which side he would end up on. If he had to be honest, he would admit that he had nothing against the heroes. It wasn't like every hero was bad, some were actually trying to make a better world. But he couldn't say that he didn't see sense in what the villains were saying either. He wouldn't be friends with Shigaraki and help him with his plans if he didn't believe in what the guy was trying to say. If somebody would know about the false truths the current hero society told its citizens, it would be Izuku. He had seen it firsthand. He had experienced the treatment that quirkless people got just because they weren't born with something that could prove wholly useless in one's life. Having a quirk had become the norm, and if you didn't have one, society cast you aside. The only reason Izuku had gotten accepted into the high school, that he hadn't even bothered showing up to once, was because of his immaculate grades. Not that that would matter for much longer, he would probably be thrown out soon. He wasn't as worried about that as he would have been a few years ago. It didn't matter anyways. If he didn't die during this mission of his, he would most likely end up in Tartarus. When having death as a possibility, it was hard to take trivial things seriously. But anyways, in case he ended up needing to fight heroes, it would be nice to have some sort of strategy, since, proven by the USJ incident, his spontaneous plans were utter shit. They walked in silence, down a long gravel path surrounded by trees on both sides, until they made it to a big building with 4 floors. The building had the shape of a horseshoe with a middle part that only had 2 floors. Alright, problem child, this is the teachers' dorms. It isn't all teachers who live here, so it's mostly empty and it's here you'll be staying. Eraser opened the door and went in without looking back to make sure his prisoner followed. Izuku huffed but followed nonetheless. The entrance opened up into a big room split in 3 parts. There was a kitchen and 2 long tables for dining, and then there was a living area with couches turned to face each other. Eraser turned to him. This is the common area. There'll be food at 7 each evening. The teachers who live here take turns cooking. I'll recommend being wary of Hound Dog's curry. He tends to make it so it causes the most amount of pain. He said all this with a straight face and bored eyes, and Izuku just nodded along, thinking of how he was looking forward to meeting this hound dog. Eraser walked towards a staircase. "Your room is on the 3rd floor," he said and waved Izuku along. They walked up the flights of stairs and down a hallway. All the rooms they passed had a number on them, and the first even had a welcome mat that said, "Cats welcome." People not so much. Izuku could guess who lived in that room. They came to a stop in front of the second last door, which Eraser opened and then walked inside. It was bigger than Izuku had expected, and it even had an en-suite bathroom that was separated from the rest of the room by a wall and a tinted glass door, and it wasn't the size of a closet, so that was a plus. There was a desk, a bed, and a closet, which was all that was really needed. Izuku put down his bag on the bed and sat down next to it. "I'll let you settle in," Eraser said. "You can go anywhere on campus, and I don't think I need to tell you that you can't leave. If you leave, we'll have to hand you over to the authorities, and believe me, UA is better than that. The students will return tomorrow. Please don't bother them or interrupt any classes. You'll attend lessons with Nezu from now on, but you'll still have a lot of spare time, so don't cause any trouble." Eraser stepped out of the room. "Oh, and feel free to take food from the kitchen." He then closed the door and left Izuku alone. Lessons with the principal? That was definitely going to be interesting. Izuku shrugged and stood up. Even after putting away his stuff, the clothes in the closet and the notebooks on the table, it still looked barren as f-. Whatever, I won't be here for long anyways. He still had his mission to think about: find All for One and destroy him. Okay, maybe destroy was a strong word, but the BSTRD definitely deserved it. After what had happened, Izuku couldn't forgive him. He couldn't forgive himself either, but maybe it would be easier to live with if the man was gone for good. He didn't care about the greater good, he didn't care about saving all people. Maybe that made him selfish, but he couldn't help it. He wanted revenge, and he wanted to be free. He wanted his parents to live together again without fearing for their lives. He wanted for them to be free as well. He just wanted to return to the past, but that was impossible. Only the future was left, and it held so many promises. Izuku sat at the bar with Shigaraki by his side, nursing the drink that Kurogyari had made him. The man refused to give him any of the good stuff and only made him drinks with low percentages. He had said something about Izuku not being old enough, which Izuku thought was ridiculous. "Well," Izuku said, "that SE, but we can't stop here." He downed the rest of his drink that tasted of lime and coconut rum. Beside him, Shigi nodded. "I have a plan in the making, but we need some more players if it's going to work." Izuku hummed. "This time we need some recruits who actually know what they're doing and who don't go down as easily." He ran the tip of his finger along the rim of his glass. "Maybe what we need is someone who can tire the heroes and even sustain damage without really losing." Izuku smiled. "We don't need a lot of people." Shigaraki was fully listening now. "What we need is to give them a lot of chances at the heroes." "What are you saying?" Shigi asked. Izuku pulled out his work phone and found Jiren's number. "I'm saying I know exactly the guy we need. We'll also get Jiren to start scouting again, but just for better quality." Izuku dialed his number and held it to his ear. It rang for a few moments before the broker picked up. "You've reached Jiren. Now what the F do you want?" Izuku chuckled. "I want you to persuade someone to join the dark side," Izuku said, and then shared a sharp smile with Shigaraki. Katsuki hadn't been able to rest. Every time he closed his eyes, he saw Izuku. He saw his childhood friend covered in his own blood. It haunted his thoughts and his every waking and sleeping moment. He had told his parents that Izuku was back. His mom had been concerned as well because Auntie Inko had also left town over a month ago. Since being sent home after the USJ, he hadn't heard a thing about Izuku besides the fact that he was okay. He was restless. He hadn't seen the nerd in almost a year, and then this happens. Katsuki wanted to shake him and demand an explanation. He had already overanalyzed the last few of their encounters before Izuku had disappeared, trying to rack his brain for information he didn't have. There had to be some giveaway. Izuku couldn't just have left so suddenly without giving any hints. There had to be something that Katsuki had missed. Maybe it was the sludge villain attack that still gave Katsuki nightmares. Maybe there was something Katsuki hadn't gotten. "You look like you needed help though, didn't you?" Katsuki bristled. All he remembered was those words, and else the memory of that day was filled with panic and the feeling of getting choked that still clogged his airways sometimes. He remembered walking down an alley with two extras from his class and then suddenly choking. and then being choked for what felt like a million years until he saw a pair of brilliant green eyes and felt someone grasp him. He had been thrown into the air and then a hero had caught him and brought him to safety as he was trying to regain his breath. He had still looked for him, for he knew those eyes, he knew who had saved him, and there he was. Deku was standing on the villain with his back to the crowd looking for all the world like a hero, but this was Deku. It had made Katsuki angry beyond measure. Deku had told him years ago that the dream that they had shared together was stupid and that he didn't want to be a hero. Katsuki didn't know what had changed all that time ago. Izuku had stopped talking to him and had acted like Katsuki wasn't as good as him anymore. So Katsuki had gotten mad and had been a JRK towards Izuku, but he had always been unfazed no matter what Katsuki said or did. It was infuriating, but in the end all he had wanted was to have the old Izuku back. The Izuku who had smiled and laid plans of becoming a hero team with him. Finding out that Deku was quirkless hadn't even torn them apart or destroyed their dreams, but something had, and Katsuki wanted to know what it was. So when he stepped onto UA grounds after their small break after the incident, he was determined to get some answers. His teacher must know something about where Izuku was. So Katsuki trudged all the way to the 1A classroom, glaring at anybody who looked his way, but right as he was about to enter the building something landed on his shoulder along with an annoying presence at his side. "Hey Baku bro. Are you on your way to class?" Shitty Hair beamed at him. "Of course I'm on my way to class. Now get off or I'll blow you to pieces," he yelled at the redhead. Shitty Hair just smiled wider. "Oh sick, let's go together." This idiot was obviously daft and Katsuki was debating whether or not to actually blow him up. Apparently seeing Deku talking to Katsuki without dying had given this moron the confidence to approach and give him that stupid nickname. What the F was that even about? Katsuki shrugged off Shitty Hair's arm but didn't complain further. When they made it to the classroom, most of the others were already there. A few of them stood in a group, annoyingly near Katsuki's desk, talking about something amongst themselves. Katsuki decided to ignore them and everyone else for that matter, and sat down and plopped his head on his arms on the desk, waiting for their teacher. He tried to tune out the noise, but he still overheard their conversation. First it was just a long stream of voices, but when he actually listened he could split the words apart and it made sense. He had a habit of dissociating sometimes. So what? Some of the teachers talking, Dunce Face was saying, they haven't gotten any sleep because of heavy metal? Yeah, I think that was it. A new teacher maybe? Ears asked. Or maybe more security? Dunce Face shrugged. Don't really care to know, but I was. Thinking that Aizawa-sensei would probably be in a real shitty mood, that's why I told you guys. Giving us a heads up? Round Face asked with a nervous laugh. I don't think he would be that bad even if he didn't get any sleep. Raccoon Eyes gave them a thumbs up. Guys, there's no need to worry. Aizawa-sensei can seem scary, but he's still a good teacher. Yes, I agree. Four Eyes chopped through the air with his arm, making Katsuki roll his eyes. Aizawa-sensei is a professional and will definitely not let something like this affect his work. Right then the door opened with a bang and in came a very annoyed-looking Eraser. His eyes flashed red and a collective chill went down every student's spine as they took their seats. Katsuki just ignored the feeling of not being able to reach for his quirk and sat up straight. It wasn't exactly a nice feeling. You could say one felt a bit powerless, but it never really lasted for that long. Oi sensei, Katsuki said. Aizawa's eyes landed on him. What happened to the nerd? His teacher made an expression that was right between anger and annoyance, but he reined it in pretty quickly. I'm assuming you're talking about a certain Midoriya Izuku? The man drawled. Katsuki nodded, not too enthusiastically of course. Aizawa glared at the door for a second, as if he was trying to direct his anger at someone he couldn't see. I guess you'll figure this out eventually anyways, he said with an exasperated sigh. The vigilante was taken into custody and because of the unique circumstance, Netsu thought it was a good idea to bring him to UA. Katsuki frowned. What? Ponytail raised her hand. What do you mean by that, sensei? Their teacher looked up at the ceiling with a defeated expression. I mean that Midoriya is roaming around on UA grounds right now, probably ruining somebody else's day. Shoyuta was tired and for once he had something other than insomnia to blame for his sleeplessness. Midoriya Izuku, that little brat, had blasted music at 1 a.m. that had woken the entire teacher's dorm. When Shoyuta had gone to commit murder, he had found Hound Dog and Snipe sitting with the brat, screaming the lyrics along with him. He had gotten them to turn down the music with an appropriate amount of glaring, but it had still kept him up for hours until around 3 a.m. it was finally turned off. It was around then that he had decided he was going to go in and smash the speaker, but then, as if Midoriya had heard his thoughts, he turned off the music. Shoyuta got in a few hours of sleep, but then the music had started up again around 5:30 in the morning. Shoyuta had jumped out of bed as if possessed and had gone straight to the problem child's room. The most annoying thing was that the vigilante didn't even show any signs of having probably slept less than Shoyuta had. He just smiled brightly at Shoyuta and had greeted him a good morning while doing push-ups with one arm. Recovery Girl had fixed the worst of the break, but the vigilante still had to wear a brace for a week or so. Shoyuta had to wear his for 2. Shoyuta had slammed the door with his good arm and had resigned himself to drown in coffee for the day. After his first hour with 1A, he dragged himself to the teacher's lounge. He had pulled out his sleeping bag and had slept like the dead until the heroics class he had with 1A and All Might. When he arrived, the class had already changed into their sports clothes and were standing in groups chattering, but then they saw him approaching and quieted down. "Alright class, today we'll be warming up for the sports festival, so we'll have some 2-on-2 fights. Now I know it's going to be 1-on-1 at the festival, but this is just practice, so go easy on each other. I'm looking at you, Bakugo. I want no trips to the infirmary." The teen huffed with a shrug. "We'll begin as soon as All Might gets here. I'll list the pairings in the meantime." Shoyuta pulled out the crumbled piece of paper with the groups that he and Yagi had decided on. He was almost done reading them aloud when he heard the number 1 hero announce his presence. "I am here," Yagi boomed and walked through the training hall's gate. Shoyuta looked over his shoulder, fashionably late at that, but we were only just getting started anyways. After having named the last group, he gestured to the large mat in the middle of the room. "Alright, Uraraka and Ida versus Kirishima and Ishido, you're up first. To win you just have to get one person of the other team out of bounds." They nodded resolutely and walked up onto the mat. Shoyuta nodded to Yagi, who then told them to begin. The first match was over relatively fast, with Ida just running Ishido out of bounds after avoiding her acid. "Ardman," Kirishima said as he walked down from the mat. Uraraka also looked a little disappointed, but this was the reality of fighting. If you were up against someone as fast as Ida, you had to adapt. Okay, next is Kaminari and Shoji versus Sato and Shinso. This one was also pretty fast, since Shinso merely insulted Kaminari's shoes, to which the guy called him out for being rude. Then Kaminari simply walked out of bounds while Sato kept Shoji busy. "Uncool dude, uncool," Kaminari was saying to Shinso after he stopped using his quirk. Shinso just shrugged with a small smirk on his face. "Alright, next we have Dash. Could I propose something?" came a voice behind them. They all turned to see Midoriya leaning against the doorframe with a relaxed smile. He was wearing a variation of his vigilante outfit, though now the cargo pants were black and he wore it with a matching black tank top that showed off his arms. The bomber jacket he had ditched during the fighting in the USJ, so it hadn't been ruined when the creature had attacked him, he now wore loosely at his elbows. "What do you want, problem child?" Shoyuta almost snarled. Midoriya just smiled wider. "I'm just noticing that your students rely way too much on their quirk. It really makes their fights that much more boring. This kid was going to be the end of him. I remember you saying something about being able to take anybody here on without a weapon. Maybe you want to demonstrate?" Shoyuta shot back, knowing the vigilante couldn't fight with just one arm. "Ah yes," Midoriya said. "I'm not one to be all talk, so why not? But then we'll have a proper brawl. We'll both have a handicap with me only fighting with one arm, because of obvious reasons, and my opponent without a quirk." Shoyuta blinked at him, but he couldn't really take his dare back. A small part of him wanted to prove his class's strength to this cocky kid, but another part of him knew that Netsu would be said, in a very polite manner, if something happened to the kid. But if he was as good as he claimed to be, "Okay then, how about you fight Todoroki then?" "Aizawa, you can't possibly mean FO dash." All Might had leaned in and started whispering, but Shoyuta silenced him. "Yes, I do." Midoriya smiled even wider. Chapter text. Izuku really hadn't done a lot that day. He had gone to bed around 7 in the morning and slept to 1. He had a meeting, lesson whatever with the rodent that he was about 7 minutes late to, but the principal didn't even reprimand him. He got a cup of tea while the rodent laughed hysterically at what exactly was beyond Izuku. After the principal was done laughing, some of his tea spilled on the saucer and the table. He got a glint in his small bead eyes that Izuku couldn't interpret. "I see you fit right in the well-oiled machine that is you, eh?" he said with a smile. Izuku hummed but barely listened to the rodent during the next 20 minutes. But he did listen when the principal dared him to do something for him. It was about a student who needed someone to knock sense into him. But that was not what interested Izuku. No, what interested him was the reward. A few hours outside of UA grounds, with a teacher of course, but it was still something. Izuku smiled sharply. "This will be too easy, rat guy, just wait and see." The rodent grinned at him, and as he was closing the door to the office he heard the maniacal laughing start back up. Then he had gone to take a look around and had stumbled upon Class 1 as heroics lesson. He had arrived just when the first match had started and had looked on as the class used their quirks to have a quickly ended fight. For them it was just about getting one of the opponents out of bounds, but that wasn't how things happened in real life. Was this really the heroes of tomorrow? Did this speedy guy think that if he was fast enough he could save the day? That was laughable. This wasn't meant as quick lesson that just had to be over and done. No, this was Eraser's doing, and he was actually giving his students the opportunity to feel each other out. To see what it would be like to face off against each other before the sports festival. But what was his students doing? They were celebrating quick wins without learning anything. So, naturally, Izuku stepped in. "Could I propose something?" he drawled, gaining the attention of the class and the teachers. "What do you want, problem child?" Eraser asked in an annoyed tone. Izuku's smile widened a bit. He couldn't really help that he loved to get on people's nerves. Izuku shrugged a bit. "I'm just noticing that your students rely way too much on their quirk. It really makes their fights that much more boring." Eraser looked ticked off at that. "I remember you saying something about being able to take anybody here on without a weapon. Maybe you want to demonstrate?" Now this was something. Yes, it would be a bother to fight a hero course student with his arm in a sling, and it would be kinda suspicious when he won anyways, so he would propose the next best thing that could help him prove his point. "I'm not one to be all talk, so why not? I mean, we'll both have a handicap with me only fighting with one arm and my opponent without a quirk." For a second Eraser looked regretful, but then his eyes took interest. "Okay then, how about you fight Todoroki then?" Izuku eyed the boy with the half-white half-red hair who looked back at him blankly. All Might was saying that Eraser couldn't mean this and was probably about to go on with how he was quirkless and his arm had been broken a few days prior and all that, but Eraser silenced him. Izuku's smile turned into a complete grin. Oh, this was going to be so much fun. Katsuki couldn't believe what he was seeing. Deku, the same goddamn Deku, who had been severely injured at the USJ, was going to fight the guy that even Katsuki was a bit intimidated of. But they were going to fight completely without quirks, so he would be fine, right? Katsuki clenched his teeth. This was stupid. Deku should be resting, not taking on the number 2 hero's son. For sake. Izuku walked up onto the mat like he didn't have a care in the world. The half-and-half BSTRD followed him with his usual blank expression. They faced each other and then Sensei yelled at them to begin. "Even if I don't use my quirk you are still at a disadvantage," half-and-half said with a bored tone, like he was stating a fact. "Then this shouldn't be that hard for you," Deku prompted with a playful smile. Icy Hot sighed, and then it was half-and-half who ran at Deku. Deku pet his head back and smirked, and a few seconds before half-and-half punched him in the face he ducked and turned, and then he was behind half-and-half, kicking at the back of one of his knees. Half-and-half stumbled and his eyes widened, but he caught himself right before he would bite the dust. All the while Deku still had the hand of his one good arm in his pocket. Katsuki couldn't help gaping along with the rest of the extras, though he closed his mouth a bit faster. Icy Hot looked a bit confused that he hadn't even touched Deku, but he gathered his resolve pretty quickly and tried again. This time Deku did a FING cartwheel with one hand and dodged half-and-half's attack. Deku was literally playing with him. You know, Deku was saying, quirks are physical abilities too, but honing the strength in your quirk is not everything there is. He twirled out of reach when half-and-half got close again. "And I've heard that you don't even do that properly, so what do you want to achieve?" Icy Hot had gritted teeth and was starting to look angry or frustrated or both, probably both. Maybe you should stop screwing around. Then it was Deku who attacked. Icy Hot took a step back, having obviously not suspected this, but it was to no avail. Deku got in a punch right to Half and Half's solar plexus that sent him flying back. Icy Hot gasped but got up almost immediately. "Shut up," he said, looking more than said. Deku grinned, "Then hit me." Half and Half ran at him, but it was not calculated. He was too angry to be smart about it. Katsuki didn't think he would ever see Icy Hot make that mistake. Deku grabbed his collar, sidestepped the punch, and drew him in close. He said something to Icy Hot that made his eyes widen but was too low to be heard from where they were standing. Then he literally threw Icy Hot out of bounds. The whole class was struck dumb and from the expression of their teachers. They were too. Half and Half was one of the top students in their class. Deku walked down the steps off the mat with an indifferent expression. "You should all be grateful that your teacher is not a villain," he shrugged. "If he was, you would all be F-ed." His smile was friendly now. "But you see what I mean? You could probably all gain skills that aren't associated with your quirk. You'll definitely become better heroes because of it too." It actually looked like the other extras were listening to him. Well, he had certainly gotten their attention. Even Katsuki couldn't stop staring at the nerd. What the actual F was that about? But he just felt a weirdly warm feeling in his stomach when seeing this side of Deku. It reminded him a bit of the Deku of his childhood with all his dreams and hopes, just this one was a lot older and sharper. He was more viciously cunning than he had ever been in the past, and Katsuki couldn't stop staring. Deku patted Aizawa-sensei on the shoulder. "It's just an idea," he shrugged. "Anyways, you can carry on, I suppose." Katsuki looked at his classmates and then at Deku. This definitely wasn't exactly the same person as he remembered, but it was Deku all right, and this version of him was so much more fun. "Oidikeyu!" Katsuki yelled as he walked over to the vigilante. Deku frowned. "What is it, Kachin?" Katsuki glared at him. "I need to talk to you," he said. "Right now." He then grabbed Deku's wrist and stormed out, leaving the class to gape at them. After they had rounded a corner, far enough away that his class would only hear them if he began yelling, Katsuki abruptly stopped. He turned around. "Where have you been?" he demanded. Deku looked a bit shocked, but only for about a second, and then he smiled, that fake but smile he showed so often now. "Ah, Kachin, did you miss me?" Katsuki tisked and ignored the nerd's question. "I even went to your effing home to look for you, and then it's your mother who tells me that you've left." Deku's smile had dropped a bit. "I don't see you for almost a year, and then you randomly show up with my teacher who says you're a vigilante." Katsuki took a step towards him and poked him in the chest. "So where were you?" Deku blinked at him, his mouth slightly open. "I was with my dad." Katsuki bristled. "Your mom already told me that." He snapped. "But why did you leave?" He stepped back. "Why?" Deku looked shocked. Katsuki struggled for words. Was it because he felt like his words were choking him, but he forced himself to ask. He hadn't been able to stop thinking about it. Always speculating about the reason, replaying scene after scene in his head until he went mad. He glared at Deku. "Was it because of me?" Deku's eyes widened. He put his hands out towards Katsuki like he was trying to calm down a dangerous animal. No, it wasn't because of you, it's just He rubbed at the back of his neck, he sighed. "Something happened, maybe one day I'll tell you what, but it wasn't about you," he smirked. "I mean, you were pretty shit at bullying." Katsuki gaped for a second before "It was you who were bad at being bullied. You just agreed with whatever I said while rolling your eyes." Deku rolled his eyes and Katsuki pointed at him. "See?" The nerd chuckled. Yeah, sure. Now off back to your class." He shoved Katsuki. Katsuki shoved him back. "Yeah, like hell, I finally got a hold of you, ratty nerd BC." Deku smirked at him. "All right then, I'll look forward to seeing you getting knocked on your butt at the festival then." Katsuki huffed. "Like any of these extras can do that." Deku just shrugged with his one free hand tugged in his pocket. "We'll see." Katsuki clenched his fists but didn't reply and merely trudged back to his class. A battle had just ended with Tail, Tape, Grape, and Rockface. Aizawa-sensei regarded him with a bored look. "Great, you're back." Then his teacher looked down at his list. Alright, next will be Aoyama and Azui versus Yaoyorozu and Hagakure. Katsuki scowled. That meant he was last and with one person only remaining as his opponent. It would be fine though. He looked over at his opponent as the teams made it to the mat. She leveled him with a bored stare and he grinned. Shigaraki groaned, I really hate that Stain guy. Izuku didn't bother looking up from his phone where he was playing a game. How come? He knew asking would just incite Shigi to rant about things that he didn't like for a hell of a long time, but whatever, he didn't have anything else to do. It's just that we attacked the FING top school in the country and he is still getting more screen time. He's all people ever talk about. Stain this, stain that. Izuku put down his phone. Why not try to recruit him? Then when they talk about him, they'll talk about the league too. Shigi huffed. The guy has too strong morals. He thinks he's some kind of vigilante, doing society a favor. He stuck his tongue out of his mouth with a disgusted expression on his face. Izuku laughed. Oh yeah, I heard about his whole fake hero thing. So he thinks he's better than us, or what? Shigi nodded. Yeah, but we'll try recruiting him anyways. Could be good PR. Izuku jumped off the bar stool and stretched. We could also just kill him. That would get people talking a bit. Shigaraki smiled at him. I like how you're thinking. Well anyways, Izuku yawned. I should go with some heroes so they don't think I'm dead or something. Izuku shrugged on his long dark coat and went to open the door, but his hand grasped at nothing. Shigi? Where the F is the doorknob? He looked over his shoulder at the blue-haired guy with a brow raised and a slight smile. He already had an idea of what had happened. Shigi glared at him. I disintegrated it. There, you made me say it, you little sheet. Izuku shrugged. Honest mistake, I'll just go out from the roof. Shigi just glared at him. Izuku turned towards the door that led to the staircase with a chuckle and pushed it open. The air was chilly tonight and it surrounded him like a nice cooling blanket after being stuck inside in the warm interior of the bar all day. He stretched his arms up above himself and felt some places along his spine crack pleasantly. They had easily gotten Jean persuaded to join them, and now, as Shigaraki put it, they just needed some more players with higher MP since the HP was taken care of with Jin's quirk. Izuku looked out at the city. There had to be some people out there that would want to join their noble cause. They already had Jiren out looking, but there was no harm in Izuku also taking a look while maintaining the public knowledge of his presence in the city. He of course knew that there were some pros out there who were targeting him. He hadn't expected any different since the rumors of his quirk was a popular topic on forums and such. But whatever. Izuku took off across the roofs and headed towards the more sketchy parts of town. That's where the pros would assume he was, so that's where he would be. He didn't bother looking for fights since stealing quirks was a waste of time considering that he would probably dissolve or something at some point. Not that he cared enough to care. And not like that made any sense, but Izuku just tried to go with the flow. Being a clone really put stuff into perspective. He could just do whatever and Izuku, would still be out there. Though that Izuku was with the heroes. Something blue caught Izuku's eye and he came to a jogging stop. It was like a flickering light dancing along the walls of an alley a few streets over. Izuku cleared the distance easily and perched on the edge, looking down at the scene from above. He was immediately hit with the smell of burnt flesh that almost made him GG. In the alley, a few people were lying on the ground encased in lazy blue flames. Izuku counted 3 forms that might have looked very human just a few minutes ago. A fourth guy, the person whom Izuku presumed to be the one who had done the grilling of the other 3, stood slumped against the back wall of the alley. Izuku made his way down there out of curiosity, but when he came close he realized that the guy was shaking pretty bad. He was tall but pretty thin and his hair was a black spiky mess, not unlike Kachin's. Izuku clicked his tongue as he approached. So what did these sorry-looking fuckers do to deserve this? He said in a bored tone, kicking one of them out of his way. The guy's head whipped up so fast that it looked like it hurt and he held out his hand and sent flames directly at Izuku, who just brushed them off with a gust of wind. That won't work on me. The guy looked shocked for a second, but then he seemed to slump in on himself. He had some ugly-looking scars on his face and arms, but it was hard to tell in this darkness. They were both silent for a second, but then the guy laughed bitterly. Then just kill me, will you? Kill you? Now why would I do that? I just asked you a question. Izuku put his hands in his pockets. No need for any killing. The guy blinked at him. He took in a deep breath and hung his head. I owed them money. Money you didn't have, I presume? The guy's eyes turned hateful. What is it to you? Izuku leaned against the alley wall with a sigh. Nothing really, but tell me something, will you? What do you think about heroes and the current society? Why not go straight to the point? The guy grimaced. Both pretty shitty. Izuku smiled at him and pulled out a business card that Jiren had given him. It was a bit crumbled now, but you could still see the number. He threw the card on the ground in front of the guy, since approaching him to hand it to him seemed like a bad idea. Izuku pointed at the card. If you ever want to join in the fight, give that number a call and ask for the thief. The guy lifted a brow at him. The thief? Izuku scratched the side of his neck. Yeah, well, I can't go around giving people my own name. Huh. The guy seemed to consider him. Does this joining the fight thing have any benefits? Izuku shrugged. A place to stay, some allies, free drinks and such. He turned around and started walking. Think about it, he yelled over his shoulder. He then went on his merry way again and spent the next few hours just walking around town, scaring more than a few people who must have recognized him. He gave away a few more of Jiren's business cards to a few other promising-looking people. The irony didn't escape him that he had done a 180 on his nightly activities. Instead of stealing quirks from villains, he was recruiting them, or at least, he tried to. Most people didn't want anything to do with him. Too bad for them, I'm excellent company. On the day of the sports festival, Izuku made himself comfy in the student stands. They were all abandoned for now because everyone was going to participate in the first stage. He had gotten himself the biggest can of popcorn available even though he had to stand in a long line for it. He just made it to the stands by the time the first years were making their way to the stage where Midnight was standing. Quiet everyone, she said into her microphone and cracked her whip. Representing the students is Katsuki Bakugo from Class 1A. Oh, this was going to be good. Kacchan made his way to the stage slowly, his hands still in his pockets like he didn't have a care in the world. All the first years seemed to be holding their breaths as Kacchan stood in front of the microphone. I pledge, he drawled, that I will win, and with that he looked directly at Izuku. The first years began protesting, but Kacchan was unbothered. Izuku burst into full-body laughter that literally hurt his stomach. This was such a Kacchan thing to do. Oh, for F's sake. Izuku laughed some more. Some of the spectators who were seated at public stands closest to where Izuku was looked at him funny. Izuku ignored them and tried to breathe. Now, let's get started right away. The first game is what you'd call a qualifier. Every year many drink their tears here. That's a tad dramatic. Now here is the fateful first game. Behind her a screen was shuffling between different activities like a machine at a casino would. This year it landed on obstacle race. Izuku had finished his laughter and leaned forward at this. It seemed like fun, this, but only 4 kilometers? Hisashi used to send him on runs through the mountains that were more than 3 times that, once during a bloody snowstorm. As long as you stay on the course, it doesn't matter what you do. Midnight said, now, take your places everyone. The students moved to the tall but very narrow gate. This was almost too good to pass up. Right as the last horn blared and the gates opened, Izuku jumped down from the stands. Katsuki had easily gotten ahead quickly in the obstacle race. In the first few seconds he had used his elbows to shove people out of his way, but then he had given up on that. There was just too many DMN extras. He used his explosions to get above the rest at the same time that Icy Hot began freezing everything. The idiot had come up to him when they were in the waiting room and had told him that he would beat Katsuki. So Katsuki had made that pledge and had looked at both Deku and the Icy Hot BSRD. He was going to win no matter what. Most of the other students from his class were also following along, leaving the rest of the lot to slip and fall on half ice, but the extras kept up pretty well. And by the time the robots made an appearance, a lot of them had gathered like bait for the sharks. Excuse me, sorry about that. Coming through, wow, I'm really being quite rude, aren't I? Katsuki forgot all about the 0-pointers as he turned with a deep frown on his face. What the F are you doing here? Deku beamed at him. Hey Kacchan. I wanted to oh wow, are those robots? Katsuki turned around just in time to see Half and Half blast the biggest robot with his ice. "Oh Diemon, he's got something to prove," Deku commented. "But you do too, Kachin. You said you'd win, right?" Katsuki glared at him. "I will win, ain't Deku." He then set off explosions to get him high up in the air. He heard Deku yelp. The nerd had probably not seen that coming. "See you at the finish line, Kachin," he yelled after him. Katsuki grinned and got on top of one of the robots, 2 other extras following close behind him. He got through the first barrier no problem and ran to the next one. In this one they had to walk on some lines? At what the F dash, he could just fly over, which was exactly what he did. He had to stop on some of the rocks a few times since his hands got a bit sore from the explosions, but other than that he got over easily. All the other extras were stuck on that one though. Icy Hot was still ahead of him but only by a little, and Katsuki wouldn't let him lead for long. He sprinted after him towards the 3rd obstacle. When they finally made it over, the obnoxious teacher with the ridiculous hair yelled at them from the speakers that there were mines hidden all over the field that separated them and finishing the race. Katsuki gritted his teeth in his usual sharp smile. So this is how it was gonna be? Half and Half was walking carefully through the field, keeping a close eye on the ground to make sure not to set of the mines. Katsuki used his prior technique to get over the first dozen maybe not mines and landed right beside Icy Hot. How did it feel to get crushed by Deku, huh? His right hand set of an explosion right next to Icy Hot's side, which he evaded with a grimace. They kept going, running beside each other, grabbing at the other's arms and shoulders with explosions and ice, none of them really slowing the other down more than they themselves were slowed down. Then suddenly there was a force pressing at their backs, and a millisecond later the sound of a huge explosion. They both looked back to see an explosion 10 times as big as the mines let off. The wind almost knocked every student there off balance, and they couldn't see properly what was happening because of the light and pink smoke. What the F dash? Katsuki mumbled right before he caught sight of something on top of the explosion. He was using the explosions to blast himself over the field, much like Katsuki had done for the other obstacles. The person was spinning freely through the air with his arms spread wide, laughing in delight. Katsuki's eyes widened. Of course it was Deku. "Oh, for F's sake, Deku," he yelled and started running faster, a bit less careful of the mines. If Deku fell from that hay he would most likely die. What the F was he thinking? "Sup, Kachin?" Deku called over the wind and waved. Katsuki growled and pushed himself harder. "I'm gonna kill you, you nerd," he yelled, out of breath. Said nerd probably couldn't hear him. When Deku was almost right above him, he set off 2 explosions and caught him in midair. But when they crashed to the ground the impact wasn't as bad as it would have been if Katsuki hadn't done something. At least now they would only get some bruises. Thanks for the save, Deku was already getting to his feet. He held out a hand to help Katsuki up, which he did take, but with an annoyed huff. "Go F yourself," Katsuki snarled, but without as much venom as he would have with any other person. Deku smiled. Sure, now go win this thing." Katsuki looked at him like he was stupid and started jogging away. Icy Hot was catching up. "Of course I will, stupid Deku." He looked over his shoulder to see Icy Hot pass Deku and Deku giving the guy a high five. The oblivious idiot just stared at his hand and then stared at Deku, looking confused while he kept running. Katsuki couldn't help laughing at that. Izuku was really enjoying this much more than he would have from the stands, and it wasn't like he was participating himself, he was just there. The blast had been fun, and yeah, maybe he hadn't really had a plan for the landing, but Kachin came and spared him the trouble. Thank God for that. Izuku gave another passing student a high five. "Good job," he said with a smile. This one also looked at him oddly, but that was half the fun. "Sup guys? Hardening quirks, right?" he said as a red-haired and silver-haired person ran past him. He had seen them both emerge from the robot that had fallen after Todoroki's attack. They turned with a matching smile. "Yes. But I'm nothing like him." They then scowled at each other and kept going. Izuku walked the rest of the way to the finish line, yelling encouragements and high-fiving the passing students. Primarily they would either look confused or just smile at him, but there was this purple-haired kid who just glared at him and went on. Izuku wasn't really bothered, he was used to having literal criminals try to kill him all the time. But UA was like a vacation home for him. All he had done the last several days were lazying around, analyzing the hero course students, all written in code of course, and gathering intel. He had asked some of the pros working here who the greatest villain was. Apparently not all knew about All for One because a good portion of them had answered the League. But the ones who had answered All for One hadn't actually said All for One, but had mentioned something relating to the urban legend or said something that described his quirk, Izuku's quirk. Nedzu had looked at him with a glint in his eye and had said, "For me it would be someone who could take away all I am." And since the little rat was only a valid member of society because of his intelligence, his quirk, then Izuku had quickly realized that Nedzu knew. He must have figured it out both. Because of his intelligence and All Might's idiocy. The symbol of peace really wasn't subtle at all. Izuku had also asked him and he had immediately said, "My old rival All for One, but he is defeated now." Izuku had looked at him a bit unimpressed. It might just be a personal opinion, but Izuku really didn't think that was true, because if All for One was defeated, his dad would have come back from the mountains a long time ago, and he would like to think that a hitman such as Citron would have better connections to the underground than the #1 hero did. Izuku clapped a passing student on the back. "Nice going." The student looked confused, as predicted. "Who even are you?" "Good question." The student kept running and Izuku had more people to say hi to. He waited for the last person right behind the finish line. It was a tired-looking girl from General Studies? Maybe. Izuku was just guessing. She glared at him. "Let me guess," she said, a bit out of breath. "The hero course were the first." Izuku tipped his head to the side. "Well, the first one to finish was but third dash." "I knew it," she interrupted. "End them." She then crossed over the finish line and Izuku followed after her. A horn blared to signal the end of the first game, and the students seemed to slump a bit. Then came the announcement that only the top 42 made it to the next round. The majority looked relieved and just happy that they could leave now, which Izuku could understand. As Midnight was presenting the next game and how it was going to go down to the remaining students, Izuku walked back to his place on the student stands. He waved at Nedzu, who just began laughing. He ran up the wall to get as high as possible and pulled himself up the rest of the way. Thankfully his popcorn were still there. He sat back with a sigh. Now he just had to spectate. And just spectating was surprisingly fun as well. In the second round, a blonde boy from Class 1B had just taken Kachan's points, and when he had tried taking them back, with the biggest amount of murder in his eyes Izuku had seen in a while, the blonde had set off an explosion in his face. Izuku positively died of laughter. The blonde had done what Izuku never did. He had stolen Kachan's quirk. But it seemed like it was more of a copy-like thing since Kachan could still use his quirk. But hell, that quirk was awesome for FING with your opponents, especially when that opponent was Kachan. And wow, Kachan was said. Izuku turned to Shigi, who was sitting right beside him on the couch facing the screen. "Did you see that? They literally glued his team to the ground. Wonder how he's gonna get out of that 1 inch." Shigi scratched at his neck. "I thought you guys were friends, so why are you having so much fun with this?" Izuku looked back to the screen where Kachan's team was rushing after the other blondes. Izuku smiled. "I have full confidence that he's gonna make it, that's why, but it's fun to see that he's having trouble with it, and he just lost the 10 million points to someone he hadn't even considered a threat." Shigi just blinked at him, then narrowed his eyes, looked at the screen and back at Izuku. "You're right. He probably thought that the Endeavor brat was the main boss." Izuku nodded and plopped back into his seat. He stared at the screen. Kachan had jumped off his team and was blasting his way towards the blonde's team, but one of their quirks stopped him. Though a second later Kachan broke through that barrier stubbornly and grabbed back his points. A guy from his own team grabbed him with his quirk and he was brought back without having touched the ground at all. Izuku pointed at the screen and looked at Shigi. "See?" Shigaraki rolled his eyes. Yeah, your friend seems capable." "Oh, time is almost up," Izuku commented, reaching for the bowl of chips nestled between them and grabbing a handful. Kachan had only been able to grab 2 bands, so the blonde still had 1, but Izuku knew that he wouldn't leave it at that. Kachan was gonna crush this guy just because he had set him off. And as he had expected, Kachan's team didn't relent on the pursuit after that, and they got the last headband. All the while Endeavor's son's team had chased them, grabbing points for themselves along the way. The two top teams were just about to clash when Present Mike yelled that time was up. After the cavalry battle, Katsuki was dragged along to the cafeteria by the extras who had been on his team. They were all pretty happy about coming in first place, and Katsuki was pretty smug about it himself. Half and Half had come in third because he had counted on getting the 10 million at the last minute. His face when their teacher had yelled that the time was over had given him joy ever since it happened. They ate lunch, the others talking about a bunch of things, jumping from topic to topic because that was just how indecisive the bunch were. Katsuki just sat by them, trying not to feel annoyed. Shitty hair and the others weren't as bad as the rest of the extras in this school. He wouldn't say that he liked them, but he didn't hate them or anything. After eating, he left the others to do their own thing and went for a walk, trudging through the arena where they competed. Contrarily to what people might think, Katsuki liked the silence of being alone. Most of the time he was surrounded by noise that made his ears ring. If it were masses of people or his quirk causing it didn't matter. Sometimes he just wanted to turn off the noise. He had some time before they had to be briefed by midnight again, so he would use it to think strategy. He thought about his classmates and also the other people who had been in the cavalry battle. All their quirks and how they used them. That guy from 1B had surprised him. It had felt weird to have his own power against him and had knocked him off balance a bit. Katsuki smiled sharply as he thought about the guy's face when he realized his plan was for nothing. Cocky bastard thought he could just bring down Katsuki's team with cheap moves like that. He scoffed to himself and trudged on. Quirk marriages, huh? He heard a familiar voice say. He came to a sudden stop just when he was about to round a corner. Wait, was that Deku? Must have he. There was a long silence, then, in all of my memories my mother is crying. Katsuki leaned against the wall, listening. Why was Icy Hot talking to Deku? It didn't make any sense. Your left side is unsightly, my mother said as she poured boiling water on me. I want to show him what I can do without his quirk. I don't need it. I'll reject him completely by winning without using it. Katsuki swallowed, well shit. He heard Deku click his tongue. It won't be that easy. Kachin is strong and he'll give it his all. You'll need to do the same if you want to win. Icy Hot huffed angrily. I'll not use his quirk. There's no reason for you to try to convince me. His quirk? Deku chuckled. That side is all your fire. It's not his, he went on. I mean, it's something that belongs to you. Why don't you see that rejecting him in that way is the same as rejecting yourself? No matter what you do, those flames are going to be a part of you. They are part of who you are. You don't unday. Icy Hot started, sounding frustrated. It's your quirk too, isn't it? This seemed to silence Half and Half for a long time. Then there was the sound of footsteps in gravel. You can come out now, Kachin. Katsuki huffed, annoyed, and rounded the corner. Deku was leaning against the wall right next to the entrance of the hallway, his hands in his pockets. He had taken the sling off yesterday even though Recovery Girl had said to have it on for 2 more days. Deku apparently didn't care. What are you and Icy Hot talking for? He asked angrily, hiding the embarrassment he felt at being caught eavesdropping like a child. Deku smirked, looking at him sideways. Pretty sure you got the gist from what you overheard. Katsuki scowled. Yeah, but why? He shrugged. Your principal dared me to get Todoroki to use his flames. It's a bit more complicated than I had thought it would be. Guy's got some serious family issues. He leaned his head back. The problem here is that he thinks that the flames is something that only belongs to Endeavor, and by using them he is accepting his father. Deku got a dark look in his eyes, but it was gone as quickly as it came. I think it's because Endeavor has referred to it as his possession. Todoroki just needs to realize that the BSTRD's wrong about that. Deku looked at Katsuki with a small smile. Congrats on the win, by the way. Now there's only one more round left. Question is, can you keep it up? For a second he forgot about what he had just heard and scoffed. Of course I can. Who do you think Wait, you're changing the topic here. You really think Icy Hot is gonna use his flames? Deku blinked. I mean, yeah, he narrowed his eyes at him, sporting a playful smile. You nervous that if he does you'll lose? Katsuki scoffed again. I want an indisputable first place. I can't have that unless he comes at me with all that he has. I want him to use his flames too. Sure. I mean it. Of course you do. What are you playing at? Nothing, I just agreed with you. Katsuki glared at him, then started walking off, Just watch Deku, he waved at the guy over his shoulder. It was a little shocking to find out that Half and Half's family dynamic was so effed that his mom had poured boiling water on him. Katsuki couldn't imagine something like that. Him and the hag got angry and yelled at each other all the time. She also hit him sometimes, but it was never like that. It was not like that. Katsuki didn't even know the whole story, so he couldn't even draw conclusions. It was Endeavor that Half and Half was mad at, not his mom, so it must have been Endeavor's fault somehow. Well, either way, he didn't like judging people because of their family. Family was just something that couldn't be changed, and sometimes they SCKD. Just like Deku's dad, who seemed to have ditched as soon as Deku was pronounced quirkless. But then again, just because Icy Hot had something to prove didn't mean that Katsuki would go easy on him. They all had something to prove, and the BS sturdy better do his best, or else it wouldn't even matter. He wouldn't get his indisputable first place. Katsuki shoved his hands into his pockets with a scowl. There was already a crowd gathering in front of the stage where Midnight was standing. The last game would be one-on-one fights, which Katsuki didn't expect much of. He had figured that no matter what he would be fighting Icy Hot, which he also looked forward to. He had seen Half and Half fight and knew he was strong, and because he was strong, Katsuki was determined to win this fight. He had to be the strongest, because if he wasn't, then what would he do? He just had to be. He had always been the strongest. Midnight called for their attention, and as predicted, the last game was a one-on-one and Katsuki had to fight round face first. He looked over at her. She hadn't sought him out in the crowd yet, but he could tell that she had seen the pairing. She was smiling tensely to Four Eyes and giving him a thumbs up that didn't look particularly encouraging. Katsuki huffed, sure, this would be fine. They were the last match in the first round, so Katsuki decided to just head up to the stands. The rest of the participants also made their way from the field so Cementos could set up the arena. The stands were separated into classes, and besides the few who had to fight in the first couple of fights, they all went there. To their surprise, someone was already there, a certain green-haired someone. Katsuki trudged right up to him and silently sat down in the seat next to him. "Oh hey Kachin," Deku greeted and took a big bite of his candy floss. How he had gotten it and made his way here before they had was a mystery. The rest of his class followed and spread out. "So," Deku said as he put his feet up on the back of the seat in front of him, "who's fighting first?" Shoyuta was stuck beside Hizashi as his co-commentator, which meant that he couldn't stop their resident vigilante from doing the obstacle course. When Hizashi asked confused who the new player was into his speaker, Shoyuta just sighed. They should have taken safety precautions against this kind of thing, and now they probably couldn't stop him. "Just leave him be," Shoyuta said, sounding resigned. "He'll cause trouble no matter what we do." Hizashi gaped at him and leaned away from his microphone to yell to him without the whole stadium witnessing. "Are you sure that that's a good idea, Eraserhead?" Shoyuta shook his head, sighed again. "No, it isn't." On screen, Midoriya flashed them a smile and waved. Seemed like they had heard them fine. The vigilante then proceeded on to simply run over the lines between the rocks as if it didn't even matter. He got through their obstacles like they were just an afterthought. They didn't even slow him down. Shoyuta scowled. If the vigilante was his student, he would have definitely found a challenge that he couldn't easily overcome. Usually it was pretty easy to feel someone out, what their strengths and weaknesses were and what they could do to improve. But this guy was difficult, but there had to be something. Thankfully, the rest of the obstacle course passed without incident and Midoriya was back in the stands, not causing any more trouble. Well, he was throwing popcorn at some people in the audience, actually going out of his way to do exactly that, but at least he wasn't wrecking the sports festival as much as he could be doing. Shoyuta slumped back in his chair with a sigh and closed his eyes. He really didn't see a need for this festival when they had a perfectly fine reason to just call it off and spend the weekend at home. Netsu thought it was a good idea to keep up appearances, which made some kind of sense and all, but it was still annoying. Shoyuta tuned out the next 30 minutes and got a almost nap, or at least as much rest as you could get when you were sitting right next to the loudest person on the planet. But then it was time for the one-on-one battles, and the first one was with one of his students, so he figured he had to tune in again for that. Fire blasted from cannons placed at the edges of the platform where his students were going to fight. "Audience!" Shoyuta grimaced and glared at the blonde, but his irritation went unnoticed. The finals that you have all been waiting for are finally starting. Match number 1, he is not one of the most prominent but he is still a promising hero core student, Masahiro Ojiro versus, sorry he hasn't done anything to stand out yet, from General Studies, Hitoshi Shinso. The two students approached the platform from opposite sides. His normally calm and kind student was scowling at the purple-haired student. Shoyuta frowned. He didn't know what the kid's quirk was but he seemed to have set off a person who seemed above being set off. They had been on the same team in the cavalry battle. Had something happened? Hizashi prattled on about the rules and such, speaking with about 100,000 words an hour. And then the match started. The students just stood facing each other, not attacking, but the purple-haired was saying something that they couldn't hear. Ojiro didn't respond though. Shoyuta leaned a bit closer to the window. His student was angry. Then Ojiro slammed his tail into the ground and bounded towards the purple-haired student who dodged to the side, but still he was saying something. His quirk must have something to do with his voice. Or maybe his quirk was voice-activated. No, even though he was speaking, nothing happened other than Ojiro getting angrier. Shuta's eyes widened. Was it response-activated? Such a quirk was easy to use until the person you were fighting knew of it, which Ojiro must do since they were a team in the cavalry battle. Ojiro attacked again, this time catching the other student with his tail right in his stomach, throwing him back. Shinso caught himself before he could be thrown out of bounds and laughed. Still Ojiro remained silent. He must be grasping at straws, trying to get Ojiro to answer. Shoyuta frowned. He was relying too much on a response and was running out of ideas. It was ironic how this was exactly what Midoriya had said during the training lesson last week. Most just relied on their quirks and didn't think to use other tactics. The thought made Shoyuta scowl and look over to the student stands where the vigilante was sitting with Bakugo. He didn't know the full story but their friendship certainly didn't seem traditional. He looked back to the papers in his hands and shuffled them around until he found the general studies student that was fighting Ojiro. As Shoyuta had expected, it was response-activated, very powerful also, but it wasn't a physical quirk like Ojiro's, which gave him a huge disadvantage. Also in the entrance exam, that was focused around people with physical quirks too. Shoyuta glared at the piece of paper. It reminded him of the time when he had to fight robots in school. There was no quirk to erase so he had to think creatively. That was also around the time he got his capture weapon. In that way this student reminded him of his younger self. With the internships coming up, maybe Shoyuta should extend a request to have this student intern with him instead of one of his own. Shout put down the papers and focused back on the fight. Ojiro was driving Shinso into a corner and with a swipe of his tail the purple-haired was out of bounds and the first match was over. Shuto was conflicted. His talk with the vigilante was still fresh in his mind and he didn't know how to feel. That side is all you, your fire, it's not his. No matter what you do, those flames are going to be a part of you. The same as rejecting yourself. It's your quirk. Shuto shook his head. He didn't understand, he couldn't. Since their fight during training, the vigilante had sought him out at times and had talked to him. He couldn't seem to forget what Midoriya had said to him right before throwing him out of bounds. You're weak. Shuto clenched his fists. Why was this guy, who knew nothing about Shuto, so set on getting him to use his left side? The most annoying part was that the things he said made some type of sense. It was his quirk, but it was still something he had gotten from his BSTRD of a father. Shuto tensed up as he saw the imposing figure of that exact father standing between him and the entrance to the arena. Shuto scowled. You're in my way, he snarled. Endeavor looked at him sideways and crossed his arms. You're acting disgracefully, Shuto. Shuto gritted his teeth and decided to just walk past the BSRD. If you used the power in your left side, you would have had an overwhelming victory in the obstacle course and the cavalry battle. I would have had an overwhelming victory if I wasn't against Bakugo, he snarled in his mind but kept his mouth shut. Shuto couldn't deny that he was a valuable opponent, a hard one to have at that. The issue wouldn't be fixed by using flames, that's what Shuto understood. He didn't need to use his flames. They probably wouldn't change anything anyway. Stop this childish rebellion already, Shout gritted his teeth until it hurt. You have a duty to surpass all might. No, I don't. Do you understand? Anger rose in him faster than he could follow along with. You are different from your siblings. Sound dulled as he saw each of their faces, looking at him resentfully at different times because of what Endeavor had done. You are the greatest masterpiece. I'm not. A masterpiece. I'm not your puppet. Is that all you can say, BC? He hissed in reply. He wanted to scream, he wanted to rage, he wanted this horrible emotion in his chest to make other people than himself choke. He wanted so much, but he had so little to work with. That was what Midoriya didn't understand. He couldn't understand this feeling. This was all he had. Not using the flames was the only thing that kept the satisfied smile off the BSRD's face. A smile like the one you would wear when your dog did a trick successfully at your command. Shout didn't want to give the BSTRD that satisfaction. I will win and advance with just Mom's power. I won't use your power when I fight, he gritted out. Midoriya's words came to mind. Why don't you see that rejecting him in that way is the same as rejecting yourself? That might be the case, but that was the only way. Even if that works for now, you'll soon reach the limits of that power. Shudo's blood boiled as he walked out into the arena. He could hear their teacher say something through the speakers, but he couldn't hear it. All he saw was his classmate standing opposite him with a confident smile. He first knew that the match had started when his opponent's tape wrapped around him and he was dragged across the stage. He just acted on instinct and stomped his right foot in the ground. Next thing he knew, 1/4 of the stadium was filled with ice, spreading out behind Zero towards the stands. He broke of the frozen tape wrapped around him, just as Zero opened his mouth. Don't you think that's a bit much? Shudo's stomach dropped as he truly took in what he had done. This wasn't what he had wanted. Zero, can you move? Midnight called from her podium. Shudo looked at her and saw that she too had been covered in ice. What have I done? Oh, of course not. He looked like he was in pain. Zero is immobilized. Todoroki advances to the second round. Shudo hung his head, his hair hiding his face. This was what you wanted, right? The crowd started yelling that he shouldn't worry about it, but what did they know? Shudo approached Zero. His legs felt heavier than before. Sorry, he mumbled. I went overboard. He placed his left hand on Zero's chest and heated it up. He deserved a better explanation, but Shudo didn't know what to say. I was angry. Every time he got angry he screwed up, fighting Midoriya, this and back home where his anger just made the BSRD train him harder until he was so exhausted he didn't have the energy to be angry anymore. After melting the ice, he went back under the arena and hid in the bathroom until he felt like himself again. When he went up to the stands he would apologize to Zero again, but first he needed to get his breathing under control. The winner of the next 4 fights were quickly decided. Shizuki from Class 1B captured Dunt's face after his attack and immobilized him. Hatsum walked herself out of bounds after she had presented all her babies to the stadium, with the clear intent of impressing the support course companies. And boy did she have a lot of items to show off. Raccoon Eyes evaded Naval Laser Guy's laser, and continued to do just that until she was close enough to spray her acid on his belt and knocked him out with a single hit. Bird Boy quickly got Ponytail to step out of bounds with relentless attacks. The next fight ended up being decided by arm wrestling because the fighters, Shitty Hair and Metal Face, had the same abilities and just kept hitting each other until they both fell down at the same time. All the while Deku sat next to him and provided sassy commentary. It seemed like his class had warmed up to him since they engaged him in conversation and asked him questions about stuff that Katsuki didn't bother listening to. He left the stands to go stretch in the middle of the Shitty Hair's fight but could still hear the result from the speakers that seemed to reach every corner of the stadium. Katsuki scoffed as he walked towards the stage where Round Face was waiting. Their loud but teacher presented each of them and then the match started. You're the one who makes things float, right, Round Face? He put his hands in his pockets. If you're gonna withdraw, do it now. You're not getting off with just a scratch. The hag had always told him not to underestimate anyone based on their gender and to fight equally no matter what, but he knew that this was a bad matchup for her and wanted to warn her before the fight started. Katsuki had thought he would be on the offensive, but it was Round Face who attacked first. She ran at him. Withdrawing isn't a choice. Katsuki grinned. That's what he would have said. He blasted her away with an explosion that made dust fill the air. He saw a shadow to his left and sent off an explosion there too. But all he hit was fabric, her jacket. Katsuki saw her behind him out of the corner of his eye and turned around, several explosions crackling in his palm and sending her flying. She kept coming. From every direction. Every time he set off an explosion to ward her off, she returned from another direction. Where was she now? Where was she? Something moved to his right and he set off another big explosion without thinking. His ears were ringing from being so close to the explosions, he couldn't hear anything besides the ringing. Where was she now? He spun around in a circle, scanning the clouds of dust for movement, any little movement. The dust cleared a little and he saw her standing in front of him. He took a step back with gritted teeth. His hands hurt like hell and he couldn't bloody fang hear anything. She was saying something while looking determined. She brought her hands together and Katsuki tensed. He looked around frantically to try and find the direction her attack would come from. A pebble landed next to his foot. He looked up. He could see her moving but didn't care since he was about to be smashed by a bunch of rocks. Why hadn't he noticed this? Katsuki took in a deep breath and raised his arm and supported it with his other arm. This was gonna hurt. He gritted his teeth and set off. The biggest, FNG, explosion ever. The force of it knocked him towards the ground, but he kept his footing. He took in a deep breath and lowered his shaking hands. It ached to move them, but the fight wasn't over. That was close, he breathed, but he couldn't hear his own voice because of the ringing in his ears. She stood up again and he smiled sharply. All right, let's get serious then, Uraraka, he yelled, and this time he could hear his voice over the ringing, which was a relief. They charged at each other again, but then Uraraka fell to the ground. He heard her mutter a single of dash before she passed out completely. Katsuki stared at her, shocked, relieved, tired. He looked around at the stands as midnight approached Uraraka. They were all just staring. Katsuki sighed and looked down at the ground. It was so wrecked from all his explosions, there was debris everywhere. Uraraka is out of commission, Bakugo advances to the second round. Katsuki didn't really register what his teacher was saying, just that she was saying something. He guessed that she had just announced the end of the match. He stood there and watched, numbly, while Uraraka was carried away on a stretcher headed for Recovery Girl. She had worn him out like no other opponent had. Round face, the girl he hadn't even considered a threat. He really was stupid. Stupid that he didn't see just how strong Uraraka was. He wouldn't make the same mistake again. Katsuki turned around and left the stage. Hey Bakugo, the human tape dispenser called when Katsuki had made it to the section of the stands that his class was inhabiting. That was tough, huh? Playing the bad guy. Even if it was because of the matchup, you played an amazing villain, Bakugo, Frog Face added. Katsuki scowled and was just about to tell them to shut up when he heard Deku chuckle. He was still sitting in the front row, and now he tipped his head back to look at Katsuki's classmates. Villain? He almost laughed the word. You're calling him a villain for defending himself? The lot just blinked dumbly at him. He aimed such a huge blast at a frail girl. Dunce Face was saying, I can't believe it. Deku looked at Katsuki with a raised brow. Katsuki scoffed and went to join him. What part of her is frail? He snarled as he passed Dunce Face. So, Deku said, looking at him sideways, how are you doing? Katsuki scoffed again. I'm effing fantastic. Deku chuckled beside him. Okay then, he pulled out something from a pocket in his pants and handed it to Katsuki. It was a small container that fit in the palm of his hand. What's this? He asked, sounding annoyed. Deku saw right through him, of course, and smiled. It's for your wrists, he pointed, to make sure you don't get arthritis or something. Huh? Do you think I'm old? Deku knocked him over the head. No, you idiot, just put on the diamond lotion. Katsuki knocked his hand away and glared at him. Down in the stadium, Shitty Hair and the guy from 1B he had been fighting were about to settle who the winner was. While he watched them arm wrestle, he discreetly put on the lotion. It was cooling to his skin and a nice texture. It also smelled ridiculously good, like almond and vanilla. Deku smirked at him before he got up, saying he had to go to the toilet. Katsuki sat back. The first match of the second round was about to start, and he was again fighting the last match. So he could relax for now. Izuku walked down to the rooms where the students prepared for their fights. He knew that something had affected Todoroki before his fight, and Izuku was about to remove that line of the equation in hopes that it would make him use his fire. The bad news was that that part of the equation was the number 2 hero and he was standing right in front of Izuku, more than a head taller. "You're that vigilante that crashed the obstacle course," Endeavor stated and narrowed his eyes at him. Izuku finally let his ever-present smile drop from his face. It was getting exhausting, trying to be nice all the time. "I am," he smiled, this time a different type of smile, vicious, "and you're that top hero who abuses his family." Endeavor narrowed his eyes further. Izuku went on before he could reply, "You know, you have really messed up your kid, probably all your kids. I heard you had, what, 3? No wait, 4 is the correct number. What was it that happened to that last one again?" Endeavor was outright glaring at him now, and Izuku was a little worried that he was about to be smashed into the wall. There was a high as F probability. "You don't know what you're talking about," Endeavor snarled. "And unless you want to bring about your own ruin, you'll keep your mouth shut about that nonsense." Izuku smiled wider. "You know," he said, walking the rest of the way up to Endeavor, "I'd like to see you and your little commission try to ruin me, as you put it." Izuku's smile turned into a smirk at Endeavor's shocked expression. "Oh yeah, I know how they've covered up quite a few of your mistakes, some more close to home than others." He narrowed his eyes at the hero. "Maybe it is me who can ruin you and not the opposite?" Okay, so maybe Izuku had dug up some dirt on more than a few heroes, Endeavor here being the top a-hole of the bunch with his spotty track record. Endeavor looked really angry right about now, and Izuku felt that it was the best choice to step away again. He turned his back to him and started walking off. "Stay away from your son Enji Todoroki. I'm trying to get him to use his flames just as you are, but—" He stopped and glared at the hero over his shoulder. "Your intervention has only slowed my progress." Endeavor took a few long strides and slammed Izuku into the wall of the hallway. "You want me to not talk to my own son? He needs my guidance if he's going to surpass All Might." Izuku gritted his teeth and shoved Endeavor off. He laughed. "Your advice? What good is that? You've never and will never surpass All Might, so how will that help?" It hurt to talk nice about the number 1 hero, but he wanted to knock this BSTRD down a few notches. Endeavor slammed his fist into the wall next to Izuku's head. "Be careful of what you say, boy." Izuku didn't even flinch. He gave the hero one last look, a look that had sent villains running, and turned away. "Remember what I said?" he called over his shoulder. When he had made it back to the stands after his toilet break, the first match of the quarterfinals had already ended with Todoroki winning swiftly, yet again, and the second match had just started. This one also concluded quickly with the glasses guy rushing the plant-haired girl out of bounds. Izuku shook his head as he sat down. Does he think he can fight villains just by being fast? He has no technique. Kachin scoffed beside him. "Sometimes that's all it takes," he said and looked sideways at Izuku. Izuku rolled his eyes. "Defending your classmate? Doesn't seem like you, Kachin." Kachin shrugged. Whatever." He remained silent, brooding really until, during the third match, he sent Izuku a grin before he went to prepare for his fight. Pulling along the red head he had to fight on the way, despite his protests. Izuku chuckled and looked back to the stage. The guy with the dark shadow manifestation of himself had just gotten Acid Girl out of bounds. It wasn't long until Kachin and Kirishima? Yeah, that felt right, took to the stage. Kirishima attacked almost immediately, with a right hook that graced Kakin's face. But then the blonde retaliated with an explosion to Kirishima's stomach. Which did nothing. Kirishima kept attacking, and at this point all Kachin could do was try to not get hit. Izuku narrowed his eyes at the fight, then leaned forward in his seat with a grin. No, that's not what Kachin was doing. He was stalling. Izuku had already noted this weakness in his extensive notes on the hero course that he had been working on since he arrives. He couldn't preserve his hardened state for too long, not when it covered his whole body. Kachin had already realized this early in their fight when his first hit did nothing. He had to save his strength for when his explosions actually made an impact. And that's exactly what happened a few minutes later. Kachin attacked Kirishima with a barrage of explosions, unrelenting in his attacks. Kirishima soon went down and Kachin had won. The guy with a similar quirk as Kirishima's was yelling from the stands. It seemed like they had made fast friends after fighting each other. Izuku stretched in his seat. Next was the semifinals and then the last fight that would determine the winner. For years ago, Izuku had stopped talking to Katsuki. And now every time they saw each other at school, instead of joking around and laughing at their peers together, Izuku just met his concerned looks with dead eyes. In the beginning he had been worried, had tried talking to him whenever he had a chance just to be rejected. Then he was sad because he realized he had lost his best friend and now he was frustrated. He didn't know what had happened but something definitely had. One day everything was fine. They had watched All Might fight on TV and Izuku had pointed out details of the fight that Katsuki hadn't noticed, and after they had helped each other with homework, Izuku was good at English and Katsuki was good at math, so they helped each other. But the next day everything seemed to have changed. Izuku's father had left and Izuku had become a shell of himself. That was months ago and he hadn't gotten Izuku back in that time. They hadn't talked at all and Katsuki didn't know what to do anymore. As Izuku wasn't beside him, some of the extras from their class had seen it as an opportunity to pester Katsuki. The bell was about to ring and he could bet that they would try to invite him somewhere. Because of course he had nothing better to do than hang out with them, not like they had homework or anything. Katsuki scoffed and put down his pencil. This test, the teacher would probably give him perfect marks anyway. Katsuki spent the rest of the hour looking out of the window, or rather glaring out of the window. The bell rang and he saw Izuku stand up immediately and pick up his bag. "Hey Izuku!" Katsuki called, the other ignored him. Katsuki gritted his teeth. "Deku!" This made him hesitate. He looked over his shoulder at Katsuki. He had called Izuku Deku for a PRD while they were younger, but Izuku had then started calling him Kachin and they had both decided to just stop with the nicknames. Izuku smiled now, just a tiny smile for a fraction of a second, but it was something. Kachin. His father hadn't sought him out again since before his first fight, but Shudo could see him watching from the stands with his arms crossed as he entered the stage for his fight in the semifinal. He glared at him, even though the man himself probably couldn't see it from where he stood, and then he looked at him opponent. He hadn't gotten what Midoriya had said out of his mind yet. He wouldn't even have thought about thinking about it, but now, using his left side, every time the thought of it crossed his mind, every time he thought it was a good idea, that he should do it, he saw flashes of memories. Memories of his mom and of what had happened. They weren't painful memories in the way that you would expect. They were painful because that was the day he had lost his mother. The first match of the semi-finals. Their teacher yelled from the speakers. With both of them from hero families, it's a battle of the elites. From the hero course, it's Tenya Ida versus. Also from the hero course, Shudo Todoroki. Ida stared him down with a look of determination. Shudo clenched and unclenched his fists. If he was going to win this, he would have to have fast reflexes. Start. Shudo attacked first and surrounded Ida on both sides with walls of ice before he could reach him. He then sent ice directly at him, but then Ida jumped and came right at him. Shudo evaded getting kicked in the face but didn't react quickly enough to not get smashed into the dirt. His head hurt but he still got his ice to crawl up Ida's shin before he was going to get dragged out of bounds. Then he had gotten Ida stuck to the ground and had encased him with ice to immobilize him. He touched his hand to his head. He could still feel the places where he had been smashed into the gravel. He could feel a headache coming on. Ida is immobilized, Midnight announced. Todoroki wins. Great. He had made it to the finals without even using his flames once. Take that UBSRD. Shudo walked back to the waiting rooms in a daze. He didn't really register much of anything but he was used to zoning out at times and just went with it. He kinda just watched himself walk into the room, see the green-haired vigilante waiting there but didn't acknowledge his presence. He sat down at the closest table and waited for the numbness to pass. After a few minutes the vigilante hummed to get Shudo's attention. Kachin is fighting right now, he said, sounding a bit bored. I feel bad for the other guy though. It is a bad matchup, with his quirk's weakness being light and all. Who is Bakugo fighting again? Shudo racked his brain for the information until he came up with the answer. Tokoyami. The vigilante sighed. Look, let's get straight to the point. You want to be a hero, yes? Shudo nodded slowly. Okay then, in that case, I'll state my case a bit differently this time around. You can't be a hero if you're not willing to improve yourself. Shudo. Frown what? This hate you have for your father. I'm not saying that it's undeserved. Because it really is, but your hate is keeping you from your full potential. It will gnaw away at you until it's all you feel. It will destroy you. Shudo snapped his eyes to the green-haired teen. You have a lot of experience in that area, do you? The vigilante smiled sadly. You have no idea. After winning against Birdface and advancing to the finals, Katsuki found Deku with half and half in the waiting room. They looked up at him after he kicked the door down. Deku wearing his fake but smile and half looking as blank and emotionless as always. What are you extras talking about? He half yelled, half asked. Deku tipped his head to the side with a smile. I'm just giving him tips on how to beat you, Ka-chan. Katsuki scoffed, like you're gonna beat me icy hot. I'm gonna absolutely destroy you, so you better do your best. Half and half glared at him but didn't say anything. Well, Deku said, putting his feet up on the table, we'll see, won't we? Katsuki tisked, why are you even here? Isn't this waiting room? He looked at the sign. This is waiting room 2? A minute. Icy Hot got up from his seat and walked to the door. You can take this room, I need to be alone. He then closed the door after him. Deku laid a hand on his heart. Ouch. Katsuki scoffed. He probably didn't want to listen to your lectures anymore. It still hurts, he said with a pout. Katsuki swiped his feet at one of the stool's legs, making Deku fall awkwardly to the ground with a startled yell, then sat down in the seat that half and half had vacated and put his feet on the table. Deku glared up at him. You the... Katsuki smirked down at him. I got you to stop whining, didn't I? Deku glared harder. I wasn't whining. Sure you were. You thought you would be able to get the BA to use his flames with only a few clever words? But just wait and see, he pointed to his own chest. I'll get him to use his flames. Deku accepted the hand that Katsuki offered to help him up, but then he topples Katsuki's chair over too and Katsuki went down. Oh you little, he said as he got to his feet quickly. Deku was laughing at him. Not for much longer. Katsuki tackled him to the ground and they tumbled around trying to pin the other until Katsuki finally got a hold of the nerd's wrists and slammed them into the ground. Take that, Dim Deku, I win. Deku smirked. Hell no you don't. Then he buckled, got his leg around Katsuki's torso and then the position was reversed. Katsuki tried to get out from under him, throw him off or something but nothing worked and he had to admit defeat. Damn it. Deku laughed and let him go. Maybe you shouldn't be picking fights right before the final. Katsuki huffed. Tough, I'll win anyways. Deku helped him up. Then you should get going, the fight starts in 2 minutes. Katsuki's head snapped up. What? He looked at the time. He gave Deku a shove and ran out of the door. It didn't take him too long to get to the arena but Icy Hot was already there. It's finally time for the last battle of the UA High Sports Festival. Katsuki tuned out his teacher and waited for fight to start. Half and half attacked him immediately and although Katsuki tried to blast away the ice it just kept coming and ended up encasing him fully. So he just kept on setting off explosions in the direction that Icy Hot had been standing until he finally emerged from the ice, having made a tunnel. He smiled. The stronger the quirk, the more imprecise the attacks. Any ice this BSRD could throw at him, Katsuki would blow up, so if he wanted to win he had to use his flames. Katsuki blasted himself through the air and at the last moment maneuvered himself in the air to be on Icy Hot's left side. Are you underestimating me? Then Katsuki grabbed his arm and, for good measure, his hair, to flip him. Idiot. Half and half caught himself with a wall of ice before he could be thrown out of bounds like Katsuki had expected he would and moved himself around Katsuki, surrounding them in ice. Katsuki charged at him, but then Icy Hot grabbed his arm. With his left arm. Either I'm gonna get burned or really disappointed. And it seemed like Icy Hot was going to do it but changed his mind and just threw him. Katsuki caught himself. This was starting to PSS him off. What was it Deku said to you? He yelled. Did you not believe it or what? Icy Hot's eyes widened. It is your quirk. Katsuki trudged towards the other teen. I'm not a bloody saint like Deku. I want you to use your flames so I can prove that I'm stronger than you even at your best. So stop screwing around. He ran at him. If you don't want to win, why are you here? Katsuki threw himself into the air and started spinning. This would make Howitzer stronger and more focused. The flames appeared along Icy Hot's arm that he had outstretched towards Katsuki. Katsuki set off the biggest FING explosion, just like in his fight with Uraraka, but this time the explosion spread and did a hell of a lot more than just blast a bunch of pebbles. He had expected some resistance since it had looked like Icy Hot was about to attack too. When the clouds of dust cleared, he found himself lying on the ground. He picked himself up and looked around for half and half. Where the had he gone? And there he was, sprawled on some of the remaining ice, his eyes closed. Katsuki's ears were ringing from the explosion, so he couldn't hear much of anything as he ran over. He had knocked the idiot unconscious. Katsuki ran a hand over his face. He hadn't used his flames and Katsuki hadn't gotten his indisputable first place. What the F was the point? Katsuki grabbed Icy Hot by the front of his shirt and dragged him onto the grass. He put him down less than gently and crouched next to him. "Hey a-hole," he called, trying to wake up the bastard. He tapped his cheek. "Icy Hot, you little sheet." Half and Half opened his eyes to a sliver, but that was good enough for Katsuki. "Listen here," he said in a low tone. "Someday I'll get you to use those flames against me, and I'll win that day too." Katsuki stood up, nodded to Midnight, who was on her way to check on Icy Hot, and walked out. Present Mike was announcing his victory through the speakers and the crowd was cheering. He ignored them. He was just going to go home now, no reason in accepting a medal he hadn't deserved. Ochako was standing with the rest of her grade waiting for the awards ceremony to start. After her fight with Bakugo, she had gone to the stands to see the rest of the matches. Bakugo had, as expected, torn through his opponents, Todoroki too, so it was no surprise that they ended up fighting each other in the final. She had been sitting next to Ida, debating who they both thought would win. Ochako had said Bakugo and Ida had argued that Todoroki would win. But to that Ochako had said that because he didn't use his full powers he couldn't do much with just his ice against someone with a quirk like Bakugo's. The fight had just begun when Ida had gotten a call. He had stepped out for a few minutes and Ochako hadn't thought much about it, but then he had come back, looking much grimmer, to tell her that he had to leave. He told her that it had something to do with his family and that he had to leave immediately and couldn't stay for the award ceremony even though he had a place on the podium. Ida had left and Bakugo had won the fight. Now the podium was rising up from the ground at Midnight's say-so. Tokoyami stood alone on the third-place podium, his arms crossed. Todoroki was wearing a blank expression and Bakugo was chained to the first place, screaming something intelligible behind a muffle. Ochako cringed. He had probably not wanted the medal, but did they have to tie him up like that? All Might jumped into the stadium, both himself and Midnight announcing his presence. Whispers broke out among the crowd of exited students as All Might approached the podium with the medals. Ochako looked up as a powerful gust of wind came down on them. This place should be pretty sheltered from any wind, but apparently not. Overhead some darker clouds came into view. Was it going to start raining or something? Ochako looked back to the podium. All Might was standing in front of Todoroki, saying something before he turned to Bakugo. He reached out and removed the muffle thing that had been secured to Bakugo's head. Bakugo had his chin close to his chest, so his hair was hiding his eyes, but Ochako could see that he had gritted teeth. He wasn't yelling anymore, but somehow him being quiet now was more unnerving. "Congratulations, young Bakugo," he boomed. "You did exactly what you said you would do during your pledge." He reached out his hand and draped the medal over Bakugo's head, the metal landing with a clang against the chains after it had slid around his neck. Ochako was surprised that Bakugo hadn't broken any teeth when he was clenching them so much. The cannons shot out more confetti and then the podiums lowered into the ground again slowly. All Might looked around him a bit confused, which made everyone else look too. All of their eyes seemed to land on the guy who was making his way through the crowd of students toward the front. The crowd parted for him and gave him a wide berth, and Ochako could understand why. Deku looked really scary right then. Something in his eyes just told not to stand in his way. As he broke away from the crowd, he broke into a terrifying smile that made most of the students flinch. Izuku prided himself in being able to keep his cool in any and all situations. His father had drilled it into him that getting angry before or while fighting was a bad idea. So Izuku had made sure to keep his temper in check whenever he felt anger rise up to the surface. He didn't just do that when fighting but generally. So it was quite surprising that the thing that actually succeeded in making his blood boil was seeing his childhood friend chained to the first-place podium. Izuku was watching from the stands drinking soju from an incognito glass bottle just to spite the rat. He didn't mind the taste and all, but he liked whiskey better, call him unoriginal or whatever, it did the job. He just found it ironic how their exact words had been. Someone needs to make sure you don't get yourself killed before you've reached the legal drinking age, while he actually was of the legal drinking age, just not in this country. Well, the bottle smashed in his hand when he had realized what he had seen. It had been almost empty, so at least he didn't get it everywhere. Kachin's classmates wasn't there, but a few of the close-sitting spectators looked at him oddly, but he paid them no mind. If they couldn't see what was wrong here, then they weren't worth his time. Kachin might act brash, loud and angry all the time, so this probably wouldn't seem out of character for him, but Izuku knew better. He was thrashing against the chains, yelling behind the GG they had put on him. What did they think he was? Some wild dog? Izuku gritted his teeth when All Might of all people dropped in from the sky to present the medals. Enough. Izuku made a quick decision and took off running towards the control room. He kicked down the door, startling the poor staff member who had been dozing in his chair. He made the guy give him a remote like the one Midnight had, with a bit more threats than he usually gave on a daily basis, and then he was off again. He had to be quick about it. As he made it out onto the field again, Kachin had just gotten the medal. The number 1 hero stood in front of him, the GG that they had made Kachin wear hanging from his grasp. He came up behind the crowd, first pushing aside the media roughly and jumping over the fence that separated them from the students. Already by then had he gathered some attention. He pushed the button on the remote. The podium started lowering as more confetti rained down on them. Izuku then made it through the students to the front of the crowd. The students stepped away from him with nervous looks. He was one of the tallest here, so it was easy to get through. Midnight looked at him with a frown, but All Might still had his back turned. A few whispers broke out in the crowd. Izuku heard the frog girl from Kachin's class say that Izuku looked scary. He couldn't even feel a bit smug at that, since the anger and worry almost clouded everything. Kachin was panicking, and no one was noticing. No one. Except me, of course. Kachin didn't seem to have spotted him as he was lowered down with the podium, or maybe he just couldn't recognize much of anything right now. He was quiet. Izuku glanced at Midnight. And you call yourselves teachers? No way he was going to let everyone here see Kachin like this. The number 1 was looking at him oddly. Young Midoriya? Izuku cringed inwardly but beamed brighter. That's me, all right. Sorry to cut this short, but Kachin promised to get burgers with me. He saluted the hero mockingly. Anyways, see ya later, alligator. He then jumped into the room below the field where the podiums had been lowered into right before the ground was going to close again. As soon as the ground closed above them again and the lights turned on, Kachin fell. Izuku walked over and crouched next to him. His breathing was coming fast and he was shaking pretty bad. Izuku's hands hovered over Kachin's shoulders. Kachin, he whispered. Kachin, hey. He knew the 2 other winners were there with them, but he really didn't care. Kachin thrashed in the chains. I see, can't breathe, he gasped. I can't be breathed, Deku. How hadn't they seen this coming? Thinking the sludge villain. Where the F are the keys to these? He yelled behind him. Somebody had to have them. Izuku touched the ones secured to Kachin's hands. Kachin had hid his head in Izuku's shoulder so he could feel his breathing. This wasn't good. What kind of school didn't see this coming? The sludge villain attack had been all over the news. Izuku of all people would know. Izuku clenched his fists on the chains. Some of the metal crumbled away and Izuku's stomach dropped and he removed his hands. He couldn't reveal himself after all this time. Keys? He yelled, rubbing Kachin's back and whispering that he was safe to his panicking friend. Someone ran up behind them and started taking off the chains. Sorry, he just wouldn't follow along. We didn't know this would happen. Excuses, empty words. Shut up, Izuku snarled, and get them off him. The staff member did as he was told and stepped away quickly after. Kachin had calmed down a bit but was still shaking. He grasped at Izuku, almost tearing his shirt. Izuku wrapped his arms around Kachin's waist. He kept whispering assurances into his ear while he kept an eye on the other people in the room. Eraser had showed up with banana hair, but they hadn't approached yet. After all, Izuku was wearing his most effective people-repelling glare. Todoroki stood with Bird Guy next to the podiums, and there was also a few other staff members. It wasn't really a big room, and Izuku couldn't see why they hadn't left yet. He was fine enough handling Kacchan alone. These idiots didn't know shit. Kacchan had literally been captured by a villain that had forced sludge into his mouth and had choked him for a long time before Izuku had shown up. Being trapped like that, not being able to do anything to get free. Of bloody course it would bring on something like this. Izuku remembered the Kacchan from a few hours ago, brash, playful, annoyed. And to think all of that had been switched out with panic when someone had done this. Izuku hadn't seen Kacchan cry many times in his life, but every time it was a shock. Kacchan was supposed to be strong, not fragile. When they were kids, whenever Kacchan got upset, it was Izuku who was there to be his rock. They had been used to depending on each other, and it seemed that Kacchan was happy to fall back into the same old habit. He had calmed down and was swaying slightly on his feet while still leaning heavily on Izuku. Kacchan. Kacchan hummed tiredly into Izuku's shoulder. Wanna go somewhere that's not here? Kacchan turned his head to the side and looked directly at Izuku. His face was flushed and his eyes shining with tears that he hadn't let fall. He nodded and let go of Izuku. Izuku left one arm around Kacchan as they moved towards the door. But of course the two teachers intercepted them. Izuku stepped in front of Kacchan, glaring at them both. Eraser cleared his throat. We wanted to apologize for the ceremony on behalf of the staff and the decision to keep Bakugo here. And who Izuku snarled, might have been the one to make that decision. I'd like to have a word. Eraser gave him a deadpan look. Yeah, no. He sighed. The good news is that no one caught wind. The press is currently drafting up a story about how you've disrupted the sports festival. Present Mike nodded beside him. Yes. They're gonna call it something along the lines of Chaotic Teen Vigilante Causes Chaos at the UA Sports Festival, he said with a grin. Izuku scoffed. Terrible title, but we'll still be going now, and not to worry, he said as he guided Kacchan out of the room. I won't leave campus. When they were out of there, Izuku sighed. Well, that could have gone worse. Kacchan chuckled. It could also have gone better. I was a effing mess. Izuku pinched his side. Didn't you hear? He leaned closer to say, I'm gonna be your scapegoat. Kacchan weaved his own arm around Izuku and squeezed him. They'll certainly have something to talk about. You're a menace to society. Izuku snorted. Sure. He led Kacchan outside of the stadium, where they joined the crowds of people who were walking between stands or making their way somewhere for some reason. Who cared? They split from the rest of the crowd, and Izuku led him down the gravel path to the teachers' dorms while looking longingly at the candied apples. Kacchan was quiet but was probably thinking way too much. His eyebrows were almost knitted together with the frown he was wearing. Izuku sighed. Don't think about it so much. The only one who knows you well enough to know something was wrong was me. Seeing that didn't help, he changed tactics. You covered it up really well, Kacchan, so don't worry. He didn't really like quiet Kacchan. Kacchan began, looking down at the medal that rested on his chest. I just don't want to be seen as weak. Izuku smiled softly. No one in that arena thought you were weak. You won first place for FS sake. Cheer up. Kacchan looked at him fondly. If you say so, shitty nerd. Izuku frowned. You do know that out of us two, you're the bigger nerd, right? Not in a million years. Kacchan laughed, a bit of his usual self showing. Izuku smiled at him and led the rest of the way. The thief hadn't been active since the USJ incident, and Tsukachi had a bad feeling about it. There had been no news of the leak since either. It was like they had just suddenly gone silent, maybe in preparation for something worse, or maybe they were just taking a break, but Tsukachi wouldn't count on it. The underground was always moving, always shifting and changing, preparing to lash out. But that was not the biggest worry. Villains were bound to cause trouble, but there had been a bigger effect after the USJ than Tsukachi had seen coming. Articles and debates about the Hero Society and if it could really keep the public safe when they couldn't even keep their own students safe had arisen everywhere. It was destabilizing the very ground that the heroes were standing on. Some had already lost faith in heroes. Vigilantes were popping up left and right, and heroes were attacked by Stain and his followers. All the while the task force was still looking for the thief. Tsukachi had sent out a bounty for any and all information that would help with his arrest but had only gotten a few useless responses with some places he had been spotted. In other words, they hadn't really gotten any closer to arresting the thief than they were when Eraserhead had fought him. It was frustrating work to search for him. And knowing that he was most likely still working with the League of Villains, or maybe he had been working with them all this time. Tsukachi tried to rub the tiredness out of his eyes to no avail. He looked at his very bright screen. It was about 9:30 in the evening. He should go home, he really should. He had read way too many assault reports on heroes who had been found in alleys with ribs broken or worse. Tsukachi almost fell out of his seat when he felt a hand on his shoulder. He whipped around to see Yagi standing behind him with a worried expression. "Are you all right?" he asked. Tsukachi blinked and relaxed back into his seat with a sigh. He nodded. "Yeah, I'm fine. You don't look it, my friend. You should take a break." Tsukachi sighed and then tried to rub the sleepiness out of his eyes. He really needed some coffee. "I'll go home in a bit," he said, looking back up at Yagi. "But what are you doing here so late?" Eraser stopped by a few hours ago before his patrol. Yagi leaned against his desk. "Just wanted to check up on this whole thing. Have there been any progress?" Tsukachi felt like that wasn't the full reason, but he didn't ask further. He shook his head. "Not much. He only shows himself for short PRDS of time a few times a week. It's like he has become lazier." Yagi seemed to think about it. He was hiding his chin in his hand, staring at nothing in particular. Maybe, if he is like All for One, there's a possibility that he is just searching for quirks, but because he has become stronger since he became active, he's become more picky, or maybe it isn't as urgent as it was before. Tsukachi nodded. "Yes, well, I have come up with a bunch more reasons, but only about a third are believable." Yagi gave him a tired smile. "Sometimes you can't make sense out of the senseless." "Senseless?" Tsukachi lifted a brow at him. "Villains, you mean?" Yagi shrugged. "When someone finds sense in violence, doesn't that make them senseless in a way?" "I suppose, yes." Tsukachi looked at the clock mounted on the far wall. He had to rub his eyes to see the two arrows properly. He should go home and sleep. He looked back to Yagi. He seemed to be just as tired and worn out as Tsukachi himself. "How's the UA Vigilante doing? He isn't causing too much trouble, is he?" Yagi looked back to him and blinked a few times before he opened his mouth. "Young Midoriya is certainly an interesting person." Tsukachi sat up a bit straighter. Yagi looked almost uncomfortable talking about the vigilante. "What is it?" he asked his friend. Yagi hesitated. He seems to be a very bright young man, but sometimes his expression shifts, glides into something different, darker. "At the awards ceremony. I haven't seen such a piercing glare before." Tsukachi tilted his head to the side. "Well, what was being done to Bakugo must have made him mad. Eraserhead mentioned they were childhood friends?" Yagi nodded. "Then you have it?" Tsukachi tensed. "Bakugo. Childhood friends with Bakugo. Bakugo, the kid who had been attacked by the sludge villain almost a year ago." He turned to his computer and pulled up the file. Tsukachi remembered talking with two heroes about a quirkless kid who had intervened during the attack and had saved Bakugo. His eyes widened as he saw the picture that he had found in the school's database. A scrawny kid with turquoise hair and dark green eyes was glaring at him from his screen. "Is that young Midoriya?" Tsukachi clicked on the attached link he found in the file's references. It was the video that had been taken of the fight, the same video that had gone viral hours later. In the video, Bakugo was struggling against the villain, the civilians and heroes helpless to do anything. Usually in such a situation, All Might would come to the rescue, but Yagi had told him back then that his time had run out. This time it was a child that ran towards the villain. There was no hesitation to be found in him. He threw things at the villain, to distract him, or maybe it was to do something else, but Tsukachi couldn't figure out what. Midoriya jumped at the villain, and for a second it looked like he was being swallowed by the sludge too, but then suddenly Bakugo was thrown of the villain by Midoriya. It wasn't long after that the villain retreated and Midoriya stood there, surrounded by fire, his back to the camera. He had turned around and left, like it was nothing. "Yes, it is," Tsukachi said after clearing his throat. "His hair," Yagi commented. "He must have dyed it or something. I had a feeling I had seen him somewhere. Guess I was right," Tsukachi said before closing his laptop. He packed his things and slung his bag over his shoulder before he turned back to Yagi. The look he wore made him pause. "What are you thinking?" Yagi narrowed his eyes at the place where Tsukachi's computer had been, then he shook his head. "Nothing, it's probably nothing." A few days after the sports festival, Izuku got a call. Funnily enough, he recognized the caller ID as the other Izuku's. "You're talking to the satanic hotline, and when I say satanic I don't mean religion and ideals, nah, rituals and sheet, so what you want to sacrifice?" He heard the other Izuku sigh, then mutter, "For S sake," under his breath, which made Izuku grin. Shiggy was giving him a weird look, but Izuku just hid his laughter in his sleeve and waved him away. "Christ, are you done?" he heard the other Izuku ask through the phone. "Oh come on, it was a serious question." Other Izuku sighed again. "A goat then." Izuku snorted, "You're being really original." "What the It was the first thing I could think of." Yeah, now what do you want?" The other Izuku almost growled into the phone. "I'm impossible," he said. Izuku was about to protest, but the other Izuku went on, "I want you to keep an eye on Stain." Izuku span around in his bar chair. "Already on it? It's really a wonder how we seem to be thinking in the same circles." "Ha bloody ha." Izuku stood up and headed for the sofa. "I mean it," he pointed to the playing console and made eye contact with Shiggy, who rolled his eyes but followed. "But what's your excuse?" The line was silent for a few seconds. "You know," he then said, "this whole ideology that's become so popular has his name on it." "Yeah, so?" He could almost hear the other Izuku roll his eyes. "The idiot just took down Ingenium Dash." "And?" The other Izuku huffed. "And if he is discredited because he took down someone who is actually well respected and seen as reliable without any evidence to prove otherwise, then his whole fake hero thing is gonna be discredited as well. The guy he took down was not a false hero, so is he really the person we thought he was? What I'm saying is if he keeps doing stuff like this, people will stop believing in him. Well, the villains probably won't, but all the others. Do you know what I mean?" Izuku groaned. "You want me to actually monitor him, don't you?" "Well, I can't exactly do it, can I?" "Touché, you busy," he grumbled. "Anyways, how that thing with Kachin go?" "Loved the part where you just went up and interrupted All Might by the way." Other Izuku chuckled. "Yeah, well, the guy's an idiot. I just got him out of there. He was having a panic attack because of the sludge villain attack, so I guess that I owed him it." Izuku clicked his tongue. It was a f-ed-up thing for those heroes to do to start with. "Have you been turned?" Other Izuku asked suddenly. "We have to focus on the goal, not all these sides." Izuku glared at the caller ID. "It won't matter what I think, I'm just the bloody clone, am I not? And what about you? Are you ready to betray those heroes you're getting all chummy with?" The line was silent for a moment. "I will do what I have to do." Izuku grinned, "As will I," and then he hung up and accepted the controller that Shiggy had held it out to him for several minutes, to the point where he looked like he was ready to fling it at Izuku's head. "What is wrong with King Explosion Murder?" Katsuki growled as he slammed open the door to Deku's room. Ever since the sports festival he had been over almost every day. Deku almost jumped out of his chair at the sudden noise. He glared at Katsuki before actually registering his words. "Wait, what? King Explosion Murder? Is that supposed to be a dash?" He outright laughed. "Hero name?" Katsuki glared. "Yeah, my hero name. Have you ever heard of a hero who had the word murder in his name?" Katsuki scoffed. "I would be the first, but they wouldn't bloody accept it." Deku snorted as he looked back at the book in front of him. "With good reason." Katsuki threw himself down Deku's bed. Whatever, but now I need to think of something else. I don't want to be as unoriginal as Icy Hot." Deku looked over at him with a fond look. "And what was his hero name?" "Shudo." Katsuki rolled his eyes. "Boring if you ask me." Deku shrugged. "Just shows he wants to be himself." The nerd obviously didn't know what he was talking about. "Who cares? We're not supposed to be ourselves. We're supposed to be knights in bright and shining armor, that kind of bull crap." Deku chuckled. "That's a pretty old way of saying it. Most would call that a hero." "Yeah, whatever." Katsuki looked around at the completely unchanged bare room. It was really depressing in some way. Even Katsuki had more decoration than this sorry but vigilante. Deku was writing in his DMN notebook. It was exactly the same as back in middle school. Some things just never changed. The internships are going to start in a few days, Katsuki told him, plopping back in the bed. The nerd didn't even have any extra pillows. What a weirdo. Who are you interning with then? Katsuki huffed. Think I'm gonna go with Best Jeanist. He's the one who's highest on the charts out of those who have offered internships to me. Deku looked at him funny, like he was trying to not laugh. Spit it out, nerd. It's nothing really, but do you think interning with such a stuck-up is the best? Katsuki hadn't really thought about it. He's the closest I have to the best. He should know some stuff. Izuku rolled his eyes. You don't need be taught by the best to be the best. You don't even need to be the best you know. Katsuki didn't know what to say to that, so he didn't say anything. I have to turn it in before the weekend, he said as he glared at Deku, but now I don't know who to pick. How many offers did you get? Deku asked, while writing something in his notebook. Katsuki looked back at the ceiling. 3,556? Then I'm sure you'll find someone that suits you better. Katsuki sat up in the bed. But there's so many. I only have 2 days, so how the hell will I get through them all? Deku looked at him for a few seconds, then sighed. Did you bring the offers? Katsuki blinked at him. Yeah? Deku rolled his eyes and stood up. Then we'll look at them together. I'll certainly make sure you make a better choice than you would have otherwise. Katsuki scoffed, like hell. He was only a little grateful for Deku when they sat down in a big sofa in the common room that, according to Deku, no one really used because they already had the teacher's lounge for when they had to meet. They went over all the offers, starting with the heroes who had the lowest rank and up. Katsuki had to admit that Deku came with some good arguments as to why some of the lower-ranked heroes would be a good fit. Some, on the other hand, he took one glance and moved on. Katsuki began to think that Deku was, despite what he kept saying, picky about the heroes, just not in the way that Katsuki was. After about 3 hours they came up with a list of 10 agencies he could intern with. And only 2 of them was in the top 15. Katsuki looked at the offers that had been spread out on the coffee table. You don't have to pick right now, you should sleep on it, Deku said with a yawn. Katsuki scanned the offers again and came up with nothing. He nodded, yeah. He gathered the 10 offers in a pile and stood up, nodded to Deku, see ya. Hopefully not, Deku said, and Katsuki chuckled. Too bad, nerd. I'll be back tomorrow. If you haven't disrupted any of my classes by then I'll see you there. Deku smiled a lazy smile. Don't give me any ideas. Katsuki scoffed. You'll get those ideas with or without my help. Touché. Izuku sat perched on the edge of a rooftop, watching as the stuck-up UA student approached Stain. He had already tailed the self-righteous idiot for about a week. Apparently, Stain didn't do much besides fighting heroes, eating at MC Donald's and working a part-time job as IT consultant thingy. Izuku didn't know why he did it. He was already a criminal, so why not add theft to the list? He certainly looked miserable while trying to sell the newest phones, but whatever. The guy did have some complex morals, killing and maiming? Totally fine. Theft? Out of the question. Not that Izuku really cared either way, the guy could do what he wanted. As Shigi had proposed, they had tried recruiting him, but that had turned out with Shigi and Kurogiri paralyzed. Stain's famous sword crumbled to dust and Izuku stepping in so that Stain didn't kill them or so that Shigi didn't kill Stain. Everybody just wanted to murder all of a sudden. What was up with that? Ever since Shigi had been in a foul mood, but apparently his sensei had come up with a new plan that had gotten him pretty excited. When Izuku had asked the screen with the text, sound only written on it, what the plan was, the screen had rudely called him a wild card and a freeloader before Shigi's annoying sensei refused to tell him any details. Tonight they had unleashed some prototypes of Nomu on Hosu and Izuku could hear the chaos a few streets over. That left Izuku to follow the other Izuku's orders to keep an eye on the hero killer. It was a boring job really, not to mention thankless, but it was still funny how Stain thought he was better than the League but hadn't at all noticed him. Izuku had followed him to this alley where he had been happily trying to maim and kill this hero that Izuku didn't bother knowing the name of when something interesting happened. A hero in a white metal suit came rushing at Stain all of a sudden, but the flat-nosed bee noticed and knocked him back. The helmet of the newcomer fell off and Stain paused. Go away, this is no place for children, Stain called and Izuku rolled his eyes. Again with those morals? The guy that Izuku had seen fighting at the sports festival stood up, and stating the bloody obvious, he came to a verbal conclusion that yes, he was facing the hero killer, and apparently this idiot had been hunting him? Izuku laughed into his sleeve. This was too good. I am the younger brother of the hero you attacked, the younger brother of a most excellent older brother. I have come to stop you in this place. But remember my name for as long as you live. Sure he will. Ingenium. It is the name of the hero who will defeat you. And then 10 seconds later, the hero who will defeat the hero killer was knocked face first into the dirt. You're weak, Stain said right before he drove his jagged blade into the hero hopeful's arm, who then screamed, You and your brother are both weak. Well, kinda, but you don't have to be so nasty about it. Izuku shook his head. This wouldn't do, Stain and his morals. Because you're fakes, Stain continued. Shut up, villain. The hero kid yelled with gritted teeth. He's paralyzed from the waist down because of you. He can't work as a hero anymore. He was an excellent hero who saved many people. There's no reason for you to crush him. He was an excellent hero who gave me a dream. Yeah, the dream of becoming a hero too, following in your brother's footsteps. So original. I won't forgive you. Don't think anyone would expect you to. I'll kill you. Well, Diamin, things went from 0 to 100 real FANG fast. Save that guy first. Stain said, pointing at the hero he had been preoccupied with before. Reflect on yourself and save others. Don't use your power for yourself, being taken in by the hatred before you and trying to fulfill your own desires. That is the furthest from what a hero should be. Izuku couldn't have said it better himself, despite the fact that he would probably have said something in the opposite direction. That's why you'll die, Stain said as he lifted his blade to lick it. The guy really was surprisingly hygienic. Izuku jumped from the roof and kicked Stain off the hero kid, but too late, he had already been paralyzed. Stain whirled around and glared at Izuku. Izuku looked down at the hero student he had one foot planted on and sighed, What a pain, you really are weak. He looked up at Stain, But I can't let you kill him. That's definitely something the other Izuku would be against. Izuku was only slightly annoyed at the situation, but now he had to fight Stain, the all-might fangirl with swords. Then you'll die too, thief. Izuku looked down and watched the hero student's eyes widen and look up at Izuku with renewed fear. Well, there was nothing to do about it now, for Eyes knew who he was and would probably tell it to others. Izuku looked up at the gray sky. Why the hell was this his life? Maybe he should just let himself get obliterated and be done with it, let the other Izuku deal with the league and all that. Izuku grinned. No, he would fight this BSRD with everything he had, and then he would see where life led him. It was remarkable how little you cared when you knew you were gonna die soon. The sheet. Eventually yes, but not now. He charged at the hero killer, slipping his knives into his hands, already drawing blood by the time the idiot registered the attack. Stain grunted and veered back. His blade searched for Izuku in a wide arch but met nothing besides air. Izuku kicked Stain in the face. How the hell your nose gets so flat? Izuku laughed. Someone steal it and not give it back? Stain stood up, practically snarling at him. Don't taunt me. Izuku shrugged. It was just a question, geez. Stain attacked him with his swords, but Izuku just deflected with his knives. He kicked Stain back after they had been at it for a while. Only Stain had some cuts, but it was hard as hell to hurt the guy. No sheet he could take down most heroes when he had Izuku sweating. The fight drew out. They were basically dancing around each other, both trying to not get cut by the other. Izuku decided after an eternity to just F it. If the blade hit him, whatever, he was dead. But that would be better than doing the bloody tango with this weirdo for another minute. A strong weirdo, but still a weirdo. The guy literally liked him on his hands, arms and face every half minute, whenever he thought he had cut Izuku, that is. This was an expensive suit and he didn't want it covered in hero killer salvia. That was a weird FANG souvenir. Izuku got in close and by a hair's breadth he avoided Stain's attack while he himself moved his dagger into Stain's side. He moved away to evade the counterattack. Stain pulled out the dagger, bad idea, and spat on the ground. The only person who'll get to kill me at all might, Stain snarled. He's the only true hero. Izuku frowned while evading being stabbed by Stain. True hero? Don't make me laugh. Stain narrowed his eyes at him. How dare you? Izuku smirked under his mask. Oh, you don't like me talking shit about All Might? Let me lay it out for you. Stain attacked him. He turns his back to suffering. Izuku narrowly avoided Stain's blade. He's arrogant. Stain tried punching him instead. Stupid. He's an attempted murderer. Izuku retaliated with his knives. He's the bloody poster for heroes but nothing but a fool. Stain hissed. All Might isn't a true hero, he's just a symbol. Izuku knocked him to the ground while ripping his swords from his grasp. He threw one of them in a nearby dumpster that stood open but kept the other in his hand. And you believing in that symbol makes you a fool too. Stain glared at him. You don't know what you're talking about. Izuku tipped his head back with a sigh. Sure I do, he said to the sky before looking down at Stain again. Were you a All Might fan too? Did you dream of being just like him as a child? Did you also have the painful realization that nobody wants a hero with a villain's quirk? No quirk like yours or mine can ever be seen as anything other than evil. Stain had grown quiet. Does that sound familiar at all? Izuku asked, then shrugged. Maybe, maybe not, who cares? That's the story of countless people. Society steps all over us. We're the outcasts, he said, spreading his arms. And you? Izuku narrowed his eyes at Stain. You are not doing anything useful with that hero-killing act. He stepped on Stain's shoulder, right on the spot he had cut earlier. And now you're going to die. Uno reverse speech. A few hours later, Katsuki had decided to go to the number 5 for his internship and he had gotten his but handed to him repeatedly since his arrival. Now the bunny sat on her carrot print couch watching the news while eating, you guessed it, a carrot, while Katsuki was lying on his back on the training mat, panting. You really SCK? The bunny laughed from where she sat. Better get used to it, explosion boy. Katsuki let his head fall back again and closed his eyes. Huh, Bunny sounded surprised. They apparently almost captured the thief tonight. All Might got hurt. Katsuki opened his eyes and looked at the television screen. It showed a dark street where there were 2 ambulances and a lot of people gathered. Red and blue lights flickered over the walls from the cop cars. The reporter on screen had just asked a question to a spectator who had wide eyes but was wearing a smile nonetheless. I saw the whole thing. Woke up because of the commotion. I live in one of the apartments that face that alley. What was happening? The reporter asked. A fight, the spectator said. I've never seen anything like it. They were both really fast, but it was clear the thief had the upper hand. He was the only one getting in any real attacks. What happened then? The spectator looked like he was thinking. They were talking about something and then the hero killer was done. I swear, with that many injuries I'm not surprised. Right before the heroes showed up the thief finished the job. Finished the job? The spectator shrugged. Killed him. The journalist flinched but recovered pretty quickly. Then what happened when the heroes did arrive? He basically played with them but then there was smoke everywhere. I couldn't see anything and neither could the heroes. The bunny tiskered. What a mess. She bit off the last of the carrot and threw the green bit in the trash can that was on the other side of the room, then stood up. Come on, let's get back to it. Katsuki tore his eyes away from the screen and groaned. He dragged himself off the ground. More he's sparing? When do I get to blow something up? Patience, explosion boy. Now try to hit me. Katsuki grinned. Sure will. A few hours before, Izuku sunk Stain's blade into his chest, the unpleasant sound of ribs cracking sounding as the blade forced its way deeper, piercing the hero killer's heart. Stain let out a pained sound and then he went silent. Izuku sighed. His first kill? How disappointing. He could have let him live but then he would have just been arrested by the heroes and locked up. Better that he died here. Izuku would have preferred that if it was himself. But he was going to die anyways. He shook his head. Whatever. Sorry about that, he called to the hero hopeful, but we can't have a hero killing, can we? It would ruin the illusion. He would actually love to see that but today wasn't the day. He looked over his shoulder at the hero student to find that he was able to move again. The fight must have drawn on longer than he had thought, and that he wasn't alone. That half-and-half guy from the sports festival was there too, and a bunch of other heroes had just come to a stop at the mouth of the alley. He heard some of them mumble his name, or rather his alias. Izuku narrowed his eyes at them. He was right, you know, he called. Half of them flinched back at his voice. Most of you are just fakes, he clicked his tongue. But I don't have time for this shit. Stop, a booming voice deafened everything else. Izuku could guess at who had arrived. Right there, villain. Motherfucker. You are too late, hero. Izuku yelled at All Might. Your fangirl is already dead. There was a tightening around All Might's mouth. The clock was ticking and he wasn't getting stronger. Come quietly, you are surrounded and outnumbered. Izuku looked behind him and, yep, that was Endeavor. Izuku sighed. He could just stab himself, he guessed. That would be the easy way out, but Kurogyari had said he was making tacos later and he didn't want to miss that. Izuku raised his hands. You're right, there's no reason to prolong this whole ordeal. I surrender peacefully. It seemed like the heroes in front of him and the ones perched on the rooftops all took a collective relieved sigh. A pity they couldn't see the grin he was wearing under his mask. All Might moved hesitantly closer. Lay down all your weapons and take off your mask. Izuku rolled his eyes. He wasn't planning to, but even if he was, it would take a sheet ton of time to find and unsheath all the knives he had on him. Up until now he hadn't really shown any of his real powers, only his skill, but everyone already knew about that. But they didn't know how powerful he was. He didn't even know since he hadn't had time. Well, no time like the present. He let the shadows rise slowly from the ground around him. A powerful gust of wind tore through the narrow alley, making his coat flicker in the wind. Whatever you're doing, stand down, Endeavor grumbled from behind him. Izuku shrugged off his coat, letting it pool at his feet, before he raised his hands again. His hair was almost entirely white, so they couldn't use that to connect him to the other Izuku, and it was also a lot longer. So long that he had to tie it into a ponytail. He knew they wouldn't attack if he pretended to surrender. That's what heroes were like, stupid and naive. I'm not doing anything, I can't control the bloody weather. Actually I can. That's one of my favorites. And it had seemed like that every time he got a new quirk the others enhanced in strength, so yes, he could control the weather and he could also bring down a storm to raise hell. Now the mask, Endeavor grunted from behind him. Yeah, sure. Izuku looked up at a faraway roof, or rather, a water tower where two figures stood. Izuku smirked. There was a third, more hulking figure next to them, flapping its great big wings in the air. Guess not missing Taco Tuesday this time. Izuku hesitated with his hands right beside the mechanism that secured his mask so it didn't fall off while fighting. The shadows rose a bit. You said you would surrender, All Might yelled in his usual righteous voice. Izuku let his hands drop away. I was obviously joking. The heroes tensed. Or rather he continued, following the Nomu with his eyes, stalling for time. Then he brought up the shadows at once as if filling the air with smoke, a dark impenetrable body. Izuku sprang into action. He made it to the line of heroes with one leap and began cutting. He ran along the line swiping his blade as he went. Then he sprang back. The heroes were yelling to each other, and when Izuku brought the blade to his lips and ran his tongue along it, half of them collapsed. I can't move. What is happening? I can't see anything. Where is he? My body, it won't move. Izuku did it again, this time trying for some of the heroes he missed the first time. He accidentally stepped on a few of them. Oh wait, nope, not accidentally. He saw something flare up behind him. Flames. Endeavor's flames. An inhuman screech sounded above them with the sound of flapping. Guess my ride's here. Then there was a crack and Izuku was knocked several feet back in the air. The shadows were growing weaker because of All Might's attack and Endeavor's flames combined. Izuku shook his head to clear it of the ringing. This was bloody annoying. He ran up to the side of the alley, jumped up on the trash can, and from there he grabbed the metal stairs that led to the roof. The shadows began dissipating, but they hadn't spotted him up her yet. Where did he go? Endeavor yelled. Izuku rushed up the stairs, only slightly tired. Okay fine, a little more than tired. The fight with Stain had been bloody hard on top of a night spent jumping between rooftops to follow the idiot. The roof, someone yelled. And yeah, he had just made it to the bloody roof. Izuku took off running toward the edge of the building, gaining speed quickly. Then he jumped into free air, almost flying. Izuku laughed in delight. He could see the heroes looking at him, All Might was right behind him, Endeavor somewhere behind All Might. He saw the hero hopeful stand with the half and half guy. A big clawed hand closed around him and started flying away. All Might still followed, so Izuku got out one of the daggers tucked into a hidden pocket in his pants and threw it. It landed right where it was supposed to. All Might sighed. The number 1 fell from the sky and screams of horror rang into the world. Izuku smiled. So, Shigi said as Izuku was dumped next to him, less than gently, rude Inomu. You killed him? Izuku got to his feet, glaring at the Nomu. Yeah, I did. Shigi scratched at his neck, but Izuku could see he was wearing a small smile. Let's go eat tacos then. We almost had him. Eraser slammed his hands against the table, and he sighed. He slipped through our hands. Tsukachi rubbed at his face. This day had just gotten worse and worse. First the Nomu who had spread chaos and then the thief escaping capture. We underestimated him. Again, Yagi commented unhelpfully. Again, Tsukachi agreed. So what the hell are we going to do now? Eraser asked in an annoyed tone. He hadn't gotten there in time to help stop the thief and he was obviously sad about it. Thinking back, it would have helped a lot to have Aizawa with them since the thief wouldn't have been able to cause a distraction with his quirk turned off. They sat in silence, none of them really knowing how to answer the question. It did seem like a bit of a hopeless situation. Not only had the number 2 hero been at the scene, but the number 1 had been there as well. Yagi had just been released from the hospital. It was a few hours over midnight and they were all tired, but still they had met up in the almost abandoned police station to discuss their next actions. Well, Tsukachi said, not really knowing what to say, he let out a breath. We have at least confirmed that he is a member of the League of Villains. That's not exactly a good thing, Izer grumbled. No, it isn't, but instead of having 2 targets we only have 1, which means, he elaborated, that if we find the League we'll find the thief too. Yeah, Yagi said, but how are we going to find them? We have no idea where they are since they always portal around. Eraser closed his eyes. We need help, he mumbled. We need more people than just us. Who do you propose? Someone fast. What the hell were you thinking? Izuku yelled into his phone. He heard the other Izuku groan from the other side. Jesus, what's up with that volume? I might go deaf. Izuku glared at his phone hatefully. I asked you to keep him in line, he snarled. Not kill him, you idiot, and you almost got caught. I did not, the other Izuku protested. I had the situation under control. No, Izuku shook his head. No, you didn't, you got lucky. Whatever, Izuku heard the sound of something crunch. His blood boiled further. Are you, he grit out, trying to keep his temper in control, seriously eating right now? He let out a deep, controlled breath. I hope you step in water with your socks on, you son of a bitch. Hey, what you say about our mother? The other said, still chewing on something. Izuku sighed and looked up at the ceiling. How can I be so effing stupid? The other scoffed. You tell me, it was you who got yourself compromised, all you can do is sit on your. But while I do all the work. All the work? You just do whatever the F you want all day. And you don't. Izuku basically growled into his phone. Whatever, have you at least asked around for AFO? The other Izuku blew out a long breath. You know, I have been insanely busy since you went to cozy up with a bunch of hero hopefuls. Yeah, I bet. I've seen that Dustboy 92 and Mintberry 1 have been awfully busy online gaming. The other Izuku cursed. Whatever, I'll start tomorrow. You better. What you gon' do? Bark at me over the phone. I really want to kill you. That, the other Izuku said, would be suicide. Huff. Sure will, and then the other Izuku hung up the phone. Izuku was left with a very strong urge to throw his phone out of the window, but if he did that his annoying clone wouldn't be able to contact him in case he actually got his sheet together and started being productive. He muttered to his dark room, this is so F-ed. Jiren approached the back door to the League's bar hold-up. This place looks pretty shitty, one of the new recruits commented behind him. Oh no, I love it, the other one said. Jiren opened the door and went inside. Shigaraki, he greeted, you all have been the talk of the town recently. Jiren of all people would know, he had people left and right asking about the League. I hear you're starting up something pretty big, with the amount of recruits that came to him because they had heard of something like that too, then it had to be interesting. Shigaraki narrowed his eyes at him. And? Who are they? Jiren chuckled, stepped aside and waved in the recruits. So, it's you, huh? The black-haired recruit who had introduced himself as his name being none of your business said. I saw a picture of you, but you look even more gross in person. Someone broke out laughing, someone that Jiren hadn't noticed. He was sitting in the corner of the room surrounded by shadows, a person that he had already interacted with several times but whose presence unnerved him more than anyone else's. The thief's broad shoulders were shaking with the force of his laughter. Jiren could see that Shigaraki was glaring daggers at him but otherwise just looked annoyed. The thief finished his laughter and looked up. Today his eyes were a bloody red, but you never knew with him. He was wearing his usual face mask so they couldn't see a lot more than the amusement in his eyes. He stood up. I told you should try out chapstick, dude. That crusty look really isn't doing it for you. The thief turned his gaze back on Scarface. I remember you, he said and moved closer. You're the guy who was grilling in an alley. He looked then at Toga, who was staring at him wide-eyed. You, on the other hand, I don't know. You're... Toga stammered out. She swallowed, then suddenly beamed. Biggest smile Jiren has ever seen. You're the thief, she squealed and tried to tackle him in a hug. The thief sidestepped, but then she grabbed onto his shirt. Can I please have some of your blood? Pretty please. The thief's brows rose in surprise, then he looked at Jiren. She has a blood-related quirk, wants to have the blood of everyone she loves, he mumbled. The thief nodded and looked back at Toga. Sure thing, he said. Toga beamed brighter, a blush forming on her face. Really? Oh, I'm so happy, she spun around in a circle. Jiren rolled his eyes. Schoolgirls these days. She turned back to the thief, who had tugged his hands back in his pockets. I really loved Staney and I wanted to kill Staney, but then you killed Staney, so now I love you and want to kill you. The thief blinked. Maybe someday, he said, then reached down and pulled out a knife of nowhere. This guy really was armed well, even when wearing sweatpants. He pulled up his sleeve as he walked to the bar and grabbed a crystal glass. They all looked on as he ran the knife along his arm and held it over the glass, looking bored all the while. When the glass held a finger of blood, he grabbed a roll of bandages, again, out of nowhere, and wrapped it around his arm, secured it with a pin, and then handed the glass to Toga, who couldn't stop staring at him. He then looked back to the older recruit. He held out his hand. So you decided to join the fight? The guy smirked, which looked particularly disturbing with how the staples around his mouth shifted. I believed in Stain's ideology, and I'm gonna carry it out since he can't anymore. He gave the thief a pointed look, and I needed a place to stay. Jiren lit his cigarette. Let me introduce them. First, this schoolgirl who's on the run because she's suspecting in a bunch of cases surrounding blood loss. Toga smiled at them, her mouth red from the blood she had been sipping. I'm Toga Himiko, she said. The world is a hard place to live. I want it to be easier. So let me join the League of Villains Tamura. Shigaraki was looking at her oddly, but the thief had his head tilted, like he was thinking of something. I don't get her, Shigaraki mumbled. Is she crazy? Are you not? Jiren thought. I'm sure she can be of use, Jiren concluded. Next, this guy over here, no flashy crimes yet, but he has a strong conviction. I am right here, the guy said with a deadpan look. Jiren chose to ignore him. Flashy crimes? The thief chuckled and sat down at the bar stool next to Shigaraki. He leaned in to whisper something to the hand guy that made him stop scratching at his neck. He looked up at the recruit. First give your name, he said. You're an adult, aren't you? Need someone to buy you drinks? Jiren thought to himself and tried to suppress a chuckle. I go by Dabi, the recruit answered. That's not what I want to know, Shigaraki said, annoyed. What is your real name? I'll tell you when it's time. Anyway, I'll carry out the will of the hero killer. Even Jiren could see that set Shigaraki off, but the thief put a hand on the boss's shoulder. Well, Shiggy, he said, tilting his head, you don't know my name either. Yeah, but that's different, he said, scratching at his neck. You're no small NPC. The thief looked over at Dabi with a glint in his eye. No one here is. So, Hawk said, drawing out the word, how's your intern doing? He looked over at the explosive blonde who had won the festival that was standing with his own intern, Tokoyami. Normally he didn't do interns, but he had broken that habit with Tokoyami because he didn't really have a concrete reason, there was just something about him that Hawks had liked. The kid had also been through a lot, and if Hawks wanted somewhat of an inside scoop, then that was that. "Oh, he's great," Mirko answered, taking a sip of her iced coffee. Hawks eyed it with longing. "Are you sure I said dash?" "No," Mirko said resolutely, and Hawks pouted. "That's mean. You should have just gotten one yourself. You know how these old-timers operate," she shrugged. "They like to be fashionably late or whatever, and I bet they'll bring us somewhere else after they arrive." She pointed at her drink, "Which is why. But it was your idea to come early." Hawks went. Mirko rolled her eyes. "I just wanted a good excuse to get out of the office, and a summons from the number one is a demon good one." She looked at Hawks fondly. "Cheer up, little bird, it's a beautiful day." Hawks scowled. "I swear to God, Rumi, don't call me that. Just because you're a few years older, geez." Mirko broke out laughing. "That's what you get for being whiny." Hawks was busy glaring at her, so he wasn't the first one who noticed the two figures approach. But when he saw Mirko stop laughing and focus her attention on them, he perked up too. Their two interns, who had been talking amongst themselves, had also grown quiet. "Thank you for making time," one of the two men said. Hawks recognized the other as Eraserhead, but he didn't know this guy. "Who are you?" Mirko asked before he could. "And where is All Might?" The man smiled. "All Might is busy, but we're here to inform you of the situation. I am Detective Tsukachi Naomesa, and this is pro-hero Eraserhead." Hawks nodded to Eraser, who yawned in turn. "What a mood." "So," Hawks said after a moment, "what is the situation?" The detective nodded. "Let's go to a safer location first." Mirko looked at him as if to say, "Told you so," before she followed after them. Hawks rolled his eyes, signaled for the two interns to follow as well. They trailed behind the detective down a few side streets and came to stop at a dark apartment complex. The detective and Eraserhead went in without saying anything, so they just followed. "This building is in the process of being terminated and is therefore cleaned out," Eraserhead said as they ascended some stairs. "We made the construction time hold off with the project so that we could use it." "What's so special about this building?" Hawks asked, frowning at all the dust. "The location," the detective yelled back to them. "The location?" Hawks mumbled, but didn't ask him to elaborate. They entered a dark room, or rather small apartment, where there only were a table and 5 chairs. Eraser told his students to wait outside before he closed the door. Hawks whistled. "Love what you've done with the place." The detective had sat down and gestured for the others to do so as well before he pulled out a packed file. Mirko and Hawks shared a look before they focused their attention back on the detective and the older pro. "This is all the information we've gathered on the thief. I'm guessing you've already heard of him?" the detective asked. They both nodded. It would be hard not to. He was all over the forums and the news as well. Right now, especially because of what happened to the hero killer a few days ago. Hawks had heard from Tokoyami that the thief had actually been present at the USJ incident, something that hadn't been made public. "We've had a special operation running for some time now, whose entire purpose is to bring him in." "Not the entire league?" Hawks says. Eraser crossed his arms and shook his head. "No, just him." "Why?" he asked, surprised. The commission had told him that the league was the biggest threat. Why were they only going after one member? Something wasn't adding up. "Because potentially," the detective began, "he'll either become or lead us to the most dangerous villain of all time." A chill went down Hawk's spine. Were they talking about that guy that the commission had talked about in relation to All Might? Hawks only knew about that fight because the commission had wanted to press him further. The number one has become injured. It's only a matter of time. You need to step up. We need a new symbol when the time comes. Work harder, Hawks. Hawks shook his head. Their words always stung, even in his memories. "Wait," Mirko said. "Become." The detective nodded. "Yes, it is a possibility, which is why it's important that we stop him before that can happen." He pushed the file towards them. "Take a look." Hawks and Mirko locked eyes, before he reached forward and opened the file. Turns out, the thief was a much bigger threat than they had ever seen coming. Hawks could only agree with them. He needed to be stopped. A few weeks later, Kurogyari approached him out of the blue. Izuku usually didn't interact with him much beyond begging for drinks with a higher percentage than like come on. His own dad gave him more than that. So it was a bit surprising when Kurogyari said they needed to talk. Izuku stood up from his spot on the couch. They had been playing Uno with the new recruits, and apparently it was only himself and Shiggy who had ever heard about the bloody games, so they had to explain the rules about 300 times. Spinner, Dabi and Compress caught on pretty quickly, but Twice needed a bit more work. He kept contradicting himself, and no matter what he said, Toga spurred him on. Those two were really the definition of chaotic duo. Izuku tried to be patient but ended up giving up and slouching back on the couch while Shiggy and Dabi became more and more annoyed at the two. Dabi actually turned out to be cool enough. He took most things in stride and was homicidal enough to vibe with both himself and Shiggy. "Can I borrow you for a minute?" Kurogyari asked politely as ever after he had poked Izuku on the shoulder, effectively stopping Izuku from sinking further into the couch. Izuku stood up. "Yeah, sure. Then at least I don't have to be with these sorry lowlives anymore." Dabi snorted. "Like you're not one of us." Izuku shrugged and followed Kurogyari out of the room. "The boss wants to meet you," Kurogyari said bluntly, which made Izuku pay more attention. "The screen man?" he asked. Kurogyari nodded, or that was at least what Izuku assumed from the flickering of his body. "Right now?" "Yes." Izuku clicked his tongue. "Okay then. Follow me," Kurogyari said and walked right out of the door. Izuku looked back at the league. Did Shiggy know about this? Why was Kurogyari being so secretive? Kurogyari hadn't stopped to see if he was following. He briefly wondered what he was walking into but didn't think of it further. Who cared what happened? If the boss killed him, then that was that. He was a dead man anyway. He decided to follow. Izuku kicked open the door to the rat's office. It banged against the wall loudly and startled the people inside. The rat, Eraser, and the blood guy looked at him with surprised expression. "Shh," he yelled. "Get wrecked, you little possum." Todoroki used his flames. Eraser's expression turned back into the usual annoyance. Nedzu smirked and took a sip from his cup of tea while trying to suppress his laughter. Vlad King just looked confused. Izuku pointed at the rat. "You better pay up." Eraser looked at the principal as if he wanted to strangle him. "What have you promised him?" he asked with poorly concealed rage. Nedzu waved him off. "Nothing big, just a walk." He smiled his secretive sadistic smile which just made Eraser even more suspicious. He narrowed his eyes, glaring at the rat with red pupils. "A walk, you say?" "Yep." "A walk where?" "Oh, nowhere special, just in the city. He said he wanted to go shopping." Eraser looked ready to off himself. "Let me guess," he started. "I'm the unlucky biggie who has to take him?" "Thank you for volunteering." Eraser's eyebrow twitched. "I did not volunteer." Nedzu jumped out of his seat and made his way towards the door. "Sure sounded like you did," and then he made his escape. "Damn it," Eraser cursed, glaring at the world in general. He then looked at Izuku and sighed deeply in defeat. Katsuki had taken the finals exam with half and half. It was a FING annoying pairing since the other guy was as clueless as Dunce Face during a pop-up quiz. The only difference was that this BSTRD was another type of clueless. Was he even human? He was definitely not normal. But Katsuki could recognize that half and half was strong, and since they were facing All Might, well, it wasn't the worst. It wasn't like they won, mostly they got their buttes handed to them by their teacher. Katsuki lost consciousness at some point, but he remembered the feeling of something warm against his skin and some flaring lights beyond the thin barrier of his eyelids. He later found out that they had passed the exam and that Icy Hot had carried him out of the FNG exam while All Might was busy trying to punch his way through a glitcher. He had seen the footage, and apparently Icy Hot had used his flames against their teacher right before using one of his gigantic ice attacks. It looked like an explosion or something went off and then more ice. To be honest, if you had to bring your A game at any fight, then it would have to be against the number one. Katsuki was still a little sad about it though. But apparently Deku wasn't. Nope, he was ecstatic. He and the rat principal had apparently had a bet going about whether or not Deku could get the half and half BSTRD to use his flames. And as Katsuki knew, probably much better than anyone else, Deku always got what he wanted. "Can you smell that?" Deku asked as they went through the gates of UA. What? Katsuki grit out, trying to sound annoyed. Deku grinned. It's the smell of freedom, he cheered. Katsuki shook his head at him and suppressed a small smile. Don't get too excited, his teacher said, looking tired. Deku smiled at him, an innocent smile that wasn't innocent at all. Wouldn't dream of it. This couldn't be possible. He knew it was stupid to even think it would work. But what if what this guy said was true? He wouldn't have to die. There was no harm in trying, right? Izuku clicked his tongue. What do you want? The man in the chair smiled, not a particularly nice smile, but you couldn't expect that from these types of guys. The man continued, for your life. Izuku had made a gamble. He had sought out Todoroki a lot since the sports festival and had tried to persuade him out of his conviction. He had placed some doubts about whether or not this was the right way to get back at his father. And Todoroki had listened. He had listened and thought about it. So much that Izuku could almost hear the gears in his head turning. And it had turned out exactly as Izuku had expected. He had talked to the rat about which teacher Todoroki should go up against in the finals. Originally it had been Eraser, but Izuku had argued in favor of pairing him with Kacchan against All Might. Todoroki had been in a tight spot in the final when Kacchan was knocked down and had finally used his flames. Izuku had startled the teachers standing close to him in the surveillance room when he yelled, "Yes," into the silent room. He had gotten a few odd looks, but it was a success for all of them. Not just the BSRD who got a day off, but also the teachers who had all tried to get Todoroki to use his flames. And now he was enjoying some yakitori he had gotten from a stand a few blocks behind them. He could see Kacchan rolling his eyes at him but decided to ignore the blonde. Could you eat that any slower? Kacchan huffed. Yeah, sure, Izuku said and proceeded to take an even slower bite, bringing the stick to his mouth in slow motion. Kacchan gave him a deadpan look and shoved Izuku, who had begun laughing. Stupid, Kacchan said in his direction, and Izuku winked at him, taking the last bite and throwing out the stick in a trash can they passed. Might be, he said with his mouth full, but no more stupid than you. Please don't start an argument here, Eraser grumbled. We're almost at the mall. Izuku shrugged. It's not really something you can argue about. Kacchan glared at him and Izuku stuck out his tongue, but the blonde didn't say anything. He had been a bit quiet since the finals exam, but Izuku figured that he was just frustrated about how he passed. It had actually looked pretty weird seeing Todoroki carry Kacchan, who was a few inches taller and broader than himself, out of the exam. Kacchan had no doubt seen the footage and thought the same. But Kacchan was also the type of person who would always bounce back, and even though they would probably end up on opposing sides, Izuku still supported him and wanted him to become a hero. It had been a shared dream once upon a time, and ever since Izuku has pretty much let down Kacchan again and again. They were practically strangers a few weeks ago because Izuku pushed him away. He didn't regret it, but maybe things could have been different. Izuku nudged him, and when Kacchan looked at him, he pointed towards Eraser. What? Kacchan said, but then he realized. Izuku had noticed that they weren't taking the direct route to the mall some time ago and had quickly noticed who exactly was their guide, since it wasn't Eraser. Kacchan tried to conceal his laughter and Izuku just cracked a smile. A black cat? Kacchan wheezed. And sure enough, Eraserhead was following a black cat. It's downright stalking, Izuku mumbled and Kacchan coughed into his shirt sleeve. Eraser looked back at them suspiciously and Izuku smiled with a shrug. When Eraser looked back ahead of him, the cat was gone. Katsuki was completely exhausted by the end of Deku's so-called shopping trip. He was holding over half the bags for the other teen and had come to look just as tired as his teacher. Which was impressive. It was also getting pretty late. But not Deku's definition of late, apparently. I want to go home, Katsuki whined. Deku turned to him and beamed. No way, curfew's not until 8. Katsuki shared an exasperated look with his teacher, but they both kept walking. Then suddenly Deku's phone began ringing. Katsuki saw him frown before he fished it out of his pocket. The frown grew deeper when he saw the caller ID. I gotta take this. You better not try anything, Aizawa-sensei warned. I won't, Deku protested, then he placed his hand on his heart. How could you ever think that? Eraser gave him a deadpan look that Deku apparently chose to ignore. He picked up the phone to his ear and turned away, saying something quietly to the person on the other end. Katsuki sighed deeply and went to sit on the nearest bench. His teacher followed him. "We should really have confiscated his phone," his teacher mumbled. Katsuki huffed a laugh. "Yeah, you should have." Katsuki looked over at Deku. His lips were moving rapidly and he was looking around wildly. "What the F dash?" Katsuki mumbled. Then suddenly there was a crash and the mall filled with black smoke. Screams rang out from all the civilians who didn't know what was happening. Hell, Katsuki didn't even know what was happening. He dropped all the bags and ran in the direction he had last seen Deku. "Deku!" He bumped into a man who let out a startled yell. Katsuki looked around but there was too much smoke. And then the dizziness hit him. This wasn't just smoke. Katsuki brought up his shirt to cover his mouth. Izuku woke up somewhere dark. He didn't remember what had happened before he was here. He just remembered being in the mall with Kachin and his phone. I had gotten a call. Hadn't I? Izuku groaned from the sudden pain in his head. Had somebody knocked him out? What the hell was this? He tried opening his eyes but only darkness greeted him, but after blinking a few times his eyes adjusted. Oh, that makes sense, he thought, I'm just in a stupidly dark room. He felt stupid for slightly panicking because of a potential lack of eyesight, but then he thought, wait, why am I in a stupidly dark room? And realized that being somewhere dark, that he didn't know, with the worst headache he had ever experienced, probably wasn't the best situation to be in. He tried to sit up but suddenly came to a halt. He followed the chain that was attached to almost weightless cuffs around his wrists. The chain links themselves were pretty heavy and at the end it was secured to a bolt in the floor. He untangled himself a bit and successfully sat up in a crouch. The room around him was bare to the point where he figured that its sole purpose was caging him. Izuku hummed to himself. He tried tugging on the chains to see how much they gave. Turned out they didn't give it all. He grasped the chains firmly and tried giving it all his power. Nothing. They still didn't give. He cursed, then tried again. Nothing happened. Izuku sighed and dropped the chains. There was no point in wasting his strength. Whoever had gotten to him was going to regret it. The moment these chains came off he would be a dead man. There was a few possibilities for what had happened. Either someone had gotten really mad about his vigilante shenanigans or several people had for that matter. If that was the case this would be over quickly. Or maybe he should just assume that whoever it was already knew about the thief and that him and Izuku was the same person. In that case, stuff would get tricky. His kidnapper would know his strength and not underestimate him. Izuku sighed. There was not really a point in wondering. They probably wouldn't leave him alone for too long. With that, he sat down and waited. 73 minutes later, the light in the room turned on. He felt a searing pain in his eyes that had long since adjusted to the darkness, but didn't let out a sound. He simply closed his eyes and listened. Sure enough, there was a sound of the door in the corner opening, and then 3 sets of footsteps coming through it. 3 people who came to a stop a few feet in front of him. Izuku opened his eyes to look at these suicidal fools but tensed when he saw. He wasn't scared, no, a middle-aged man hooked to a computer and a bushy-browed doctor didn't intimidate him, but the sight of his clone made his blood boil. Well, the boy beside him said from behind his mask, I brought him. All for one smiled. Yes, this was precisely what he wanted. The sheer presence the boy chained to the floor held was ominous. Rage, not fear. His grandson was not scared, he was furious. All for one would be as well if he had been in his position. A almost foolproof plan, depending only on yourself. All for one couldn't have done it better. Hisashi's son had had the police and the pro-heroes running in useless circles. All for one was almost impressed. Indeed you did, All for one said and turned to Garaki. His old friend nodded and left the room. They had discussed what to do when they had gotten a hold of the thief for some time. Garaki would know what to do. The other tapped his foot impatiently. What now then? You said you could keep me alive. All for one saw the boy chained to the floor sigh. The other's judgment was clouded because of his desperation, but the chained boy knew the truth for what it was. It was fair to be disappointed. All for one looked at the other. I did say that. It only took a snap of his fingers for the other to drop to the floor, but believing it to be the truth was naive. He dissolved into grey goo soon after, and All for One redirected his attention solely on his grandson. The boy stayed quiet. All for One supposed that this was just one thing that made him different from Hisashi. Another was that he had had the gal to come after All for One. Hisashi would have never. No, he was better at running from his problems. And the hunter becomes the hunted. All for One clicked his tongue. Izuku Midoriya chuckled. Very original line. The All for One raised a brow. He hadn't really expected a reply, and definitely not a sassy one. You don't seem surprised, All for One said curiously. Izuku looked right at him, his eyes a toxic sort of green. Why should I be? The boy propped up his head on a closed fist. I mean, I'm going to assume that you know who I am, yes? All for One hummed and inclined his head. Well, do you know why I'm here then? He didn't. All for One just knew that this boy had been looking for him but had never said why. The boy smiled. That's a no then. I don't particularly care, All for One said. I'm happy you did though. Really? The boy smirked. I'm going to be your worst nightmare. All for One smirked back. We'll see. Shoyuta didn't know what had happened. One moment he had been sitting next to Bakugo, watching the vigilante while he was having a phone call, and the next there was smoke everywhere. Shoyuta instantly became alert and tried to access the situation while simultaneously looking for the problem child. He could hear his student yelling the vigilante's name among the screams of the frightened civilians and cursed. Whoever had attacked was most likely here for Midoriya Izuku. That was just Shuta's luck. Nedzu would be said, in a very passive-aggressive and tea-drinking way, but still, if Shoyuta lost the kid on their first trip outside the UA grounds. Instead of diving into the crowd and trying to find a needle in a fing haystack, he jumped up onto the fountain. The fog was a bit less dense up here, but he still couldn't see much. What to do? Shoyuta leaped, and with his capture weapon he got himself up on the second floor of stores. By then he had realized that the smoke wasn't just there as a distraction and had already gotten a lot of shoppers to drop. Hopefully not dead. Shoyuta himself was beginning to feel lightheaded, and apparently covering his mouth didn't work that well. He heard the emergency door open and slam closed seconds later and went for it. They weren't getting away. But when he threw the doors open, the warp gate was already closing. Hours later he was still sitting in the meeting room at the police station with his student, the detective, and a few other officers. Bakugo was uncharacteristically quiet, which unnerved Shoyuta quite a bit. He would have to make sure that the kid didn't attempt anything stupid, since just going from the look in his eyes that was very possible. Bakugo didn't look upset that his friend had been taken by the League. No, he looked downright furious. We'll do everything in our power to find him and bring him back to you, Officer Sansa was saying. Don't war dash. Bakugo chuckled, making Sansa hesitate. In this, he said, glaring at them, you have no power. Bakugo, Shoyuta warned, they're just doing their job. Bakugo scoffed, and I'm telling them to not bother. I'll find and kill these fuckers myself. His voice was slightly shaking. Shoyuta sighed. No, you won't. He could see that his student was gritting his teeth and feared that it might result in a trip to the dentist, but then realized that it was Bakugo. If his teeth were going to break, they would have. I will. Shoyuta leveled him with a stern look. I know he is your friend, but you can't do anything, and if you even think about attempting anything, I'll have Tsukachi arrest you. Then Bakugo's fierce expression fell. Like he had lost hope. Shoyuta gently patted his back. We'll find him, he said, but we'll do it without you. Good thing the summer camp was starting soon, then Bakugo would have something to distract him and Shoyuta would be able to keep an eye on him. They sent Bakugo home with his parents, who had been called to come pick him up before calling a meeting with the rest of their team. So, Hawks said, putting his feet on the table, what's new? Mirko kicked down Hawks' legs, to which the number 3 hero protested, and replaced them with her own. Yeah, she said, sticking out her tongue at Hawks. Why call for us now? Shoyuta sighed. The League kidnapped a kid earlier today, he said. From UA? Hawks asked immediately. Not really, Shoyuta answered. You've probably heard of him. He's the green-haired vigilante who's been staying at you. Hawks clucked with a satisfied smile. I know that guy, but why the hell would the League go after him? We don't know, the detective answered from where he was sitting next to All Might. We assume that there is some connection. Midoriya might have made an enemy of them somehow. We just can't figure out why they would go to such lengths to get a hold of him. Mirko hummed. It is really odd, she said. I mean, he hasn't had any contact with the League prior to the USJ attack. That we know of. The gathered heroes and police all looked over at All Might. That we know of, Hawks repeated slowly. You're right, but still, the guy's what? 16? 17? I would say it's highly unlikely that he would have gone out of his way to PSS off the League, so why would they specifically target a vigilante that UA is responsible for? First of all, it's risky, and second of all, what would the point be? If it was because they wanted to target UA, it would have made more sense if they had taken a student. I regret to say it, Shoyuta started, but they could have probably also gotten away with Bakugo as well if they had tried. Don't be so rough on yourself, Eraser, Hawks said. You also had a mall of people to take care of. Shoyuta sent him an annoyed look that the winged hero ignored. That's no excuse and you know it. Hawks merely shrugged, just trying to keep the mood from being murdered brutally. Shoyuta glared at him. A kid has been taken, Hawks. Hawks was just about to say something that would have most likely worsened Shuta's mood further, but then Tsukachi spoke up. Let's get this back on track, he said, sounding tired. We need to find a way to locate the League of Villains as quickly as possible. The others nodded along solemnly. Izuku had screamed and screamed and screamed until he got sick of the sound of his own hoarse voice. Then he had stopped. Screaming did nothing. The pain was there no matter what, and it went on for so long that he hardly cared to acknowledge its presence anymore. In the beginning he had been strapped to a table. The doctor had done all sorts of things to him that he still felt. Needles had injected him with odd liquids everywhere on his body, and his skin grew numb from the abuse. Pain, pain, pain. Nothing more, nothing less. The doctor hardly spoke beyond mumbling observations to himself, and he didn't listen when Izuku had begged for him to stop. All his talk had amounted to nothing, and now he was left with a bitter sort of understanding. He had met his better. From the moment he woke up in that room, this had practically already played out. Nothing he did had been able to stop it. He had tried holding on to himself, but eventually he let go. He had been so tired, lying in his own blood on that table. His head had felt like it was filled with cotton, his ears ringing and every part of his spasming in pain. He tried to say, but he couldn't hear it himself. His voice was weak and broken, so it was a miracle that the doctor even looked at him. There was no sympathy to find. The doctor nodded to him and returned to his work. That was hours ago, no days or weeks, an eternity had passed since then. He didn't know anymore. He didn't care to know. He tried to think of the blonde boy again, but even though he could remember the words, he had forgotten the face. Deku! Izuku startled and looked around frantically. He then sighed. It wasn't the first time he had heard that voice call for him here. Nothing ever resulted of him hearing that voice. He wasn't saved. He couldn't be saved anymore. He wrapped his arms around his knees until he could hardly breathe. He wasn't strapped to the table anymore, but the pain hadn't ceased. The room he was in was bare, no windows, no furniture, no light. The only thing he felt was anticipation. He would wait until he got his chance. They couldn't keep him here forever. When that door eventually opened, nothing would be able to stop him. He wasn't broken anymore, and whatever the doctor had done had made him stronger. He couldn't understand why. All for One probably thought he could use Izuku as a weapon. Too bad. Izuku's eyes shone a sick sort of green, the only light in the room. It wasn't anger talking, it was fact. Izuku couldn't remember why, but he was going to kill All for One. He didn't think he'd ever felt so apathetic about killing, but he really didn't care anymore. In the darkness he waited, a mad smile stuck on his face. The heroes had taken their seats around the long table. Shoyuta had been the first to slump down into his chair and had been staring at the paper in front of him with dull eyes for a long time before he realized that Nizu was saying something. We'll be leaving in a few days, and we need to up the security because of the incident a few weeks ago, so we'll send more teachers than originally planned. He shuffled around his papers and Shuta's brows pulled together further. Weren't we going to discuss the League? He asked. The teachers all turned and looked at him. Some of them sent pitying looks his way that he wanted to snarl at. He might look a bit worse for wear, but that was nothing. They weren't the ones who had to look Bakugo in the eyes as he told him about the useless updates in their investigation. They weren't the ones who had to see the hope go out slowly and see their most fierce student lose his fight. The league has been quiet ever since the mall, Nedzu said slowly, as if he was explaining it to a child. We can't do anything to find them when there are no traces. Shoyuta clenched his fists under the table. So we are just going to give up? He asked harshly. Nexu put his paws up in defeat. No, he empathized. No, we're not giving up, but enough time has passed that there might not even be anything to find and we have to focus on our students. Shoyuta stood up abruptly. You think he's dead, he said, not a question. Nedzu sighed. It's a possibility. Let's not jump to conclusions, said Hisashi, trying to keep the peace. We have to dash. He's not dead, he said, firmly enough to shut them up. Never said he was. Shoyuta glared at him. But what would the league use him for? Nedzu asked. If not for their sick experiments? A chill went down Shuta's spine like a wave of cold, merciless water. He stared dumbly at Nedzu. They all did. Then the alarms started blaring. They barely made it out of their seats before a tall man with white hair and yellow eyes strolled into the room with his hands in his pockets. He let his eyes run over them dismissively and stopped at All Might's shrunken form. All for one, All Might gasped, looking like he was seeing a ghost. The man's lips quirked slightly upwards in amusement. Not quite. He tilted his head to the side and regarded All Might. I guess he was right after all, the man said, almost as if to himself. He looked out the window, sighed and then back at them. Let's get this over with then. I am here to find my son, so if you tell me where Izuku is, I'll be on my way. Shoyuta gaped. Each and every one of the teachers gaped. Nedzu was, unsurprisingly, the first one to recover, but instead of his usual tone he sounded cautious when he spoke. You are Izuku's father? It was a careful question. They all knew that it was Izuku's father who had taught him how to fight. One thing was knowing it was him, but another was actually seeing it. He was tall, probably taller than a lot of the teachers there. He had broad shoulders, but his frame was more lean like Izuku's. They didn't have the same hair or eye color, but there was no doubt that they had to be related. They had the same piercing gaze, though Izuku's was usually softened with his permanent smile or grin. This man was not smiling, he looked more bored than anything. He nodded, looking slightly irritated that he had to repeat himself. Clearly, now where is he? Shoyuta blinked. So Izuku had been in contact with his father all this time? Shoyuta got to his feet. He cleared his throat. Izuku was kidnapped by the League a little over 2 weeks ago. The man stared at him. His expression didn't change except for the slight widening of his eyes. Then suddenly he hissed at the floor, breathing out a wisp of flame. He cursed, low and vicious, and then started for the door. Before he could leave, Cementos had sealed the exit and trapped him there. When the man turned around, he was holding a gun pointed directly at Nedzu. Shoyuta cursed. Of course he wouldn't use his quirk when all the fighting techniques Izuku used were for someone quirkless. The one who had taught him those techniques was probably much more dangerous. His expression hadn't changed. Open this door, he said, or the possum gets it. Nedzu began laughing. Well, you sure are Izuku's father, all right, he cackled. But no, we can't let you leave just yet. He jumped from his chair onto the table. You see, we've been looking for you. The man lifted a single brow, unimpressed. Well, Nedzu didn't get to speak before the man interrupted the silence again. This time he sounded annoyed. I'm a busy man, rat, and the time you have left to live is ticking down if you keep wasting my time. Nedzu smiled and the man scowled. I have a proposition. Twinkle, twinkle. A rough voice whispered into the silence. His lips had been smiling for so long that his face didn't remember the feeling of anything else. Little star. He scratched at his wrists, still feeling the cuffs. They had been taken off long ago, but he could still feel them. He had been in and out of the sickly white room a lot of times, and it chipped away at him. The scratching didn't do much anymore. His nails were weak now and already covered in blood that worked perfectly well as a thin barrier that protected his poor wrists. How I wonder, he sing-songed, laughing a bit. It hurt his throat, but that didn't really matter. Everything hurt. In the background he could hear whispers. He couldn't hear them clearly, but he got the gist of what they were saying solely by the words pain, kill, and revenge, and it only kept the smile on his face, and the words of the rhyme that he couldn't remember ever being sung to him kept coming from him on loop. He lied down on the cold concrete floor with a sigh and stared up into nothing. What you are? Katsuki scowled as he kept moving his hands into the boiling water. Die! He yelled as he set off yet another explosion. He didn't know how many he had set off by now, had stopped counting after about 50. That was hours ago, and the sun was on its way to set by now. He didn't even want to be here, but when he had tried to opt out, the principal had called him to his office and had said that if he didn't come to the camp he could consider himself expelled. Katsuki had huffed in disbelief, but the rat had been serious, so of course Katsuki went. He didn't have to like it though. Izuku had been missing for over a month now, and there was nothing they could do. Their top heroes hadn't been able to do anything. It was pathetic. When the DMN furries finally called the training off, Katsuki made one last explosion into the barrel with the water, which then erupted into sky and then fell down on the students retreating to the house. Some of them cursed him out, mostly people from class 1 to B, and some of the girls squealed. Katsuki grit his teeth and trudged back to camp. He cut the vegetables aggressively and blew up the grill, but despite that the extras pulled a meal together. Normally he liked cooking, but he couldn't care less right now. The walk in the forest where the extras from 1 to B had to scare them was annoying. The fact that he had to go with half and half was even more annoying. Then suddenly there was a fight and Katsuki couldn't be more happy about it. Finally. Something he could vent on. And even better was that it apparently was the League of Ifangi villains. From there on Katsuki went all out, no pulling punches. He got a hold of a lizard guy who he held by the shirt. The F is Deku, eh? Katsuki yelled in his face, then realized that that didn't make sense. Lizard dude also looked confused, and like something had exploded in his face, which something had. Where's Izuku? Katsuki tried again, threatening the guy with his hand dangerously close to his face. Who's Izuku? The guy yelled back. Katsuki practically snarled in his face and shoved him to the ground. He had to find someone with a higher rank or something, someone who knew where the F Izuku was. The teachers yelled after him, but he didn't bother listening. He propelled himself into the forest with some of the most concentrated blasts he were able to create, which got him high above the trees. And then he fell. The wind rushed in his ears and he couldn't catch a breath, but for a moment he didn't care. He turned and set off more explosions. He was running as soon as he hit the ground, chasing something that might be a tree or might be a villain. But then suddenly he ran into something that brought him to an immediate stop. He blinked the stars out of his eyes and looked around, but everything was blurry. The surface in front of him was smooth and cool, and it curved above his head. He tried stepping back but was met with another barrier. Katsuki cursed. Shigaraki had been particularly annoyed for the past few weeks. The thief had disappeared out of the blue, and his master wouldn't say anything about what he had done with Shigaraki's favorite gaming buddy. He would be worried if he could stop being annoyed. And now his villains were on a mission without him, and he was just sitting at the bar, scratching his neck and feeling annoyed. The plans just seemed more exciting when the thief had talked about it with a wicked smirk. In reality, the whole ordeal was much more boring. Dabi made up for it a bit with his desire to burn every living thing, but Shigaraki could see that Dabi too was frustrated about the thief's absence. The burn marks scattered around the room was proof of that too. After waiting for what seemed like an eternity, the rest of the league finally came back through Kurogiri's warp gate. Or at least, most of the league. The masked guy and the weirdo with knives for teeth were missing. Shigaraki surveyed them with a bored stare and shrugged. He didn't really mourn the loss. Those two, along with the muscle guy, had been recruited after the thief's disappearance. It had been him who had been the pickiest about who they let into the league, and Shigaraki didn't really care either way. Compress held up a marble. Shigaraki frowned. You took a student? Compress took off his mask and smiled apologetically. Sorry, boss, but this order came from the top. Shigaraki glared at the screen that he knew his master was watching from. The original plan had been to kidnap a couple of students they could potentially recruit, but the thief had shot down that plan by explaining why each of their choices would never become villains. He had had a solid argument for most of them, and Shigaraki had eventually agreed with him. Why his master felt he needed to overrule him, Shigaraki didn't know. Who is it then? Compress smirked and put his mask on again before snapping his fingers and returning the student to his normal size. Shigaraki's eyes widened. This was the person that the thief had argued the most passionately against. The blonde rounded on Shigaraki almost immediately, explosions crackling in his palms. He looked positively livid. "Where the foo dash?" he managed to yell before Compress snapped his fingers again and returned him to a marble. Shigaraki glared at them all, Compress especially. "What have you done?" he hissed. Static from the screen signaled that his master had turned on his mic. "You misunderstand, young Tamura." Shigaraki could hear that his master was smiling. "We are going to recruit the young hero student." Shigaraki frowned. "What then?" More static. "He has a quite useful quirk now, doesn't he?" Shigaraki considered. "Well, of course he does, but most of his strength is driven by strong emotion." That tidbit was something the thief had said to him, but Shigaraki recognized it as entirely true. His master hummed, "We'll find some use for him either way. Did you also get the hero?" Compress nodded. "I'll be heading over with them immediately." The screen turned off in response. Hisashi leaned against the wall of the conference room with crossed arms, watching as the heroes made their plans. Apparently one of the students had placed a tracker on one of the Nomo during the fight, which made these amateurs' jobs that much easier. Some of them sent him curious looks. Those were the ones who weren't teachers at UA. No one had apparently told them who he was, which he appreciated. It wasn't really the best for him to be widely known by a bunch of heroes. Not in his line of work anyway. They were going to surprise the League unexpectedly and then capture them. Hisashi could point out a few holes in their plan, but he didn't care enough to bother. He didn't have to help them. The rat just wanted him here to take care of Izuku when they found him, and to be strictly honest, it was insulting to suggest that he would do anything but Hisashi let that one slip, since technically according to this plan he didn't have to do anything but grab his son and leave. And then they would pick up Inko at his bunker on their way to a nice place that wasn't remotely close to here. Hisashi smiled to himself. Yeah, that sounded like a brilliant FING idea. Izuku, of course, wouldn't like the idea of running again, but this time they were running together. Hisashi just hoped that seeing his grandfather hadn't traumatized his son too much. "What do you mean by the worst possible outcome?" the annoying but reporter asked. "You don't call 26 victims and one abducted the worst possible outcome?" This idiot. Why was it always Shoyuta who was sent to talk to the press? Shoyuta sighed. "The worst possible outcome in that situation," he said slowly, so that maybe even this moron would understand, would be if all the students got killed. The gas attack accounts for most of the victims, Nedza hurried to say. He had probably guessed that Shoyuta was out of patience and was happy to take over, which Shoyuta was both annoyed and grateful by. "We have determined that it was a sleeping gas from one of the enemy's quirks. Thanks to the quick response of Ms. Kendo and Mr. Tetsutetsu, there were no serious injuries from that attack dash." Nedza droned on about the traumatic experience and how they were counseling the students and how they were showing no signs of being traumatized from the attack. Good, Shoyuta thought as he bounced his leg under the table. They couldn't strive to be heroes if their first or second encounter with villains left them scared beyond reason and afraid to encounter their like again, unable to recover from the experience. But even if they were scared, which most heroes sometimes were, they had to have the will to get back on their feet, and Shoyuta was confident that his students would be capable of just that. The reporter asked another question, but Shoyuta let Nedzu take this one. He just hoped that Bakugo was okay. He checked the clock on the far side of the room. The heroes would be at the scene within minutes. Hopefully they would also find Midoriya there. "Can you say the same thing for the kidnapped Bakugo?" The mention of Bakugo got Shoyuta out of his thoughts. He enrolled in UA High with excellent marks and won the sports festival. In addition, during the incident with the sludge villain in middle school, he resisted the powerful villain alone. So he has a history of showing how tough and heroic he can be. On the other hand, the violence he showed in the finals and his attitude at the awards ceremony shows that he is not always very stable mentally. Shoyuta glared at the reporter. It was very clever of him to take the focus away from Midoriya and focus on Bakugo during the awards ceremony. Not a lot of people had noticed since Midoriya had covered for him nicely by creating such a spectacle. It wasn't every day that you saw a teenager disrespecting All Might. Shoyuta understood why he had done it though, because by the time he had made it down to the room where the podiums were held, Bakugo was on the floor, holding tight to Midoriya as he tried to breathe. They should have realized it was a bad idea, and they should have been able to see how it was affecting their student, but they hadn't, and Midoriya had practically saved them and Bakugo by doing what he did. What if the villains kidnapped him because they had an eye on that? Kidnapping him with deceitful words and dyeing him with the path of evil? What evidence do you have to show that he has a future? Shoyuta stood up, at this point brimming with rage, but when he spoke his words were as calm as can be. As an educator, he started, I take full responsibility for Bakugo Katsuki's violent behavior. However his actions at the sports festival originate in what he considers ideal strength, he is trying harder than anyone in his pursuit of becoming the top hero. Shoyuta glared right into the impassive and smug eyes of the reporter. If the villains saw that and thought they had an opening, then I believe they are being short-sighted. Then the idiot opened his mouth again. That's not evidence though, this isn't a question of how you feel, I'm asking whether or not you have a concrete plan in place. Shoyuta really wanted to punch him. We are not just standing around idly, Nezu said, we are currently investigating along with the police. We will definitely get our student back. The reporter looked pleased. I remember you giving the same statement about the vigilante you had been housing up until a little over a month ago. Shoyuta tensed. He too was kidnapped, but the case seemed to have gone cold. Is it your intention to try to save them both now? That is, if the vigilante is still alive after all this time. Vlad looked at him with an intense stare that told him not to say anything, but Shoyuta was losing his temper fast. We have been trying, Shoyuta gritted out, our best to find Midoriya Izuku, and have only been unable to find him because the league hasn't been active and we had no leads, but I assure you, we will find him as well. Izuku stared into the darkness and the darkness stared back. He smiled and the darkness smiled. It had been quiet for a long time, but now he could hear blaring alarms. They hadn't ever blared before, at least not while he had been here. It was exiting. It made his blood run faster. Something was happening. Something that wasn't supposed to be happening. Izuku stood up and stretched out his aching limbs, the jolts in his shoulders cracking pleasantly. The pain had faded to numbness. He couldn't feel certain places on his arms and legs, but he didn't care to worry about that fact. Whatever that doctor had done to him couldn't be reversed. Izuku just hoped it didn't stop him from killing the BSRD. He walked to the door and placed his forehead against it. The room was sealed, no light, no nothing. It smelled like death in here, death, blood and dirt. The alarms were still blaring loudly, but there was no other sound beyond that. Just an eerie stillness. His own hum joined the noise. They couldn't keep him here much longer. When he was weak and hurting, yes, but not anymore. He placed his hand against the door, idly touching the cool surface. It was time. He took a step back and held out both of his hands, clenching and unclenching his fists before suddenly opening them and giving a violent push. The air knocked back the door with an impossible force that left Izuku startled. He knew his own strength, and this was not it. This was something. The alarm were louder in the hallway. He barked out a laugh and stepped outside of the room he had occupied for the past weeks? Months? He didn't know. He didn't know which way to go, so he just went right at random. Izuku hadn't been conscious when brought to and from his ratty little prison cell. He whistled as he went along, knocking down more doors to find a bunch of empty rooms that housed weird machines and hot tub-looking things with disgusting water. Izuku didn't bother staying to look around. Maybe he would have done that before all of this happened, but he honestly didn't care anymore. The old man's death was so close that he could almost taste it. The doctor would die too. It would be simple, like snapping his fingers. The next door was open and the light was turned on inside. Izuku approached it, not caring that his arrival was obvious. If there was someone inside, they would have either hidden or run when hearing the commotion of him trashing the place. He peered in and saw the operating table he had been tortured on for hours upon hours, endlessly. He pinched his side to confirm that what he saw was real and not some cruel dream. For the person strapped there was not himself, it was the blonde boy. His memories had cleared somewhat during the last couple of hours, but his memories were still clouded and distant. Something with K. Ka, something. It definitely had a Ka in it. He stepped closer, staring at the blonde's peaceful expression. Izuku scanned his form and recognized the telltale pinpricks left by a needle in the other's arm. The doctor had already gotten to him. Izuku gently removed the leather cuffs. Memories of his own time in them came to mind when he touched the leather, but they were all broken, chaotic. And he was always screaming in those memories. Izuku shook his head to clear it. He would get catch. Izuku let out a frustrated sound. He could almost feel the name on his tongue. He would get the blonde to safety and then he would find All for One. He went down the table to release his feet and came around to the other side for the last arm. He was almost done with the clasp when he felt the familiar sting as a needle went into his neck and the slight pressure as it was emptied. He recoiled to the side, but it was too late. His vision swam as he tried to lunge for the doctor. Instead, he banged his head against the table and tumbled to the floor. "What?" he rasped. "Did you do?" The doctor said nothing. He had never said anything to Izuku, not a single thing. Izuku placed his hands against the floor and pushed himself up, or at least tried to. His legs were shaky and buckling under him. He steadied himself against the table, and when he looked again, the doctor had gone. Izuku cursed and shook his head violently. He gripped the side of the table but still felt as if he was swaying. His hand knocked into the blonde's arm and the guy made a pained noise. Izuku stilled. He had his eyes opened slightly, and he was looking at Izuku with an emotion akin to devastation. He touched his free arm to Izuku's hand and Izuku had to force himself to no recoil from the touch, but he couldn't stop tensing up. "What did the blonde rasped?" He let out a shuddering breath. "Do to you?" Then his eyes fluttered closed. Izuku stared. He stared at the features that were so familiar yet so foreign. Red eyes he felt like he had seen thousands of times. A touch he remembered. This person was important. Carefully, Izuku removed the last cuff and hefted the blonde into his arms. He wasn't heavy, but he was big. Izuku held him tightly against his chest as he moved out of the room and down the hall. He stumbled a few times but quickly righted himself. "Keep it together for F's sake." The building shook and Izuku crashed into the wall, shielding the blonde. Something was happening all right. He stumbled on towards the sound of destruction, his blood boiling with excitement. He felt dizzy, drunk in a way. What the hell had the doctor given him? Didn't matter. He was gonna kill them. And whilst All Might and All for One had it out, all the spectators were overtaken with an irrational fear that they couldn't place. The ground shook. Hisashi looked up at the sky that was steadily getting darker. The wind swept through the assembled crowd mercilessly and startled most of them with its force. Alarms had been blaring from inside the shattered building since All for One had appeared. The ground shook again. Even All for One kept an eye on the broken entrance to the building he had emerged from. Something was coming. Maybe it was one of those Nomu things, a failed experiment maybe? Hisashi dug up a cigarette and held it up in front of his lips. A small flame was all it took. A woman was staring at him from a few feet away. Hisashi tilted his head to the side and took a long drag. She frowned and disappeared into the crowd. Hisashi shrugged and turned back to look at his father. All for One hadn't really gotten weaker at all, but he hadn't become stronger. The ground shook again and a few spectators yelled in surprise. He let out a cloud of smoke, and it was through the smoke he saw it. Something light against the dark. Hisashi blew the smoke away and narrowed his eyes. It was a person, carrying someone with blonde hair. The blonde looked to be unconscious, his head hanging back and his arms slack at his sides. The other person was barely standing. From the way he moved, favoring his right side, it was obvious he was injured. Yet he held the blonde to him tightly as he stumbled down from the rubble. He was dirty, covered in dust and whatnot, so it took more time for Hisashi to realize who exactly he was looking at. He crumbled the phone he was holding and let it drop to the ground. He stared numbly as the first heroes reached his son and tried to take the blonde from him. Izuku stumbled, his head bowed over who Hisashi recognized to be Bakugo Katsuki. He let them take Katsuki, but recoiled when one of the heroes touched him. Hisashi took a step forward as Izuku staggered backwards, the fight between All for One and All Might finally catching his attention. "No," Hisashi breathed, but it was too late. With Katsuki safe, The heroes turned to Izuku, but when one of them went to grab him, Izuku sent them all flying backwards with a dismissive wave of his hand. He made his way down the slope of the crater that had once been a neighborhood, trailing shadows behind him. The crowd was growing uneasy. Hisashi shoved the people in front of him away and stepped underneath the police tape. Before anyone could stop him, he was already halfway to the fight. He took a last drag of his cigarette and threw it away as he blew out a cloud of fire that reached the base of the pit. He sprinted through, waving the flames away when he was close enough to reach for Izuku. But it wasn't Izuku he was met with. He stumbled and almost fell in his effort to slow himself down. "I was wondering when you were going to show up," All for One said conversationally, like they hadn't last seen each other almost 20 years ago but just last week. Hisashi whipped his head around, instinctively searching out his son. His blood ran cold. Izuku was fighting All Might. He didn't even seem to be struggling against the number one. A chill went down Hisashi's spine. This was his son. This was what Hisashi had helped create. However Izuku had improved since they had last seen each other Hisashi did not know, but this was not the same level of skill he had witnessed then. This was something entirely else. "Izuku," he bellowed right as All for One reached a hand out towards him that Hisashi dodged. "He's beyond your reach now, Sashi," All for One said, his tone fond. "Always more my grandson than your son, this is his destiny." Hisashi gritted his teeth and pulled out his gun, quickly shooting All for One in both legs and shoulders. It wouldn't slow him down for long, but hopefully it would for long enough. He ran for his son but was suddenly unable to move. "If you think that can hurt me, Sashi, then you're naive." Hisashi gritted his teeth and struggled against the invisible force holding him, but it was a waste of strength. "Don't do this," he yelled to his father, to his son. "Please don't. You can't stop it," All for One laughed. "You can't do anything." Izuku looked down at All for One as the beast took his last breath. He smiled wide. This had been his goal for the past many months. Get rid of All for One and they could be a family again. Get rid of All for One and everything would be good. His hands were covered in the beast's blood, so warm. Izuku's vision was blurred and he shook his head again, annoyed. But when he looked at his victim again, it wasn't All for One. Dread filled his stomach, replacing the relief. "No," he said, denying the truth of it. "It wasn't All for One, it was the broken form of All Might chapter text." It was as if the world stood still. People were standing like statuary looking down on the crater and the people within it. They were in shock. No one had expected this outcome. The vigilante they had cheered on and thought weak had defeated the number one hero. The vigilante stood up abruptly and took a few quick steps back, staring at the body. The symbol of peace was dead. The killer looked at his blood-stained hands and opened his mouth in a gritted smile that looked like it hurt. Then he screamed. As if an explosion went off, the spectators were knocked back by a wave of powerful wind. Their fearful yelling was swallowed up by the storm. The heroes stood stock still, paralyzed by their fear. This presence was beyond overwhelming. Katsuki could remember waking up on an operating table. He was strapped down tightly, but he still tried to resist and get loose. That's when the doctor had come. He hadn't said a thing to Katsuki, but had instead just begun to fiddle with something out of Katsuki's eyesight. Katsuki had yelled at him, insulted him, but nothing got a rise out of the extra. Then the doctor had come to the table and had injected something into Katsuki's arm that made him nauseous. He didn't throw up though, but the feeling was horrible. Then came another injection and another, and Katsuki was left dizzy, disoriented and half asleep. He couldn't remember how long he lay there, just that shortly after the alarms started blaring someone came for him. Katsuki didn't realize when his first hand was freed, not when his feet were either. But when he randomly looked up, it was to see Izuku standing over him, his eyebrows drawn together. Then suddenly he jerked and let out a sound as if punched. Katsuki's head lolled to the side. He couldn't figure out what had happened, but when he finally gathered the energy to look, Izuku's expression had changed. He looked more drugged than anything. Katsuki didn't remember moving, but suddenly his free hand was on Izuku's arm. He could hear himself saying something but couldn't pick out the words. Izuku's eyes widened. And then Katsuki's eyes blurred again. Next thing he knew, some extra was standing over him, and an agonized scream made his hair stand on end. It made his skin crawl. and by the fearful expression on the faces of the people standing around him, it unsettled them as well. Katsuki sat up and angrily ignored the lingering dizziness. "Please lie down, kid," one of the heroes said. Like hell, Katsuki growled and got to his feet. The world around him was a shattered mess, as if someone had bombed the place. There were a huge crowd of people held back by police tape, and heroes were standing around like useless statues. Katsuki's eyes were drawn to the crater in the ground where the sound had come from. The ground was covered by dark smoke that swirled around the two people fighting. One was quite obviously faster than the other, but it didn't seem to matter. His eyes widened with realization. His green hair was covered in dirt, all of him was covered by a layer of dirt. The man he was fighting was tall, taller than Izuku at least, and bigger. "The F happened?" he growled, then noticed the crumbled form of his teacher. Something clenched around his stomach, knocked the air from his lungs. This couldn't be real. It couldn't. Katsuki shook his head until he felt a headache coming on. It didn't change a thing. Katsuki stood up, pushing the DM and useless hero to the ground. "What?" he said, his voice rough. "Are you doing?" He looked at every hero who had turned at his outburst. "Go apprehend him, you idiots. Useless extras." As if they only realized that doing that was exactly what their job entailed, they moved together towards the fight. He could hear them yelling ideas on what to do. His homeroom teacher's name was mentioned. Katsuki swayed and a nurse reached out to support him. The world tilted. He didn't realize he was falling until he felt the ground at his back. His vision swam. Someone was standing above him, but he couldn't tell who. "Stop this, child." Izuku gritted his teeth, blood running down his face from All for One's last attack. Rage was blinding his sense of self-preservation if he had ever had one to start with. He spit out blood onto the floor, some of it still on his lips, spilling down his chin. He spread his arms to either sides and took a few lazy steps backwards. "Too much for you, old man?" All for One smiled. Before he attacked again, Izuku checked the two other people with them, his father and All Might. They were both there. His father leaned over All Might, his hands folded on his chest as he pushed down again and again. Izuku was blasted back. He landed with a pained yell, a stone digging into his side. His healing quirk was not fast enough for this. Izuku picked himself up. The only thing keeping him going was rage and the thought of revenge. He took off running, letting the air make him faster as he went for All for One. Izuku screamed as he sent as much power as he could muster in the direction of the cocky Bee, who was still smiling. But then All for One disappeared and Izuku crashed to the ground, his strength wasted. He looked around him frantically and found All for One to his side, his hands in his pockets. "You're getting slow, Junior." Izuku gritted his teeth again. His rage was practically feral now. He leapt at All for One without any other plan than riding his disgusting face off. Before he could touch him, though, he was sent hurtling backwards again. This time when he fell to the ground after connecting with a jagged concrete slab, he didn't get up. He could feel multiple injuries and didn't know if he would even be able to get up again. Maybe he should just stop this useless fighting. He had thought that he could defeat this guy, but obviously he could not. Izuku let out a pained sob. He opened his eyes so that he at least could see All for One coming, tense up before the blow, but All for One wasn't approaching. He had his back to Izuku. Izuku then saw the approaching heroes. He sighed, his eyes falling shut. They could try if they wanted, they would all probably end up dead or injured. Hisashi sighed in relief as the man next to him took in a deep, pained breath. His blue eyes were wide and alert as they danced around in their sockets before focusing in on Hisashi. "Please forgive him," Hisashi breathed, his own voice broken. He let his head hang. This was all his fault, everything. If he hadn't let Izuku come here, this would never have happened. "It's my fault," he admitted. "It's all my fault, please." The bony hand of the number one hero landed on Hisashi's arm. "He thought I was All for One," the hero said, not a question but a statement. "Can he do it?" Hisashi's face scrunched up in anguish as he looked back at his collapsed son. He shook his head. "Not right now, not after his captivity, not after this fight." All Might coughed up some blood and held his hand over the wound in his stomach. He followed Hisashi's line of sight and his eyebrows drew down as he saw Izuku. He then sighed. "Bring him." The other rasped, "Bring him here." Hisashi frowned but stood up and went to his son. Izuku was passed out or close to passing out. His eyelashes fluttered as Hisashi crouched down beside him. There was so much blood. So much. Gently, Hisashi got his arms under his son and lifted him carefully. "He is going to live," he kept repeating to himself. Izuku said he had found a healing quirk, "He'll be fine." He lowered down Izuku next to the hero, whose hand rubbed at his own face. All Might sighed and reached up to his hair and plucked a strand from his own head. Hisashi noted that he was shaking. Izuku was blinking drowsily up at the sky. "He must take it," All Might said, his voice weak, holding the golden strand in his hand. Hisashi lifted Izuku's upper body so that he was in a sitting position. His son's head hangs, so Hisashi lifted it up. "Izuku," he said, "wake up." Izuku's eyes slowly came into focus and Hisashi hated what he saw there. Defeat. Take the hair. Izuku looked down at All Might and at the hair in the hero's hand. "What the F dash?" Hisashi rolled his eyes and flicked his son on the forehead. "Just do it." Izuku reached out and took the strand. Holding it in his hand, he looked at it in disgust. "What am I supposed dash?" "Eat it," All Might said. Both Hisashi and Izuku looked at him like he was stupid. "Just do it." Izuku shrugged and ate the bloody hair. All Might sighed in something close to relief, then closed his eyes. "Hey," Hisashi said and poked him. "Hey, open your eyes." All Might looked at him. "Just make sure it ends." Hisashi's eyes widened. He put down Izuku gently and checked All Might's pulse. It was getting slower. Hisashi cursed. "Don't you bloody die again," he snarled. The side of All Might's mouth quirked up. When Izuku opened his eyes again, it was because he felt weird. Like he was about to throw up or some. Izuku rolled to his side quickly and retched into the dirt, his stomach convulsing. Was this what happened when you ate a hair? Izuku pushed against the ground and stumbled to his feet. His blood was thrumming with something. He looked down at his hands. They were shaking. He didn't know whether it was adrenaline or something else. Izuku looked around him. His father and All Might were gone. Maybe it had just been another illusion or a dream. Izuku felt like he had been sleeping for hours, but he knew that couldn't be true. His attention zeroed in on All for One. The BSRD was surrounded by collapsed heroes. They were no match for him. Izuku took a reluctant step towards the fight. Then another. And another until he got impatient with himself and began running. He lifted his arms to the sky, lightning shooting down in front of him right where All for One was. Izuku's eyes widened. That quirk had never been so powerful. He didn't give himself time to think about it as he hurtled forward and connected with All for One. The BS-30 had seen him coming though, and it was an all-out fight again. All for One tried to force him into the defensive, but Izuku didn't let him. He gave everything he had, desperately trying to cause at least some damage. His fist connected with All for One's mask and the thing practically flew off. "Jesus," Izuku cursed, "you're ugly as hell." All for One frowned then retaliated. He was probably offended or something. Izuku gritted his teeth and instead of deflecting he let the blow come, caught it. All for One looked surprised, but then Izuku shoved him to the side. The ground began shaking and Izuku took a step back. He knew it was coming. But then suddenly it stopped and even All for One looked surprised. Izuku looked around and instantly spotted Aizawa-sensei. His red eyes focused on All for One as the heroes depended into the crater. All for One began laughing. "Looks like you won't get to me this time, Shigaraki Izuku." Izuku gritted his teeth, trying to keep his anger under control, or else he would probably get himself arrested. "I have nothing in common with you," Izuku yelled as he retreated backwards. All for One smiled. "Don't you realize? We're villains with more than blood in common." All for One tilted his head to the side. "You're going to say you aren't a villain, aren't you? Look around, Junior. You'll be the new me." Izuku looked at the heroes who were slowly approaching him and cursed. There was no way out of this. He was the villain now. He would always be the villain. As he turned around and started running, All for One yelled what Izuku had already thought. "You killed their symbol." Every time Izuku was about to fall asleep, right in between being awake and totally gone, he heard All for One's mocking laugh. It startled him awake, again and again. reminding him that, even if he had escaped from that small damp cell, nothing was the same. It could never be the same again. He had been on the run ever since Kamino, hiding in abandoned warehouses and apartment complexes under construction during the day and aimlessly walking around during the night. The first 3 days he had been hiding, slowly healing while lying on the cold concrete floor of an unused parking garage, his blood pooling out around him. He had honestly thought that he was going to die there, but by some miracle he didn't, and when his wounds had healed and he ventured outside, the news had spread and the public was in uproar. The League of Villains had disappeared again. All Might was in a coma, but he might as well be dead. You killed their symbol. Izuku startled at the echo of All for One's voice and looked around frantically. The homeless man a few feet ahead looked at him oddly. Izuku pulled down his hood further over his face and hurried on. The sun would be up in a couple of hours, and he had to find cover before then. 3 weeks later, Katsuki was slowly going mad. Everyone had acted cautious towards him ever since he had woken up in a hospital bed. They were alert, like he would explode any second. They all knew he had been close to Izuku, close to the one who had. Katsuki could hardly believe it. He had been outright murderous to his mother when she had told him what had happened. Only when they turned on the shitty little television in the sterilized room and he saw the news, did he believe them. There was footage. Clear footage of the fight. There was Izuku and there was All Might and the other, the one they called All for One. The video was everywhere. Every time it got taken down it popped up somewhere else, reposted. All Might deflating, dying, by Izuku's hands while the potato head stood to the side laughing, a fourth man motionless at his side. For a few seconds all the footage caught was white noise as Izuku threw his head back and screamed at the sky. Katsuki didn't need to hear it again, once was enough. After that Izuku had thrown himself at the potato head. The fight was brutal. Izuku got thrown around and bled more and more until he couldn't stand. That's when the heroes intervened. The camera zoomed onto them and they didn't see Izuku until he suddenly stumbled into the frame, his eyes focused on All for One with something that could only be described as mix of bloodlust and rage. Izuku got in a few blows before Aizawa-sensei made it to the scene. All for One was captured. Izuku was not. No one knew where he had gone or if he was even alive. The people on the news argued that he had been in so bad condition that he couldn't have survived. Others said that he must have made it. There is no use in hoping for the best, those ones said. It's likely that the worst is the truth. It set Katsuki off. Half of the country was wishing for Izuku's death, the other half wanted him locked up. Katsuki could understand their fear, but he couldn't help the memories that haunted him, Izuku's embrace, his comfort. All the things that Katsuki had thought made him a good person obscured by the undeniable truth that his friend had defeated the man Katsuki had looked up to all his life. It drove him insane. It had driven a lot of people insane. They had thought that All Might was the strongest there were, yet while thousands yelled encouragements in hope of his victory, he failed. By some miracle he had survived, but he had still, after 3 long weeks, not woken up from his coma. Some said he never would. Katsuki didn't dare hope. It was all his fault anyway. If he hadn't got caught, All Might wouldn't be in a coma, Izuku wouldn't be the new #1 villain. Katsuki didn't know what to think about his friend anymore. He wanted to wrap his hands around his neck, he wanted to embrace him and cry, he wanted to scream. Izuku had defeated All Might, but he had also fought against All for One. Katsuki didn't know what was right anymore. He had spent much of his time thinking about every second leading up to him getting caught. He thought about it again and again and again and again and again and Eiji. Katsuki clenched his fists. Couldn't let himself spiral again. Then his mother would take him out of the school. She had already told him to get his act together and there were no third chances. It didn't change the fact that he couldn't do anything. He couldn't move without the memory of Izuku got his stomach to clench with loss and every face he met made the guilt even heavier to bear. He felt like he was suffocating, no, drowning. He was drowning. Getting deeper and deeper every second. Sinking so deep that he didn't think he would bother resurfacing again. This bloody dorm room was so enclosed that not even having the double doors wide open at all hours helped. Nothing he did changed this horrible feeling. He felt like screaming. He felt like dying. Katsuki hadn't been able to breathe normally since moving in here. Every second of every day he was surrounded by people who either actively avoided him or stared at him accusingly. He deserved it of course, but it was tearing away at him. And now they were preparing to take their provisional license exams like nothing happened. Katsuki had been on edge ever since returning to the school, but he would still do anything in his power to succeed. He had already developed one new move while all the extras were mind mapping. The AP shot. If none of his normal explosions worked at destroying his enemies, this would. Armor-piercing shot, that's what it was put simply. It could get through anything. Katsuki had already tested it on a 2 feet thick wall of solid concrete. He would kill this license exam. Shoyuda didn't know what to do with himself. He had never really liked All Might, but his absence had left you a hollow shell. Shoyuda could see how the students were affected. How they had lost some of the light in their eyes. All Might had been a hero to many and no one knew what to do now that he was gone. Shoyuda huffed. That's what people were saying, All Might is gone. Yet he clearly wasn't. All Might was lying on a hospital bed right in front of Shoyuda, breathing steadily. Yet not opening his eyes. Shoyuda hadn't really been close to the guy, but it was still a shock. Deep inside, everyone watching had thought that All Might would pull up on top, and when he hadn't, it had rattled society as they knew it. The trust that was placed in heroes was unrooted. The crime rates had risen drastically along with the number of vigilantes. Some of these vigilantes would then be killed by villains, their bodies found in alleys and dumpsters. The world was in chaos, and now it was as important as ever to educate new heroes. The principal had even proposed that the students could graduate after their second year instead of their third. Most of the teachers had instantly protested against this, but even though they didn't want their students to be sent out prematurely and get themselves killed or worse, they could still see that a new symbol was the only way to stabilize their society. A new hope for their world. The big three were the obvious choices. The 3 third-year students whose powers exceeded most heroes already. Other than that, there was only one more thing, besides raising the next generation, on every hero in the country's agenda. Find Izuku Midoriya. Hisashi leaned against the wall of the interrogation room, his hands linked by his intertwined fingers and the cuffs on his wrists. This was the 3rd time this week already. He sighed to himself and tipped his head back to rest against the wall. The heroes hadn't come yet. They always let him wait for a while, probably to unnerve him or something. Little did they know it only served to annoy him further. Not only had they arrested him after he had saved their number 1 hero, now they were facing him with a bunch of completely valid charges and ridiculous interrogations. Yes, he had committed a bunch of felonies and murder of course, but no, he did not know where his son was. Hisashi wished he did though. That was the only reason why he stayed. If these heroes happened to find and arrest his son, then they would escape together. It wasn't really his best plan, but it could probably work if he was lucky enough. The door to the interrogation room opened abruptly. Instead of the 2 same imbeciles as always, in walked someone Hisashi recognized to be one of the teachers from UA. The man looked sleep-deprived and tired with life in general, which Hisashi could more or less relate to. "Sit," the man said as he was taking his own seat, and bemused, Hisashi did. The man stared at him for a moment before speaking. "We need to know where your son is." Hisashi barked a laugh. "You people amuse me to no end," he said, chuckling. "It seems to you that if you ask a question long enough you'll simply get an answer, yet here we are," he smiled as the hero scowled, "and I still don't know." The hero leaned forward, his arms rested on the table. "I know you don't know." Hisashi lifted a brow, still wearing a small smile. "I also know," the hero continued, "that you trained your son, that you," the hero punctuated, pointing at Hisashi, "were the one who taught him all he knows. Surely you have a guess or two regarding his whereabouts." "Clever." Hisashi tilted his head to the side. "Well, you're right about that, but unfortunately Izuku does have his own way of doing things," he said proudly. The hero looked even more tired now. He leaned back in his chair and rubbed at his forehead as if to ease some pain. Hisashi leaned forward, serious now. "Just so you know," he said, getting the hero's attention, "I do want you to find my son, so I'll tell you this." The hero gestured to the one-way mirror where there was probably someone watching. Izuku is probably not entirely stable right now, and the only reason I'm not sick with worry is because he knows what to do. I made sure of that. He knows how to survive, and he's gotten even stronger since I let him go. If you find him, Hisashi said, smirking, be prepared to deal with that. Dabi was growing bored with all this nonsense. Ever since Shigaraki-sensei had been arrested, and even before that when the thief disappeared, he had been on edge. This seemed to be the final straw. They had lost their backing, the mad scientist had escaped to who knows where, and the boss was in Tartarus, so they were left without a base and a manic leader, now obsessed with finding the guy from Kamino. The person who had defeated All Might. Shigaraki had assumed that he was an asset of his sensei's and was determined to find him. Dabi himself was only interested in this guy because he seemed powerful, more so than most gave him credit for. It was obvious though, to someone. Unbiased. Some All Might fan would argue that All Might was already worn out, but in truth it was the green-haired guy who was in the worst shape. All these idiots just couldn't see it. The world of heroes really was effed up. But Dabi already knew that. He looked over at Shigaraki, who was sitting cross-legged on the concrete floor, staring intently at nothing at all, Kurogiri standing by his side like a butler or something. Toga was playing a game on one of Shigi's consoles, and Spinner and Twice were playing cards. Dabi sighed. This was going nowhere. He started towards the door. I'm going out. No one said anything to it, and Dabi disappeared into the night with a grin. He had been hearing some rumors in the underground lately. Someone new had entered the scene, more than one actually. And a new drag had surfaced. These were exciting times. Chapter text. Jiren was out on a lovely afternoon walk in the network of shady alleys when someone decided to jump him. Right off the bat he thought that it was just a normal robbery, but to be honest he did find it weird that his would-be assailant stopped him in his tracks with a hand on his shoulder. Long time no see, the man behind him said in an airy tone and squeezed Jiren's shoulder almost painfully. Jiren took his cigarette out of his mouth and blew out a cloud of smoke. Look buddy, I'm a busy man, what do you want? The man moved his hand and Jiren turned around, but when he caught sight of the man in front of him he froze. I wanted to reach you sooner, he said with an expression that looked almost crazed, but I've been awfully busy. What do you want? Jiren said, his voice tight. He'd been in this line of work for a long time, but it wasn't often he felt so small, but the person in front of him was probably the most dangerous man alive. Jiren felt he had a right to feel scared. Nothing really, the man said with a smile. I just want to know who's responsible for this new drag, and I'm betting that you know. I do. The thief leaned back with a smirk. Well then. The provisional license exam was nothing but a FING sheet show. It was a joke. It all just revolved around how good and solicitous you were concerning the DMN actors running around like they were injured. This was all a game of play pretend. But it was important still. He kept reminding himself, to get his license meant receiving another freedom. He could go fix the city himself. He could find Izuku. It had been months by now. But he had to be alive. Katsuki didn't care what the news said. Izuku was still out there, and if anybody was going to find him it was Katsuki. Dabi was out chasing recruits when Jiren called him. We need to talk, the man said in a clipped tone. Dabi hummed and kicked the guy lying at his feet. What about? He then placed his boot on the guy's chest to keep him from moving. The thief is back. Dabi froze, then a wicked grin took over his face. Oh. Jiren sighed into the phone. Yes, but he's different. I don't know how else to say it. I thought the league should know. Good call, Dabi said and hung up just as Jiren said, Dabi why dash? Well, he said, looking down at the frightened face of the sorry fella who had randomly bumped into him. Shigi is gonna love this. Izuku had been out on a stroll near the location that Jiren had given him when something bumped into his leg, or rather someone. Izuku looked down to find a small girl with long white blonde hair and red eyes staring up at him with pleading eyes. Izuku frowned. What the F dash? The girl hugged his leg as she looked over her shoulder into the dark alley behind her. This was very odd, Izuku thought, since he didn't even look remotely friendly. He was wearing his long dark coat made of tick wool and a mask covering everything below his eyes, with the hood of the hoodie he wore underneath the coat covering his hair. His black army pants had a bunch of hidden pockets where he had used to hide knives during his time as the thief. He was basically a big red flag walking to society. And that's what he was aiming for. Izuku took the girl's arms and crouched in front of her. "What is your name?" he tried to ask kindly. The girl was shaking. "Eri." "Well, Eri, if you're in trouble, why don't you run to the police station?" he said, pointing down the street. Eri nodded and took off when he gave her a gentle push. Izuku walked into the shadows and watched her. But she didn't make it to the police station. A guy with a bird mask went up to her and took her hand. It seemed like they knew each other, so Izuku let them be. He did think the bird mask guy was a bit weird, but he wasn't one to judge. He took a look around and tried to find the factory, but it must be underground or something. He would have to come back later, at night where the shadows were even thicker. But before then he had an errand to run. "So Jiren saw him?" Shigaraki asked in his raspy voice. Dabi nodded. "Yeah. Do we know where he is?" Compress asked, his arms crossed. "Didn't ask." Compress sighed. "Of course you didn't. I wonder what happened to him," Spinner said, and Toga nodded enthusiastically. Dabi shrugged. "Jiren said he was different, so who knows, anything could have happened." Shigaraki looked thoughtful. "Wait," he said after a while and stood up. "What if He went to the crumbled-up newspaper lying on the table. It was an old issue from months back, right after Kamino. Why no one had bothered to throw it out was a mystery. He figured that they were all just that lazy. Shiggy looked at the front page photo for so long that the league started sending each other looks questioning their leader's sanity. "Now that I think about it," Shiggy then said, "maybe." "What is it?" Spinner asked patiently. Shiggy looked at them. "We have to find him." "No need." They all startled when the voice broke the silence left behind by Shiggy's statement, and they all looked to the place it came from, but nothing was there. Until suddenly the wall shifted and a form emerged, and as if he had just walked through the wall, the thief materialized in front of them, almost just like they remembered him. The white hair was the same, except the tips that were a washed-out bluish green. His eyes were green instead of red though, a green that was piercing and poisonous. He pulled down his hood and looked at them with dead eyes. Shiggy was the first one to recover. He held up the paper and pointed at the picture. "Is this you?" he hissed. The thief tilted his head slightly to the side and smiled a small smile. "It is." They all stood paralyzed, frozen to the ground. "Did